to be working. There we go. Testing. Can anybody hear me? Yes, yes. 1 second. I need to contact somebody. Tengu Plant Discord. Where the hell is he at? What the? How do I call this guy? There it is. Brackets. Who's playing who? Bam, bada, bam, bam, bam. Where's my live stream? View channel? Where's the view channel button? There we go. Inception. Unlimited. All right, here are the matchups here. Okay, cool. I was supposed to do the co-commentary with Amazing Mike Man. However, he's not awake, so I'll have to do this on my own for now. So yeah, these are the guys. So there's gonna be 24 players in this tournament, or 29 players actually. So hefty amount of players in this particular tournament, which is nice. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Let me check the sound here. It looks like the audio output capture is off, but the input capture is on, so that's good. Okay, so yeah, I don't know who is a fan favorite, but I do know that I believe 10FD is in this tournament. Yep, he's here. And there is there another guy? Guari? Guari is pretty popular. I don't really know, but I guess Roger Smith is pretty good too. But yeah, I don't know the big Tengu guys, so yeah, you'll have to forgive me on this one. Let's see. Let's watch someone I know. Let's watch Guari. He does a lot of replays for Tengu Plant format, but as well as other formats as well. So he's pretty retro-y. So let's see if I can find this guy. Guari. Hopefully their names match up. Because sometimes they don't match up. I don't know why people do this. They use a different username on Dueling Book and they have a different name on the brackets. Yeah, see. So there's no Guari anywhere. Maybe he's not awake. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. Um, yeah, that's a shame. I guess what we'll do is watch 10FD because I know that guy, and this is 10FD. So this is a 10FD. It's a DD Lub, and his name on Toronto Winter Championship is his is his real name. So we're off to a good start. He's playing Tengu Plant, or no, he's not playing Tengu Plant. He's playing TG Stun, if I had to guess. Against pretty much Tengu Plant. So yeah, let's get down. I'm gonna do this on full screen, I believe. Let's see if I can find it. Where's the full screen? For those of you guys don't know, what I'm also gonna be doing is a Tengu bingo card. I took this idea off of Keegan. Basically, if anybody sees this or if I see this, I'll just put an X on it. There's really no prizing. I just want to do this because it's funny. So you have BLS for game, Damn Step Honest, Formula Synchron to Black Rose, etc. So yeah, I'll keep that all a surprise for you guys. I'm pretty sure I can keep it big mind on this one. But yeah, I'm not sure who went first on this tournament or in this matchup. I'm guessing by the amount of back rows that were used. This guy's clogged. I don't know if it's ever correct to clog up all your back row. Let's see. This 3, 5, 9. Actually 3, 5, 9, 13 cards used. And he used 3, 7, 12, 14. So I'm guessing that 10FD went first in this match because he has more cards. If you don't include the Sangam because that's +1, so yeah, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me pull out my phone so I can read chat because I'm on full screen mode. I'm kind of a noob at streaming, which is why I don't do this very often. Bada bing, bada boom. Turn off the mute. All right. So to answer your question, quitting Amazing Mike Man is probably still asleep or he's busy preparing his day, I guess. Yeah. And Shinisaw, yeah, great idea with the bingo card. Yes, I am doing a bingo card. So it's not my idea. I totally stole it off of Keegan. So I don't know where he stole it off of, but I don't really care. I'm just stealing off of his idea as I usually do. So we see a TG Striker go down on game 1. I believe it's still game 1. I don't think they wrap up that fast. It's a TG stun deck. And he has the possibility here to Synchro Summon into a level 6 to try to get rid of that pesky Spirit Reaper in defense mode. Not entirely sure what he's going to do with it. Player responds with the Torrential Tribute, and then 10FD responds with Starlight Road. Looks like we got a Chain Link 3 going on here. So the Solemn Judgment is going to be negating the Starlight Road. So the Paprika guy wants to definitely resolve the Torrential Tribute here for full value. However, the set cards are most likely going to be TG cards. So I'm not entirely sure what his plan here is here. Everything on his board is most likely going to float here. If I had to guess, it's probably Werewolf sets and maybe Tengu sets. So maybe he'll get a Tengu off the fact. We'll find out. It looks like he does have a Tengu set here. It's going to be going off through the graveyard. And TG Rush Rhino. So, not much usage out of that Torrential. So, yeah. Looks like he's going to be activating the Maxi here after the Reborn Tengu activates effect in the graveyard. And he's going to get a +1. So, actually not a +1 because it all replaces itself. So, 6 cards to his 6. He's going to be activating the Scapegoat here to block the attack. So yeah, blocking the attack. Awesomeness. Where are my images? I don't need it. So the if he declares an attack, even on a Scapegoat token, the Reborn Tengu running over the Scapegoat token can still draw you a card because it doesn't have to send it to the graveyard. But despite the fact that the Horn of the Phantom Beast, actually the Horn of Phantom Beast was equipped to the last Reborn Tengu, so that should be in the graveyard. So yeah, so it makes sense that he activated the warning here. Otherwise, why would you activate warning if you have a Horn of the Phantom Beast equipped to the Reborn Tengu? So you can get a +1. Yeah. So he's gonna set a card here in the back row, and he's gonna pass turn here. The Paprika, or before he passes turn, he's gonna use all his search effects. I'm not sure how much he can proc. Wow, he's gonna proc 3 of them, so he's gonna get to search all of them. I believe all the TG cards are only able to search different cards other than themselves. So he's gonna be searching one copy of every one of them, as opposed to themselves. So it's almost as if Torrential did nothing. He's starting with the 7-card hand here with the to his 6. So he's not too far behind, but in life points, he's pretty low. So yeah, most likely this game is going to go to 10FD. Let's see if he has any cards in the graveyard to do a follow-up play. He does have enough cards in his graveyard for BLS. A BLS drop would be pretty devastating for the for 10FD here. He's going to normal summon the Tour Guide here, try to get the effect off. 10FD is going to think on the effect. Most likely it's going to be a Black Horn of Heaven, or I don't think they main deck it, but since he didn't activate Skill Drain on the Tour Guide effect here, leads me to believe that he has either a Warning Set or a Solemn Judgment or some kind of effect that he can negate this. He could activate the Horn of the Phantom Beast in the damage step as well when he tries to go to an attack here. So he's trying to steal the Thunder King Ryle here. None of these moves do well into the Horn of the Phantom Beast in the damage step. So we'll see what happens here. So Battle Phase goes in. He's going to attack with the Thunder King Ryle first. And then most likely he's just going to go to the damage step. He's thumbs upping on the attack declaration. He's most likely going to ask for damage step. Yep, as I anticipated. So he's going to flip over the Horn of the Phantom Beast, most likely. Unless he's trying to bluff him to try to use a Book of Moon on the Tengu first. Yep. So the Horn of Phantom Beast is going to be flipped up, and he's going to be able to generate a +2. However, the Thunder King Ryle was free off the Levier, so it's going to be a +1 overall. Alrighty, so he draws a card. So now 10th D is going to be at 8 cards to his opponent's 6 cards. So he's going to get a draw for turn, so he's going to be a +3 for the turn. For the overall math scheme of it, if you guys are interested in knowing that. Let's see here. What he's going to do here. So he's going to pass here. Things are looking pretty grim here for the Paprika. Not entirely sure if Paprika can win this game. If time is since time is actually going to be a factor in this tournament, I would recommend that the Paprika player should scoop. But since time is not a factor yet, since it's still early on to the round, then he can probably just play this out. What else can he top deck? I mean, he can just top deck a BLS. He does have a Thunder King Ryle in the graveyard. I'm not sure if 10FD drew or plays Masha Reborn, but he can reborn the Thunder King Ryle here to pretty much block out the Chaos, not the Chaos Sorcerer, but the BLS from coming down. Another move he can do is the Paprika player could summon the Debris Dragon. If he does have it, bring out the Spirit Reaper and try to go for a Black Rose play. But even then, that's not enough. That's not going to be enough because 10FD has a large hand size. So yeah. Sycon asks, 5 feet is not on heroes. No, he's not. He's not 5 feet. Yeah. So he's not on heroes. He's gonna be on TG stun for this particular tournament. So yeah, I guess he wants to try out the other stun strategies. Yeah. For those of you guys who don't know who 10FD is, he's a pretty big online warrior player. And he plays even IRL as well. So he lives near me, so I'm able to get in contact with him more often. Along with Fitz, but Fitz doesn't play. It's not in this tournament, so I don't think he is. So he's going to be using the Masha Reborn here to revive the TG Striker. And then since they level 4 or lower with Special Summon, he was able to Special Summon the War from his hand. So here he can do a Trishula play, as he does have a level 4, level 3, and a level 2 on board, allowing him to pretty much capitalize. But I don't know if I would do that. He's most likely going to go into... he's actually going to go into the Trishula play here to try to generate him a plus... it's not even a plus because he has to waste 1, 2, 3, 4 cards to make a Trishula, because this is equipped to the Tengu. and then the 4 cards he invested is actually only going to take out 2 cards. So I guess he just wanted to end the game, and so Paprika scoops here. Games 2 and 3. Let's talk about games 2 and 3, guys. So, what would game 2 and 3 look like for the TG Stun deck versus the Tengu Plant deck? I'm not entirely sure if people are going to be siding Decree in this matchup, but if I was Paprika, I would side Decree against the TG Stun deck, as it is allowing you to pretty much capitalize. I heard he got tips from a nice player, Shinusla asks. Yeah, I guess he did. I'm not entirely sure who you're referring to, but maybe he is in the chat. Psycon, train connection makes the stream unenjoyable. What is train connection? I don't know what train connection is. You'll have to clarify that for me, Mr. Psycon. I don't know what train connection is. Do you mean... I don't know what that means. I actually don't know what it means. Train connection is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, so I'm not entirely sure if that's what you mean. I don't see train connection on the board here. Yeah. I'm trying to figure it out myself. So for game 1, we have Tempty here, who could side deck cards that I think he means bad connection from being on a train watching. Oh, I see. Yeah, thank you. Tengu Plan is one of the best matchups for TG, so 10FD would be happy. Yeah, it looks like it. Because, well, I mean, like, Decree can come down, and then they can just lock out the back row, so not entirely sure if that's true. It really comes down to who draws the Decree. If the Paprika draws a Decree and it goes uncontested, I guess 10FD could draw, theoretically, his MSTs in this particular matchup. And once he MSTs the Decree, it's pretty much GG's for 10FD. So we'll see. All depends on what they draw, I guess. Jocks asks, imagine watching on a train. Yeah, I mean, the Europeans have it right. They have the infrastructure to allow intercity travel using trains. We do have that in America as well, but it's very expensive to use. So, props to the EUs for making trains a thing in the world for normal citizens to use to travel to work. So let's see. So the Paprika here is normal summon the TK Ryo here, and he sets a back row. So pretty good play, except a Warwolf, or not a Warwolf, but a Rush Rhino can definitely punish this Thunder King Ryo here. Looks like he's going to be normal summoning the Tengu after setting 2. I don't know why he would set 2 first and then summon Tengu. I would definitely summon the Tengu first and then set 2, but it doesn't matter. So the warning is going to hit the Tengu here. So the Thunder King Ryo goes uncontested. Now Paprika is going to go on the offensive here. Most likely he's going to blind space, hitting that back row that he set first. So we'll see what happens here. And then he MSTs the other one. So looks like all the power plays are going to be going through for the plant player here. And it's going to be pretty much a train wreck, as they say in America. So now all the monsters are most likely going to go into face here. Gores is not typically played in TG stun, so most likely it's best to go into Leviathan Dragon here to at least get the 2,500 damage in. But he's going to go for the safe play here by attacking with the Sangan first. Try to play out the Gores, even though Gores is not normally played in TGs. But I guess it's better safe than sorry. And so 10FD tries to play a token out on the board here to try to like scare his opponent to thinking he has Gores. But that's just simply not something that happens. So he's going to overlay into Leviathan Dragon. For some of you guys who may be wondering, why do you go Leviathan Tour Guide into the Sangan first before Tour Guide into Tour Guide? The reason why is that the second Tour Guide can resolve. If you go Tour Guide into Tour Guide, your first Tour Guide is, I believe it can still resolve, but you have the hard draw that Tour Guide. So you have a higher probability of opening up the second Tour Guide if you go Tour Guide into Sangan. Is basically the gist of it. Alrighty, so he's gonna normal summon the special summon the striker here, normal summoning the Tengu, and then from there he's going to most likely synchro summon. But if he does that, then Thunder King Rao can just meet the synchro summon. So we'll see what happens here. But what really choice does he have here? He's gonna go in the Guy of the Force of the Earth because Goyo Guardian is not legal in Tengu Plant format, so he's gonna have to settle with the vanilla monster here. This vanilla monster is good because if the Tengu Plant player for some reason plays Fiendish Chain, he cannot Fiendish Chain the Guy of the Force of the Earth because he is not an effect monster. So looks like he's going to let the Guy of the Force of the Earth resolve. So it looks like nothing's happening here. He's gonna put the Tengu in defense mode, so it looks like he might have an enemy controller face down to put the monster in defense mode so that he can attack over it, or some sort of defensive trap. If he doesn't attack with this, Leviathan Dragon can climb over it for 3,000 over the 26. So yeah. Let's see. There's Discord notification. Something about yes, there is Discord notification. Unfortunately, I might have to shut that off eventually, in between rounds. So for now, for round one, you'll have to since I'm doing commentary and I can't really go back to that. So yeah, after round one, I'll turn off the notifications for Discord. I was planning on using it to talk to Mike here, but he's not awake yet. Turn off Discord by putting it on busy. Yeah, I'll try to do that for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like he's going to do exactly what I thought he was going to do. He's going to be using the Leviathan, in fact, to go to 3,000, and 10FD is going to respond with the compulsory. So yeah, good trap card there. He's going to attack over the Tengu here. So hopefully he's not regretting the fact that he didn't negate Gaia the Force of the Earth summon here with Thunder King Ryo. But we'll see what happens here. So he's going to draw for turn. So it's going to be 10FD is going to be playing from behind. He's going to have his 3 cards to his opponent's 5 cards. So, but the issue is that the Paprika has to find a way to clear the Gaia the Force of the Earth, which is really strong. Most likely this particular trap here is a defensive trap. Most likely it's a deep prison of sorts or some sort of trap. However, if you're citing Decree, I'm not sure if this is actually a defensive trap. Might be enemy controller, actually. But if he has enemy controller, he should be using it. But we'll see. So it looks like it's going to be a lot of back and forth play here between the two players. Yeah, let's see what happens here. So 6 cards to his 4. So 10FD, 2 cards behind, but he has the quality of monster. So that's going to be a little bit of a hard wall to get through. Paprika probably, what is it called when you make a mistake? Hitting himself in the shin. Kicking himself in the foot. There you go. So he's probably kicking himself in the foot by not negating the summon of Gaia Knight. And now this game is drawing out too long. And the longer you give TG stun, if you give him too many turns, it's going to be pretty much unfavorable for the Paprika player. So we'll see what happens here. So yeah, it looks like he's just walling up. Very surprised that he hasn't drawn any real threat. He probably set cards like Glow Bulb, I would say, and maybe Dandelion. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what he might draw and set in Tengu Plant. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's most likely going to be plant monsters, if I had to guess. Would he set a Debris Dragon? I wouldn't suggest setting Debris Dragon. Not entirely sure if that's a good idea. So yeah. So still behind. He does have a Spirit Reaper, so it looks like he's going to try to do a power play here. Flipping over the Spirit Reaper, 10FD is going to be responding with something potentially because he did a thinking emoji, and he's going to be a thumbs up. So it was a plant after all. It was a Dandelion. So now he's going to have to figure out a way to clear the Gaia of the Force of the Earth. Maybe an enemy controller stealing the Gaia of the Force of the Earth, but he's actually going to go for an overlay here for the second Leviathan Dragon. No, he compulsed it, so it's going to be the first Leviathan Dragon. Rather than attaching the Dandelion token to get 2 tokens, he decides to detach the Spirit Reaper, putting a dark monster in the graveyard. With 3 darks in the graveyard, if he does have the Dark Arm Dragon, he can actually bring it down. But I don't believe people play Dark Arm Dragons in plants, so not entirely sure. So now the 10FD draws it for turn. Now he has a full 6 card on the board, so the sum is greater than the whole is greater than the sum of all its equal parts. So with 6 cards in hand, he can actually do a lot more power plays for this particular turn. But I don't know if TG plants can do power plays. So yeah, that's going to be another pass here. So now Paprika can detach the last material, making the Leviathan Dragon a 3,000 attack monster. And now by detaching that effect, he's going to be able to generate 2 tokens on the field. And then he's going to be able to run over the Gaia of the Force of the Earth, assuming these back rows aren't anything to worry about. We'll find out. All right, Leviathan Dragon goes to declare an attack here. And now the Mirror Force comes down, and it's going to be hitting the Thunder King Ryo and the Leviathan Dragon, getting a 2-for-1. So pretty devastating. We'll see if Paprika has a Starlit Road or Solemn Judgment to counter this. And he does not. Oh, shoot. So the Clutch Mirror Force actually is generating value. Value train. So he can summon the Debris Dragon on the following turn, because he does have a Dandelion in the graveyard. But we'll see what happens here. He has not normal summon, and he's gonna be passing his turn with a set. So pretty slow for him. Let's see what happens. So he's going to draw for turn here, and he is going to most likely going to declare an attack on the face down monsters, unless he just doesn't have any monsters. So he might be just stalling for a monster since all his Tengus are gone. And he's going to go for the Avarice play here. So setting that Avarice that the Thunder King Ryle is blocking out the entire time, and then finally being able to use it to see his Vanity's Emptiness. Okay, so those are all really good cards that he can use. I'm guessing 10FD is monster starved because he hasn't normal summoned a monster in a while. So I'm guessing he's going to go for the TG Rush Rhino here as opposed to the Maxi and the Vanity's Emptiness. But we'll see what happens here. Most likely he's going to choose the Rush Rhino because it can float in the event that these cards are actual real back roads. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. What are you going to choose, 10FD? Let's see. So his back rows are comprised of a lot of back rows cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe he's worried about that he's not going to see another back row card, but I don't know. Maybe he should definitely choose a Rush Rhino here. Yeah, so he does what I think he does. He's going to add the Rush Rhino to his hand now. So most likely he's going to summon the Rush Rhino to finally get rid of some of the monsters and clear some boards here. And being behind, he was able to generate a lot of advantage from that Mirror Force, and now he's able to attack with the TG Rush Rhino into the token. What is his plan here? So it looks like he's going to finally declare attack. Now he's going to be hit with its own Mirror Force, and now the TG Rush Rhino is going to be able to float. But now the board is cleared from 10FD here, and it's going to be pretty devastating. So he's going to activate the Dark Hole here. The set card was a Tengu. Oh no! So it looks like the Tengu is going to be able to float. So he's going to go to 5 cards to his 4 cards. So it's going to be a +1 for overall. Unless that 10FD forgets to search. Wait, does Tengu work? I'm not sure. Needs to be face up. Okay, I actually don't know this ruling. If a Tengu is face down, I guess it's like absolute 0, I guess. I don't know about that. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's like absolute 0. Yeah, because if you destroy absolute 0 face down, he doesn't proc his ability. So that is interesting. I did not know that. So if he knew that ruling, he should have just normal summoned the Tengu. Maybe he just didn't anticipate the Dark Hole. So yeah, I guess that's the move. Anybody? Yep, Tengu needs to be face up. The card section just says face up. Does it say that? Oh yeah. So this is the this is basically the eroded version. So if you live in the days of Tengu plant format, this text right here is non-existent. So if you go on TCG Player, which I like to use, I use that as my like sort of retro text looker. So because TCG Player has such a great basically encyclopedia of all the text for every single card, for every time period, because they actually sell cards that are old. You can use that to your advantage. That's what I do anyways. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Simply Zerg. You didn't know. A lot of people who play retro formats are either players that are old, like myself, or players that are just sick and tired of modern and decided to want to play retro format. And now that they're and they're also probably younger, so because they're younger and they play retro modern format, and they hear about retro format, they had to like basically learn a whole new format that they were not around for. Either they were not around for it because they were too young, or they were just too young to remember. Yeah. So he's gonna activate the Maxi to the Tour Guide summon. Looks like 10FD doesn't know this, but activating Tour Guide Maxi to a Tour Guide summon is pretty mid. So, but it looks like he's drew the Werewolf here, and he's going to be special summoning the Werewolf after the Tour Guide summon. So kind of an interesting play that he did here. So it wasn't too mid because now he has to overlay the 2 monsters in order to run over the Werewolf. He put in attack mode, which is kind of interesting here. But it looks like he drops the BLS here, and I guess he puts in attack mode because he doesn't want to get run over by the Sangyan in defense mode. So yeah, looks like it's pretty much lethal here. So on my bingo card, I do say that it's BLS for game. So I'm going to be writing that down. So it looks like we have a BLS for game, and as early as round one. So this was definitely my number one spot here. So yeah, I was definitely anticipated this for happening because this game is all about BLS. I mean this format. So yeah, yeah. So as I expected, BLS would steal a game. I wouldn't say stealing game perhaps, but more like took a game. So yeah, he was able to win a game with BLS. And yeah, so now Tennessee was able to win the second game. Wait, no, Tennessee lost the second game. So now we're gonna go into game three. So this is gonna be a pretty much a fast finale, fast beginning premiere event. And most likely Tennessee is gonna go first because you always want to go first in retro formats. I'm not sure there's a format in retro format Yu-Gi-Oh history that you want to go second, unless you're playing formats that there's kaiju's in the main deck. For those guys who know what kaijus are, they're basically like lava golems that you contribute off your opponent's monster. But it doesn't stipulate you to not give up your normal summons. So, anyways, so he's gonna normal summon TK Raro with the set. So pretty classic board setup. But he's gonna set 2 cards to his back row as opposed to just 1. Maybe he anticipates that he's gonna heavy storm him, or doesn't. He's probably playing the gambling bet, or he has a Starlight Road set. Who knows? It's mainly the first turn draw. Yeah, exactly. That's another reason why retro formats you want to go first as well, because you get the first turn draw. That's exactly right. But also because going first allows you to draw your dust shoot, and you can resolve it on your opponent and get an unfair advantage. Yeah, so he's going to normal summon the Tengu here. I'm not sure what he's going to do with the Thunder King Ryo. We'll see. No, he's just going to set a bunch of back row. So, not entirely sure what's going to be his plan here against the Thunder King Ryo. Maybe he's just going to block a bunch of attacks with Tengu. Maybe Paprika side decks Horn of the Phantom Beasts in his Tengu plant deck. But we'll know. Who knows? It's pretty situational because the only Beast Warriors in your deck is... What the heck? My bad, guys. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so he's going to normal summon the Tengu here, and he's going to get warning. And then he's going to be met with 2,000 points of damage. Isn't there some retro formats that have... that don't have first turn draw? Yes, there is. I don't know if hat format is one of them. I don't think so. I think there's a format after, I want to say 2017 was when you stopped drawing. I'm not entirely sure. Don't ask me about that. I actually don't know. I would just suggest looking up on format library. No, look up master rules. Look up all the master rules and check all the TCG master rules changes, and then check if the draw was lost. So I'm not entirely sure. The LCG format that SEMO introduced don't have the first turn draw Keck. Yeah. I'm not sure about LCG format. I don't know if it's ever going to be a thing, if the format library will ever do OCG formats. Because LCG formats are their own thing, right? So even throughout history, they have their own little ban list as well as their card pool. So I'm not entirely sure if that ever makes out to be for fun formats, because Max C was like basically legal for the majority of virtual formats. But yeah, but Max C, I just found out recently that it was banned like really late in the retro format scene. So yeah, I think it was 2017 that Max C was banned, or 2018, one of those two numbers. So yeah, pretty surprising to me. So yeah, anyways, back to the gameplay here. Looks like they're pretty much doing a draw pass maneuver here. Drawing and passing, doing nothing. So a lot of nothing going on. A lot of afraid of attacking. This is what happens when you have a lot of back row, especially when you have the TG matchup. All right. Whose turn is it? It's red player's turn. So I don't know what 10FD is going to do in this situation here. He's going to have to eventually attack, but I think he's monster starved. That's why he's not attacking with the Thunder King Ryo. Sometimes when you get into these stalemates, it's usually because one player doesn't have enough monsters to replenish the Thunder King Ryo here. So let's see what he does here. Hat format still has first turn draw. Okay, yeah, I did not know that. I played hat format and I don't remember exactly if there was a first turn draw or not. But if they did, then that's pretty toxic because you can technically just set 5 and summon a monster going first. It says heavy storms not in the format for hat format. It's like, okay, what do I do against all these back rows? I think wiretap was legal in that format as well. But yeah. So it looks like he does have a damage step trick, and he's going to be declaring an attack on the Tengu, and then the Forbidden Lance is going to clear the Thunder King Ryo here. So not looking good for 10FD. He could normal summon after that. It looks like he's most likely going to set a TG monster here. Now that his Thunder King Ryo is off the board, he can actually search if any of his TG monster gets destroyed. So yeah. Really good for him. Now he's going to activate the Mind Control here, and the Mind Control is going to take the monster. And let's see. I guess he's anticipating that it's either a level 3 or a tuner that's face down that he can either Xyz with or Synchro with. So if it is a level 4 Rush Rhino Warrior, he can actually overlay. So this Mind Control is actually really good here to be able to steal his monster, flip it off the monster, and then overlay with it so he doesn't get a search ability. If he does Synchro with it with the TG, was it TG Striker, then he could, I believe, get a search off that. No, it has to be destroyed. So responding to the Mind Control with the compulsory, which is pretty cool tech here. Pretty good interaction. It reminds me of when someone activates Nullman of Crossout on a set Raikou and Edison, and then the other player activates compulsory to bounce it back to safety. So he's going to attack directly with the Reborn Tengu here because it is a floater, so there is no fear of this attack going through. 10FD is going to go down to 5,700, so he looks like he's going to be in, close to critical range, but not quite. He's going to be sending another back row and then passing over here. So let's see what happens now. So his 6 card to his 5. 10FD is up, but only because he went first. So yeah. Yes, for wiretap was legal. Yeah, I mean, wiretap meta was weird because you can wiretap someone's wiretap, and it became like these weird like battle of trap cards. I think people also played a full house too. But good players play around that, I believe. So if you guys don't know what Full House does, it destroys like 5 back row in hat format. It was basically Harper's Feather Duster. I think it was Harper's Feather Duster. I'm not entirely sure. It might be 3 back rows and 2 of your own back row. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. So he's going to be sending another monster, most likely the monster that he compulsed back to his hand. And it looks like he has to find a way to deal with it. Cannot see 10FD's life points. I'm sorry about that. Let me try to adjust it on my OBS after round 1. But for now, I'll have to tell you guys what the life points are. So let me write down what I need to do after this round ends so that I do not forget. Getting my piece of paper here. So adjust the screen and Discord notification. Adjust Discord notification to silent. All right, I wrote a piece of paper down for you guys, so I'll figure out what I need to do after the tournament ends or this round ends. Hopefully this round doesn't, the next round doesn't start too fast because there are 29 players here, so hopefully there's some slow players in this tournament that can give me some time to prepare the stream. So I lost track. What happened here? So TG Striker got attacked over by Thunder King Ryo, I believe. Or he didn't attack with Thunder King Ryo, most likely. He's probably just attacked with the Tengu to the Striker, and he wants to preserve the Thunder King Ryo by not attacking with it. Makes sense. And then so that's why it makes sense that 10FD is at 5,700 life points to Paprika's 6,000 life points. Yeah. Full House, 2 face-up cards and 3 face-down. Yes, Full House is actually legal in Tengu Plant, but nobody plays it. Okay, I did not know that. What set did it come out of, Mr. Jank Yu-Gi-Oh? Because I actually don't know what set it came out of. So you'll have to find me. Not too many face-up cards, I guess. Yeah, I guess there isn't, because even though Gozen Match is technically at full power, I want to say it's at full power in Tengu Plant format. I guess it's hardly ever flipped. I guess you can side it against skill drain decks like TGs, but whatever. So what's gonna happen here? He's gonna normal summon the Little Fire Blossom here. And he's gonna use the effect here to try to get the Gloat Bulb or the Spore from his deck. I'm not entirely sure what the plant combos are, but it looks like he's gonna go for the Gloat here, trying to go for that TG Hyper Librarian, I believe. I want to say, yeah. And then with the second Tengu, he can use the Glow Bulb and then Synchro Summon to Catastor or Android. I'm not sure they play Android. I'm pretty sure they don't play Android because the extra deck in Tengu Plant is so freaking tight. It's like I'm not gonna give you a metaphor here, but it's tight. So he's gonna mill the BLS off the top of the deck using the Glow Bulb, and so this way, if he does Synchro Summon here, it feels pretty bad here. Okay. So he's gonna send off the Dandelion here from the deck, and he's gonna go Hyper Librarian goes Burr, and funny enough, okay. So if he doesn't have Warning, then it's gonna scratch off a bingo slot because TG Hyper Librarian goes Burr is one of them. Oh, he gets hit with the Needle Ceiling. Okay, Needle Ceiling goes Burr. Okay. If he has a set Solemn Judgment, he can definitely activate it here. But he's gonna let it resolve. Oh no. Oh, that feels really bad. So, getting hit with a Needle Ceiling in Tengu Plan format. Who would have thought that Needle Ceiling is actually gonna make its rear its ugly face in Tengu Plan format, dealing with all of the Tengu, all of the reborn Tengus, as well as the Dandelion tokens, taking out the Foolish Burial, taking out the Global effect. Super value coming off from 10FD's side here. So yeah, very good tech. I would agree for sure. It came out of the same tank. Okay, so it looks like Full House came out of our Tengu. That's pretty crazy. What a nice tech. Yes, it is a nice tech. It's crazy that it happened. It was able to resolve. So it looks like 10FD is already on some spice. Despite the fact that he is mainly an Edison player, he was able to utilize the power of Needle Ceiling in Tengu Plant. So hoping to see more of that used in TG Stun going forward in the re-exploration of this format. So yeah. So he's going to activate the Duality here, and I don't know what he got. I didn't pay attention. Why does they show log? Oh, because I'm not a player. I'm not allowed to know these things. So I have to just pay attention. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Player problems, I guess. Okay, so now he's gonna be the turn's gonna be passed back to the Paprika here. Now what he's gonna do after losing so much value, he's still able to maintain 5 cards in his hand, 5 cards total between his board and his hand. So even though he lost so many cards, he does lose all his power cards. Now 10FD doesn't have to worry about BLS being dropped on him. He doesn't have to worry about he does have to worry about Monster Reborn, but the Monster Reborn probably loses value here. If he does have the Pot of Avarice, he can probably put this back. So, yeah. So if I was 10FD, I'd probably use Save the Solemn Judgment for the Pot of Avarice. Question mark? Maybe? I don't know. So Reborn Tengu is going to declare an attack onto a open board. Another safe attack, but not quite safe because the Tengus are all gone. So he's going to be trying to go for like a desperate measure here, trying to get all of 10FD's remaining life points out of the way, so that he can win this match in Game 3. So let's see what happens here. Yeah, what else can he play here? I guess he still has Glow Bulb in his deck. I guess whoever, I don't know who sides of one Lance. Most likely it's going to be a Lance in the... one of these cards is probably a Lance face down. Or it's on his hand or deck. Oh, it looks like his time was called. It looks like it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not entirely sure what the time rules are, but it looks like time was already called. So soon. It felt like I was only commentating for like 10 minutes. Yeah, so it looks like the Lance was flipped on the Reborn Tengu here, as I anticipated. But I don't think he sides the third Lance, so it looks like it's up to 10FD if he wants to flip over the second defensive trap card. And it looks like he's going to be taking the 900, so he was just really thinking, his thinking emoji was to use it for math calculations. In the end phase, he's going to activate the MST to hit the Torrential Tribute. So it looks like 10FD most likely has some sort of follow-up play to follow up the MST. And he's going to activate the Duality here to get a Werewolf. Most likely, he already has a monster in hand, so the Werewolf's most likely not going to be coming down. He's probably going to take either the Monster Reborn or the Horn of the Phantom Beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't just willy-nilly activate the MST in the end phase. Let's see what he does here. If I had to guess, he's probably going to choose Monster Reborn and then summon a monster to run over the Reborn Tengu. The Reborn would be able to steal his TG Hyper Librarian, as it is a 2400 base stat. But we'll see what he does. He's really thinking on this one. He's thonking real hard. Let's see. His back rows are. Oh, he actually gets the TG Werewolf. Okay, so it looks like the MST was just simply there to clear it for no reason. Hoping to actually get a monster off the duality was his plan of attack here. So we'll see. Summoning the Werewolf here, and now he's probably going to declare an attack with these face down Horn of the Phantom Beast. Okay, so he's going to be able to draw a card. Did he shuffle? I'm not entirely sure. I can't check the logs. But he did activate duality here. If anybody can remind me if he did shuffle after the duality, that would be great. So he's going to set a back row here. So it looks like he might have shuffled, but he did shuffle his hand, so we don't know if he put the Monster Reborn back on top and drew. So he's going to resolve the Heavy Storm here. Now the Werewolf's going to be going down to a small 1200 attack. So yeah, all right. So it looks like Paprika didn't see his decree, or he just doesn't play decree in his side deck. And I can pretty much guesstimate this that he doesn't play decree because he still has trap cards in his deck. So some people keep their trap cards in sometimes. Looks like I think Paprika is trying to go for the time strategy where he has the most life points at the end of it, but the mind control punishes that strategy. He's going to take the monster here, summon his second werewolf. So I anticipated he got the second werewolf. He had the werewolf when he MST'd, and he normal summoned. He got the werewolf out the duality, so he can do this play. So he's going to be overlaying here for the 2500 Leviathan Dragon here, or he can go into the Livier to go into the Thunder King Ryle and then punish his plays on the following turn. But it looks like he's going to go for this strategy here. He does have to play around the Gores because now he has an open board, but I don't think he has Gores in hand, but we'll see if he does or he does not. Werewolf, wow, I mean, he has to kind of go for it because if he doesn't, he's going to be losing. We'll see what happens here. Declaring an attack with the Werewolf here. Is it going to go through? Is the Gores going to come down? Is the Trag going to come down? I'm not entirely sure. And it is Gores. Okay, so the Gores comes down here, blocking the Leviathan Dragon attack from going directly on his life points. And the Gores is going to be able to clear the Leviathan Dragon here on the following turn, or he can attack over the Werewolf and then get 10 FD to a lower life points. But if he does that, the Leviathan Dragon can go to 3000 attack and then run over the Gores and then be able to do 300 points of damage. So if I was Paprika, I would try to run over the Leviathan Dragon here so he doesn't lose his Gores in the process. Yeah. Let's see what happens here. He's going to put the Gores to attack mode. We'll find out what he does here. Most likely, if he wants to go for life points in terms of life point gain, he will go here. But if he wants to go for strategy, he has to go over the Leviathan Dragon here. Otherwise, the Leviathan Dragon punishes the Gores from attacking the Werewolf here. And he's going to set a back row. So because he attacks over the Leviathan Dragon, we know this back row is not anything to worry about, because if he just attacked over the Werewolf, then he could have defended his Gores to the Leviathan Dragon. So it is an MST to the back row, and then Paprika wins the match. I don't know why he scoops here. Oh, because of the last turn of the game. And 10FD loses the first round. Oh, no. Unfortunate for 10FD. But, I mean, the TG Plant player was able to clutch out the Gores at the end, even though he had a minor setback by losing his Monster Reborn and his BLS in the process from the Glow Bulb. He was still unable to, I mean, he didn't lose, so that was really good for him. So, yeah. So that's going to wrap it up for round one. We could theoretically go to another game and watch it, but I do have to do some house cleaning, meaning that I have to disable my Discord notification and adjust the screen so you guys can see the life points, because I wrote it down so I don't forget. So, yeah. We'll have to, I don't have a intermission screen, so you're going to have to watch me do all the settings in real life. So, yeah. So the bingo card here, for those of you guys who might know, Hyper Librarian Goes Burr was unable to resolve because 10FD resolved a needle sealing, so was not able to do it. And the game was won by Gores. I should have had Gores on here, but whatever. Okay, so let's move the thing over to the left. Oh, it was just covered by my image. My bad. You know, I don't need image. It's tacky anyways. All right. So the image is gone. So it looks like it's now invisible screen. Sorry about the Grandmaster following the life points. What else can we do here? Oh, yeah, and I also have to turn off the Discord notification because Discord is Discord. So I've never used these settings before because I'm a boomer. But I imagine I have to click on notification settings, I want to say. How do I turn off the notification? I'm so a boomer. Nitro accessibility notifications. Here we go. So we're going to enable. It's not even enabled. What? Deafen? Is that it? Undeafen? No. Discord all notification settings. There you go. There you go. So I was able to do that. Quinning is asking me something. Yeah, I already got it. I got it. Yep, I got it. Let's try to call Amazing Mike Man. Hopefully he's online. He's not even online, so I can't even call him. Anyways, yeah, I guess we now have time to watch another game here. In the event that he is still asleep. Da, 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 da. Who else is in the tournament? So time was called, so I don't think anybody else is in the tournament. Yeah, so we can't really watch anybody. What we can do is watch some Edison, guys. You guys want to watch some Edison? I don't know if you guys are all Tengu plant players, huh? Raise your hand here if anybody here is an Edison player. Let me know in the chat. And if you guys are Edison players, I'll watch an Edison game or something. But yeah, if how do I pass time here for intermission? What do people do? I guess we can watch some modern. You guys want to watch some modern? I'm asking retro players if they want to watch modern. Hey, retro players, you guys want to fancy a game of modern where there's like crazy amounts of interaction going on? Yeah. Raises his hand. Okay, so we do have some Edison players here. That's all right. Okay. One Edison player. Anybody else? How do you make a poll in the chat? I don't know how to do that. Let me look at my phone here. Raising a poll. Community. I actually don't know. Let's watch Coping at the Moment. All right. So we have some riveting gameplay between Black Wings versus Diva Heroes. Yeah. Oh, it's not Diva Heroes. It's actually Frog Heroes. So yeah. This card is used pretty unfrequently. So yeah, the cool thing about this card is searchable by Black Whirlwind. And since Black Whirlwind is at 2 in this format, you could search it pretty easily. He's also a tuner, so you can mind control and then synchro summon for 6. That's pretty cool, right? Did he bring this out by he didn't bring it out by value, right? Yeah, he didn't bring it out by value. So this I don't know why he bottomless this card, because this can't die by this. Maybe he's trying to go for lethal. He's at 4,300 attack here. High rated duels here, guys. This guy has 1176 rating, so he's been grinding on that Edison ladder. Is anybody here an Edison goat? Like basically high on the ladder? Yeah. Yeah, sure. All right. He doesn't have. I mean, he has way too many darks in the graveyard for Dark Arm at this point. So yeah. And then he sets a back row. All right. T set, baby. So I don't know how did oh, he lost his arm master because of absolute zero, right? Yeah. So now he's gonna normal summon that Stratos for that +1. What? Hero beat? Oh no, right. They play Alias. Okay. Attacking over the Sirocco. Why would he set that? What? Why would he set Sirocco? That's weird. I mean, what plays? I mean, I guess he was afraid of Caius, but I don't know. He always Caius to face down no matter what. Yeah, I'm not sure why he set the Sirocco. Maybe he wanted to die. Oh, that was his part of his plan. He wants to go arm wing. Okay. Yeah, this Blackwing player is pretty behind. He has 3 to his like 5. Oh, summons the sure. Oh, and he brain controls. All right, so this basically he has to play around the battle figure here. He's gonna take the Stratos, right? Stratos. Oh, and he loses. Wow, Blackwings, man. Set brain control. What a ballsy guy, dude. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not 1176, so this guy was on some next level stuff with his yeah, intense games for sure. Yeah, so he was able to clear his life points because he made an arm wing. The arm wing over the I mean the Sirocco could pump, so I don't know. Wouldn't it be better just to keep the Sirocco of the value or the arm wing? I feel like that's not true. Whatever. He did have the brain control set, so most likely he wanted to use it. So what are you guys up to this morning? You guys are all watching some. I know for sure you guys are watching Tengu. Has Tengu opened up as a local for you guys in your hometown? I'm actually kind of curious because I think we're in the Tengu arc now. Because a lot of stores in my area in SoCal has opened up their doors for Tengu Plant, which is really a big transition that happened so quickly too. Because I think it was August of last year is when the first store in my area started opening up their doors for Tengu locos. And then after that, it started just being a chain reaction. So it was pretty crazy for Tengu to develop so fast in such a short amount of time. But I was wondering for you guys, is Tengu plant locals happening in your area, in your hometown? I live in SoCal, so I'm not entirely sure if that's applicable, as because SoCal is basically the entertainment capital of the United States. So you would expect a lot of stores to have retro formats as their as their pastime. Uh, I know like if you're into like Magic the Gathering, like the Midwest is like really big on Magic the Gathering and Pokemon too. But in California, Pokemon is like a collector's hobby. It's not a game that you go to play in stores or even regional level. There's hardly ever any regionals in California, and I wonder is if because the price of renting out venues in California is just way too high. Um, because it's way too high in California that Pokemon as the company doesn't want to open venues up for regionals, but they're just losing out on so much of the market share because if you open a venue in California for Pokemon, it would go hard. Like I know so many people who are into Pokemon. It's like a cult. It's like a huge cult of people who play Pokemon. They play every single game known to man for Pokemon, and so much that if a game that created a if they created a game where it was a Pokemon knockoff, such as Pal World, the cult will go after them in on basically on Twitter and stuff. So, but that's besides the point. I'm just saying like they're just losing out on so much opportunities to have Pokemon TCG in California because California is wild for Pokemon in my town, anyways. But not entirely sure for you guys in particular, but yeah, the Midwest big on Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. Not so much the West Coast. I don't know why. If anybody who's a Pokemon executive is watching, bring out Pokemon TCG in California because I think people will drop Yu-Gi-Oh. I honestly think people will drop Yu-Gi-Oh to play that game. Even though the game doesn't have much interaction, there's hardly any interaction in Pokemon. The fact that there are Pokemon on a trading card game it's just enough for people to play it. Just like One Piece. For those of you guys who don't know, I have a One Piece channel as well. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on the One Piece channel. So because One Piece is really huge, that anime is a really good anime for one, but the fandom, the fan community base is so huge for One Piece. So much that the attendance for the regionals are like 1,800 plus. So I just came back from an event in SoCal where 1,800 plus players attended that event. That's insane. Like Yu-Gi-Oh does used to have those numbers back in the day, but not anymore. If you go to regionals, there's only like 700 players. YCS maybe like 1,500 in California, but not 1,800. It's just crazy that One Piece is just popping off. But I'm not sure if any of you guys in chat are One Piece fans. I'm a huge One Piece fan, so that's why I play the game. But I know for a fact if Pokemon came out here, it would outcompete every single card game known to man. I honestly think Yeah, the Pokemon locals, not so much. People don't go to Pokemon locals. I don't know why. I talked to a lot of store owners. They don't. They do Pokemon as their events, but they don't get that much attendance. So it's kind of a weird effect. Because you would expect that. But when they had a regionals one time in San Jose, like I believe like 1,000 people went or something. In San Jose, California. So it's pretty crazy. In Europe, Yu-Gi-Oh is bigger than ever, like 3K people at YCS. Okay, yeah, 3K is a lot in Europe. So, but I'm not sure if people play One Piece in Europe. But if people play One Piece in Europe, I wonder how big the numbers are because my friend, he went to the Netherlands, for the EU. There was a event for One Piece, and he did a story, and oh my god, there was so many people in that venue, so many people playing One Piece, in EU. So I'm not entirely sure if One Piece outcompetes Yu-Gi-Oh, but it doesn't matter if it outcompetes it because 3K people is already a lot for a Yu-Gi-Oh event. So there's also a lot of safety regulations in America for venues to open. You have to have like a certain amount of security you have to hire, so that actually plays into an account. Sometimes they'll cap events. I'm not gonna say which TO does it because I'm not entirely sure which TO does it, but they cap events on purpose because by having too many people in a venue, it creates a lot of hazards for the venue because then you have to hire more security. There's like a maximum person limit for the venues because it becomes a fire hazard. Because imagine if a fire goes off, hypothetically, in a venue, then to evacuate 1,800 players, 3,000 players out of a venue is very hard to do, especially since they're all panicking. A lot of people don't know this, but people think that they're the cool guy when a fire goes off. But when a fire goes off in a building, people lose all sense of common sense. So much that people will start pushing each other, running over. Like if someone trips in a fire and you're in a loaded venue, people will literally step on you to leave the building, and all common sense goes out the window. And so that's why fire hazards or fire rules exist in buildings, so that there's no maximum capacity in a venue, and if there's a maximum capacity in a venue, less likely people will get run over in a fire. So it's pretty brutal what people do in a fire setting. Um, I don't know how I got to this topic, but yeah, I mean, when renting out venues, there's so much safety regulations, and people think they're the cool guy, that everyone's going to remain cool and not panic during a fire. That's just simply not true. We're instinctually creatures that respond to emergencies. Just imagine like a forest fire going off, right? And a bunch of animals running outside the forest. We haven't left that, evolutionarily speaking. We still have the instinct to run away when we sense there's fire or danger. So yeah, the common person, anyways. So you know, very very commonly you'll see people just run and trample over people. I think there's an episode in The Office where I think it was Dwight. I forget. It was Dwight or who's the other main character? I'm forgetting the name. Jimmy? I forgot his name. But he puts a prank. He lights up a fire in the office just as a prank, and then everybody just loses their mind. It's crazy. Everybody just loses their mind in the office, and believe it or not, even though that show is meant to be funny, it's actually true that people respond like that in a fire setting. But yeah, I'm not sure how the EU has their regulation is for venues, because 3,000 people, I would imagine EU's kind of like forward in technology than we are. I just got a phone call. So it looks like I got a phone call from Amazing Mike Man, who wants to join us in our discussion. How do I get to the Discord? Join call. Hi. Hello?
David,
Hey, you were awake.
yes, I am. I'm sorry that I missed your calls.
You're on. You're
But I'm here
live. You're
now.
live. You're live. You're live. I'm just saying you're live.
Cool. Howdy, people. What duel are we spectating?
We're waiting for the next round to start. I've been entertaining everybody about EU. I mean the US regulations on fire safety. Uh, so anyways, yeah. So I'm just watching a random Edison game right now. Yeah, for everybody who doesn't know, this is Amazing Mike Man on the call with us. He is our Jurek player, if you guys know him. So yeah, he's here in the flesh. I'm not sure entirely sure how many people are listening or watching us during the intermission break.
Oh, okay, cool. For those who don't know, I'm the guy with the direct tattoo, and a lot of people just know me as the direct guy. Yeah. So yeah, here to also commentate. I'm a big Tengu plant guy. I play in like a lot of the online tournaments, and I'm pretty involved in the community, especially anything direct related. So, yeah.
You know,
How many players we got today?
let
Oh,
me just
good.
add a little aside here. So I couldn't find you on my friends list to call, and we're friends on Discord. And you know how I found you to find you to
How'd you find me?
I went on the direct Discord because you talk all the time
Yeah,
on there, and I go, "All right, amazing Mike Man, where's he at?" And then I hit the call button.
that, that is the smartest way to find me, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah. If anyone ever needs to reach out to me, just tag me in the direct Discord and say I sent you a PM, and that's like the best way to reach out to me.
yeah, it's just too funny. Well, sorry, what was your question before I interrupted you?
Oh, no worries. How many? Do you know how many players we got today?
We have 29 players. So yeah, for those of you guys that are wondering, we have 29 players for this tournament. So yeah,
Oh, sweet. What was the first round like? What matchups did you watch?
we watched TG Stun versus Tinker Plant. Do you know who
Oh,
10FD
nice.
is?
So, how do you spell that?
10 foot, and then the the
Oh
foul,
yeah, yeah. Okay. Because
the
I saw
phallic.
like 10 FD, and I was like, oh, 10 foot. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't want
everybody
to.
calls him 10FD because we're trying to censor him because he really
Yeah, I
needs to.
gotcha.
He had to go by that name. So yes, well we watched him versus a Tingle Plant player and he actually lost. So it was mostly
Unfortunate.
because of time. So you know how I was talking to
Mhm.
Tyler on his stream about how like decks that don't do well in time don't usually win. It basically showed like that time is a factor. So because he's playing TG Stun, which takes a while to win with, because it doesn't have power plays, right? Their players are just like beating you down with a bunch of like little guys until you win. That's kind of
Yeah.
like the game plan. So because of that, yeah, 10FD lost because he had less life points than the other guy who was playing plants. But there was a lot
It's
of
unfortunate.
crazy moments in that game. Like I think the chat saw it. Um, the guy with the global effect, he milled BLS off the top. So we're like, oh shit, how is he gonna win without the BLS? He also lost Monster Reborn somewhere. I
Eh,
forgot when. Maybe he used it. But yeah, he was able to clutch it out. And then 10FD attacks lowest to highest, right? And the guy draws
mhm.
he top decked Gores, so the Gores was able to like help him win the game because Gores was able to run over the monster the following turn. So
Damn, he didn't have like Deep Prisons or Mirror Force or like
uh, I don't think
Horn of the
so.
Vanities.
No, because Horn of the Phantom Beast only bumps it up by 800, so all the TG
Hmm.
monsters don't get enough boosts. Like I said, Gores is amazing. Gores is amazing
Yeah,
because he can run over so many monsters, even with Horn of the Phantom Beast attached to them.
yeah. Well, Rhino could theoretically beat over Gores if he attacks with Rhino because it could boost itself up to 2000, and then plus the 8 is 28.
Yeah, that's right. What round
But yeah,
twos
I
are
don't.
you looking to
No, no, no.
watch? Oh, sorry. I'm reading chat. I didn't know round two started already. Let me go check what round two is. No one's telling me anything here. So yeah, it looks like we have our round two here. Does anybody have a fan favorite? We could watch. You know what they don't tell us? They don't tell us who won the last round, right? Do we check standings? Yeah, we can check standings.
Oh, do you have access to the deck list? We could see
No, I
some
don't.
interesting decks there.
I have no
Uh,
like privilege. I'm basically an entertainer. That's all I am. I don't even know a hand.
okay.
Yeah, so yeah. Well, by looking at the standings here, we can watch the winner bracket, or do you guys want to watch the losers bracket? It's all up to you guys. Let's just watch the winners bracket. Do you have a preference for a particular player, Mister Amazing Mike Man?
Um,
Are you watching my stream?
I it's on the Play to Sire off stream. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if Quinning had a channel, so I wasn't sure if it was yours or his.
No, it's mine.
Um, I'm familiar with a lot of players in the community, so
Which one do you prefer to
let's
watch? Who catches your eyes here?
see. We could watch Tegaluk versus God Usopp. We could watch Roger Smith versus Big James. We could watch our Apropos versus 2011 Tengu plant format. And then Simple Ego versus Kid No Cry. And these are just names I recognize. I'm not sure if all of them are in the tournament, but
Any of
those
them
all seem
strike
like
your fancy?
Tengu plant players.
There's a guy in chat, or Quinning says that we should watch Janky. Let's watch Janky.
Oh yeah, Janky. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay.
Okay, let's find him
Cool,
though.
cool.
The issue is that
Yeah.
they don't have their names. Oh, so he is finding their names. Okay, all right. So it's gonna be X Sabers versus Dragoonities. Awesome.
Ooh,
Let me
Janky
full
versus
screen.
Bertos. Ooh, this is spicy. Nice. Okay.
So it looks like already in the first few turns we have a X Saber combo going off here. Pretty interesting to see that happening. He's on the Reinforced Truth version of this. So there was I believe there was an X Saber list that had Reinforced Truth in the main deck. I don't know if you saw it, but Tyler covered it on his channel. What do you think about that one?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that card in
I feel
X
like it
Sabers?
I actually see it quite a lot in X Sabers, in Tengu at least. And yeah, I think it works pretty well because it's chainable, right? And you could just summon a Paschal, which can't be destroyed by battle, so it's like it's it's pretty good. Although I'll it's kind of a bad idea to blind space X Sabers because they have chainables like that. But but yeah, it's pretty good. It's a chainable and it helps you get you to your win con, because your win con is getting two X Sabers in the field and just blowing them out with like combo pieces like Fall Troll, like what this guy's doing now. And yeah, playing three makes sense, to bringing your share win con.
Yeah, I guess you can go into Netaria Beast. That's a really good one. It looks like he was able to bring out a Fulham Knight here. And the Fulham Knight could actually synchro summon into Gothams here. And then he's going to be able to draw a card off the TG Hyper Librarian. So he's able to get
And
Generate
rip
Plus.
a card.
If he wants to tribute
That's
himself,
pretty nice.
he would be able to rip his card, but I don't think he should do that. So he's going to draw a card here.
Yeah.
Most likely he's going to go into use a Brightneck effect to bounce the Stardust, and then attack over the Red MD.
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to rip a card. I don't know what the game if he knows the card in hand, but like if he attacks over the red med first.
Ooh, he Valors here.
Oh, the Veiler. Okay.
See, so if he had used the Gothams here, it would be really bad. Most likely he's going to do the main phase 2 thing, but now he won't be able to clear both the Stardust and the red med in this turn. He'll have to find a way to clear Stardust. Not sure how he's going to do that with Sabers, but most likely he's going to go Gothams over the red med, and then hopefully he doesn't top deck into a Dux the following turn. But if he does, the nice thing is that TG Hyper Librarian is able to draw cards if on his opponent's synchro summon. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty dicey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dragoon player's still in a tough spot, but that was a really good Veiler. I bet if he top decks Tour Guide, that'd be pretty okay for him though. Because if he top decks Dux, he'd have to give the opponent some draws. If he top decks Tour Guide, he could at least beat over the Brionic.
Yeah, he's gonna have to run over both Brionic and TG Hyper Librarian to clear the so he can synchro summon without drawing. It's gonna be pretty tough for the Dragoon player on the Janky, I guess, on the following turn. He's gonna have to top deck something pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think Tour Guide does it. Maybe Future Fusion.
Oh yeah, they do play that, huh? Does he have enough dragons?
Yeah.
1, 2. Yeah, he's only used 2 dragons here. So it would have to be what, 2 Phalanx and Red Med.
And Wyvern, he could like send 2 Wyverns, and then because he didn't normal summon, he could special summon like 2 to 3 red meds. He'd only be able to clear 1. Then on his following turn, he'd be able to play, because then he'd be able to special summon with the red med effect, and then also have his normal summon.
Yeah, that's a good move. But we'll see what happens here. Looks like he just what happened? Did you catch? He just drew a card and he banished it face down.
No, he set it in the field zone, so it's probably a ravine.
Oh, okay. I thought that was banished face down. Right, dueling book. Right. Wow. So Jakey already lost the first round. How did that happen?
Wait, is this second round or first round?
Oh, you know what? I think it's because I was late to round 2. I was busy talking forever. These rounds are going fast.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is
yeah, this is round 2.
That was a match. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, guys. I thought yeah. There's no like notifications that are telling me what the round is starting. But we can at least go in. This wasn't in time, so we can go into the next round without worrying. I mean, the same round. We can just watch a different match. But yeah, let me see if I can find it. Uh, Toronto Winter Championship bracket. I just need to know names here. Is Roger Smith still playing?
Roger Smith is a good player. He, let's see,
I don't think he's
he
playing.
he he
Tengu.
is. He's
Oh,
playing
here.
against Big
Let's
James.
watch him. All right.
Okay.
So Big James gonna be on Chaos Warns or Twilight
Yep. And then Roger Smith is on Agents.
Agents. Boring. But I want to. I'm watching this because of the Chaos Twilight.
Hell yeah. Cool, cool. JD's at 3 in this format, so
Yeah, I
it's
know.
pretty gas.
It is gas. There's a lot more payoffs for Light Swords, but very few people are playing it in IRL Tengu.
Yeah, which is weird. I think it's a very slept on. I mean, triple sork, BLS, uh, glow up bulb, all the plant stuff. Like there's a lot of things you could do. Oh, and double card trooper and triple JD. Like, I feel like Lightsworns are much more powerful in Tengu than they are in Edison.
Maybe. I mean, it also depends on the format. So in this format, we have Veiler, we have Warning. So all those cards kind of like stop Light Swords in their track a little bit. Granted,
Mm.
Lila would often get eaten by a Warning, so you can just drop your JD afterwards. So it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Warning is in Tengu as opposed to Bottomless in Edison, because not many people are in Bottomless in in Tengu. I mean, it's in some of the trap decks, but like it's not like Edison where everyone's on Bottomless. So it's kind of better because you'd rather your Lilac get warninged than your Lilac get Bottomless because the
Absolutely.
opponent takes 2,000 and it's still in the grave.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, maybe someone will play Light Swords in the IRL Tengu in the future, but as of now, it's a very unpopular deck. So
yeah. I could see Valor stopping some things. Especially the what's the tribute that you mill forest cost and you pop up to 2?
Celestia,
Celestia.
yeah.
Yeah, Valor could stop Celestia, but at least even if you do Valor Celestia, you still get the mill 4.
Quinning,
Which
yes.
is still nice.
If you could type here once round three would start, that would be really great. Yeah, if you're watching this Quinning, please do that for me, as I cannot multitask. Multitasking is not a strong point of mine.
Oof,
So
a Christia.
yeah, Christia is pretty good here. The face down card could also be a Raikou here, so it might be the Christia is gonna get outed here. But the Christia is also doing something else, which is stopping Roger Smith from playing Hyperion. So this is going to be a pretty dicey game for the agent player here, as the player who is playing Lightsworn has more cards than Roger Smith does. But he's going to be able to go into the offense here to make sure that the advantage is now taken away. So now Big James is going to be on 5 cards to his opponent's 5 cards. If that's a face down Raikou, he can flip it to destroy the Christia. But it looks like he's not going to flip over the monster. Most likely, it's not a Raikou face down. What do you think that face down might be, Mr. Mike here?
I'm not sure. It actually could be Rico because if you remember, I think he searched Herald of the Orange Light off of Christia's effect. So he has a
Oh,
Herald and he has Honest in hand. So it's gonna be really tough to out this Christia for the Lightsworn player because it's a Christia backed up by uh both a Herald and an Honest. So even if Big James does see Honest, um Roger has an Honest of his own. Plus, if it is a Raikou, that's a Herald.
yeah. I mean, but by passing the turn, by not flipping the Raikou, he could theoretically draw another fairy. Um, but you said he has an honest as well, so yeah, I guess he just
Mhm.
always had it.
No, he got the Honest off Duality, and he got the Herald of Orange Light off of Christia's Summon effect.
Okay, so that makes sense that he didn't would not theoretically flip a Raikou, but it was a card trooper after all, and he does draw into the dark hole here to be able to clear the Christia here, and so
That's
that puts
perfect.
4 fairies in the graveyard, I believe. If I'm correct here, let's check. So it looks like he does have 4 fairies, so he's gonna have to find a way to out the
Yeah,
Christia the following turn. Otherwise, it's pretty much game over for Big James here. He could theoretically drop 3 JDs here and win the game. But we'll see if he has 4 light swords. He does have 4 light swords. So if he could drop down 3 JDs, he can win the game here. But that's not stopping Battle Fader. But they don't play Battle Fader, so it might be Gores. So yeah, what do
yeah.
you
Then he
think?
can min phase 2, blow it up. I don't know. Yeah, he has to have a way to stop the. This is a tough spot because even though he did out it with Dark Hole, which is like the perfect card to have, he knows three cards. He knows Honest, he knows Venus, he knows Herald, and he knows that he's going to draw into Christia.
Yeah.
That can just be special for free. So at least Big James on his side, he has a bunch of knowledge, which is very useful.
Yeah, knowledge is half the battle though, so you're gonna have to find a way to actually draw the cards and win the game here. So it looks like he's gonna go for the
Yeah.
4800 attack for life points, and he's gonna hopefully be able to mill out a wolf off the top of his deck in the end phase, and then hopefully able to come back in the game. Even though he draws the Christia here, the Christia is gonna have to attack over the JD, so he's probably gonna hope to mill a Necrogardna to stop the attack for. Oh, it looks like he drops the Gores here. So this is gonna be pretty dicey for Big James here because now if he chooses to blow up with JD, he's going to be able to only mill less. So he's going to mill two cards less, and he's also going to lose his back row. So this is going
Also
to
the
be.
Herald too. He.
Yeah, you're
So sorry.
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. He does have the Herald, so he's
Yeah.
going to blow up the JD if he does decide to Herald here. But I think he wants him to
Yeah.
Herald because if he does drop the Herald, he has too much fairies in the graveyard to special summon Christia. So
He might Herald the end phase effect to mill.
Oh, no, it's still not good because then he'll have more fairies. We
Oh,
know that the top
true.
deck card is gonna be. Oh, he mills really good. He mills the plague here, along with the glow bulb, and so that is quite enough to be able to do some following pushes, follow up turn pushes.
Yeah.
So with the honest here,
Oh.
he's gonna be able to clear the JD, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's solved here. Unless he draws an honest of his own to block the honest, but the turn priority honest is always gonna beat the non-turn player's honest. So even if he does draw the honest off the maxi, it's still not gonna be enough. I'm not entirely sure why he's sticking around for this game, because we know he has an honest here. So priority honest is the best honest. So yeah, I mean he only has 1100 light points. It's pretty much GG's.
So he could. Oh, he already normal summoned. I was about to say he could tribute summon the Hyperion, but he can't because he normal summoned
Yeah.
Venus.
I mean he could banish for Hyperion first, and then bring it up. But yeah, so it looks like Big James did have the BLS in his hand, but he didn't have a dark. So unfortunate for him, even though he was able to mill it in the end phase, he didn't have enough turn to. He didn't have another turn to be able to bring out the BLS. And even if he did have another turn, I don't think he would have been able to drop it because the Christia says no to special summoning. So that wraps it up for the round two. So Roger Smith is going to be taking it with agents. Boo, boring agents. And then what was the other matchup? It was X Sabers that was able to win. So yeah.
Yeah, X Sabers and Agents.
Let's find out who wants to play or who we're gonna watch next. What we could just do at this point, we're gonna watch the remnants of the unlimiteds here. If we find a name that's memorable here, Mr.
Okay.
Sultan, I believe, is a Tengu plant guy. Yeah. So we have another match here. It's gonna be between Hero Beat, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be Hero Beat versus the TG Stun deck. Looks like he's on the green Kappa tech. I think we were talking about this, right, Mike, the other day about green Kappa, or was it another person? I forget.
You might have been talking to another person, but I know that tech. It's like the set monster, right? The flip one. Yeah, that card's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it destroys 2 set cards. It's really good against the. Would you say it's a really good card against TG stuns to be able to hit their back row in the damage step?
Yeah, again, because it's can't be chained most of the time. Yeah, it's really good against TG stun. It's really good against Hero Beat and Gravekeepers and Worms are about like the 4 back row heavy decks you'll see in the format.
Yeah, and then if they attack into the green Kappa, and its damage step, they won't be able to activate Starlight Road in response to its effect. So as a way to clear 2 back rows that are set without proccing Starlight Road, and then this way they're able to bypass that effect. They might even clear Starlight Road and then activate Heavy Storm the following turn. So it's a really cool little tech here. Who? I don't know who is. Viking Goat says who. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Were we talking about a specific somebody, Mike, here? I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, who's running this channel? Oh, that's my friend Playtest IRL over here. He is the other voice.
Yeah,
He's the guy who is playtest IRL.
yeah.
You don't want people knowing your name, right?
No, that's fine. Just keep my name private for now.
For sure. Cool,
What was I
cool.
gonna? I was gonna ask something. Oh, what do you think he prohibitioned in this matchup? Did you think he
I don't
prohibitioned
know.
Alias or Gemini Spark? Because Alias are all in the graveyard,
Mm,
so I'm guessing it's not either or. It might be Miracle Fusion. Would you say it's Miracle Fusion that he prohibition?
hard to say. Maybe, yeah. Maybe Miracle Fusion.
Yeah, because it's still there, and uh, we can kind of anticipate that since both the Gemini Spark and the Alias are both in the graveyard, he didn't call either or with Prohibition. So most likely it is Miracle Fusion that was called here against Hero Beat. I don't know how he's gonna run over this Snowman here. I think he has to hard draw a Rush Rhino to be able to run over this Snowman here, and then be able to do 2,000 points of damage to the Snowmander. So yeah, so it's pretty much top deck wards. It is between two stun decks, so you can imagine that it's gonna go into time most likely in round two.
Yeah, I
Uh,
wonder how much time is left.
do you use a different name on Discord, playtest IRL? I do use a different name because I use my real name. But on Discord, I hardly ever talk on Discord. I'm mainly a guy who pretty much lives IRL. That's why I'm playtest IRL. Uh, I I'm on Discord. I read your guys' messages all the time. I lurk. I'm a lurker. I find it more fun to lurk than to interact with people on Discord, especially since Discord is kind of like a grounds for like debate. I'm not much of a debater anymore as I used to be when I was younger, so I don't really debate people online anymore as I used to. Plus, people are kind of married to their ideas in today's world, so I don't engage with people online anymore. Only until I know you as a person will I engage with you in a healthy debate. But anyways, I digress. We are now on a Rush Rhino, so the Rush Rhino was able to come down and attack over the Snowmander. So yeah, yeah. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this particular game here?
Hard to say. I mean, he's low in life, but the Miracle Fusions are all dead, and the hero player is staring down 4 back row and a Prohibition. So, and it's going to be hard to clear the TGs because he's always going to search them. But I guess he only has to do 1,000 damage to win, so it's even if the hero player sees Thunder King, they still have to worry about the back row. So it's hard to say. I mean, I'm thinking the TG players got this, despite the life point difference.
Yeah, I think so too. What the way I see Mr. Sultan winning this game is by drawing a honest with an alias,
Ooh. He
and
just dropped
and
Gord. That
also
changes
Gores. Yes,
things.
also Gores. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, and those back rows would have to be like non-defensive back rows. So it might be Solemn Warning. Let's check how many Solemn Warnings were used in this game. Looks like 0 Solemn Warnings were used, so it's likely the face down cards are Solemn Warning set. So if he does
Yeah, because
declare an
they're
attack
dead.
with the Gores, he's pretty much dead because of the life point differences. But
Yeah, he
I
has to
also,
have like Deep Prison or Mirror Force. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, he does have only one Horn of the Phantom Beast as well, so it's likely he also has a Horn of the Phantom Beast set as well. So we'll see what Mr. Sultan does on this turn. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, it's no worries. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, if he has a Deep Prison or Mirror Force, he's fine. If those are warnings, he could be in trouble. The smart play for the hero player, I feel like, would be to attack the Rush Rhino. With Gores, because that way, uh, if um, one of his sets are Horn of the Phantom Beast, right? You don't want to leave that Rhino on field because if it's on field next turn, his Rhino will get the 400 boost, will be 28 and can attack over Gores. So you need to clear the Rhino this turn.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do here. But it looks like he does have a defensive back row here, and being able to hit both his monsters.
Mhm. Although I do feel like that was incorrect because he attacked Warwolf with Gores. I feel like he should have attacked. Not that it ended up mattering, but he should have attacked Rhino with Gores. Oof! It always feels bad to Dark Hole a TG player because they're just gonna get searches in the end phase.
Unless he doesn't have any more targets, but most likely he does. Let's see. He has is Striker at 2 in this format?
Um,
I think it.
3, but I could be
I
wrong.
think he's
Let me
at
check.
2. Yeah, can you check for me? If he
Yeah.
does only have 2 strikers, then he can only search for one more, and then one more werewolf, and all the rhinos are basically gone once his dark hole resolves. So he's only going to be able to search with. I guess he can search both. So if he has another striker in the deck, he can search for it. But it looks like he's going to be activating Solemn Judgment to the dark hole here. So yeah. Uh,
Really? That's so weird. Because Dark Hole is just a free +1 for the TG player, because they're
yeah.
not but there's a deep person he has to worry about.
Yeah, now he has to worry about deep prison, so it's gonna be pretty hard for him. Maybe he doesn't want to dwindle down his board because he feels like he has game the next turn with only 4,500 life points. And there's also time to issues, so maybe he's going for that strategy as well because of the time is going to be an issue here.
Yeah. And plus having 2 on board means he could yeah, because if he doesn't get Dark Hold, he'd only have 1 monster that would lose to deep prison.
Luckily, he
Mm,
gets mirror force anyways.
damn,
According
that's
to
unfortunate.
Viking, he says that Striker is at 3, so I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just checked too. Striker is at 3.
Crazy. So that's why TGs are doing pretty well. So a
Mhm.
lot of
I'll
people
be
on.
right back. I just gotta.
Yeah, go ahead. So look like a lot of people are going to be on TGs for this particular tournament. We've already watched 2 people play TGs. We saw 10FD lose the first round with TGs, and then now with Dato Pizza is also on TGs here. Oh, and it looks like he plays a different TG, which is TG Cyber Magician. Yeah, this
Seen
card
that
says
card.
yeah, it says TGs in your hand can be used as non-synchro material monsters. Okay. So looks like he found another tech that TGs can use. They're able to synchro summon into Wonder Magician. I'm guessing this is for games 2 and 3 for people who side decree, and then he could just use this as a normal summon, and then being able to go into the TG Wonder Magician and pop those decree, and then being able to play your back row is the idea of playing this card, I believe.
Yeah, it could also be used in this game state to clear the deep prison that he knows opponent has, but
You're talking
um
about Cyber Magician or
yeah, Cyber Magician plus a level 4 because he could make the Wonder Magician to pop something.
uh huh.
But in this game state specifically, that'd be just like really bad because he'd be blind spacing into 3, and we are pretty sure that those 2 are probably bluffs because they weren't set earlier.
Yeah, it might be spells. Like it could be Miracle Fusion that he has set because of the prohibition. But I don't
Yeah,
know
at
if
least one of them is
can you
Miracle
set
Fusion.
cards with prohibition? You could, right?
Actually, you know what? Uh,
Because it
Sloppy use
says
cards.
yeah, it says cards already on the field. So even if those cards are a Miracle Fusion, he can't activate it by setting it.
Oh, maybe we should message them because honestly, that does give the hero player an unfair advantage because he can set a bluff, and
Yeah.
technically he's not allowed to set cards. So I'll
Are you
message.
sure
But
about?
before we inter,
Are you sure that you can't set cards that are declared by prohibition? I thought you could just
I'm like
can
80% sure, but I could be wrong. Let's verify with the judge
or you
beforehand
we can
before
go
we
at
start interviewing.
nsnformat.com, check the rulings, and then see
Yeah, because that ruling should
prohibition.
translate over.
Yeah. And also, Mr. Viking Goats, yeah, I'll definitely move down the life points so that you can see Dr. Sultan's life. The thing about Dueling Book for you guys don't know is that it's not 1080 or is it? Yeah, it's not 1080 resolution, so it's gonna be smaller or bigger. Let me see. It's not gonna be small. It's one of the. It's either too big or too small. So when I do stream the Dueling Book, it's gonna look a little weird. So at least that's what I did. I tried doing is try to set the card. According to Simply Zerg, you can't set cards called by prohibition. So yeah, it looks like Mr. Simply Zerg here is verifying for us that you cannot set Miracle Fusion if it was called by prohibition onto the field, and then that would give Mr. Sultan a unfair advantage. So, meaning that he could bluff trap cards, but he has been attacking with Cyber Dragon, so it's kind of like minute in a sense because those cards aren't doing anything. So he's just gonna keep swinging in with the Cyber Dragon. Oh, it looks like he's gonna activate the MST here to call hit the prohibition, and then finally being able to activate his face down Miracle Fusion. Let's see what if those set cards are Miracle Fusion. Yes, it was. So it
Okay.
looks like he did an illegal play, but it didn't really matter because the attacks were able to go through, and now he finally find the MST to hit the prohibition, and finally be able to resolve the Miracle Fusion for a big shining. How big is that shining? It's most likely going to be
32, I believe.
yeah, 32. So he's gonna have to find a way to clear the shining. Most likely, Mr. Sultan's not gonna attack, but he only has 500 life points. Would you risk it here, Mr. Mike, if he declares attack on the Cyber Dragon? Would you risk it for the biscuit?
Yeah, I would. But I wouldn't attack because deep person's a card.
So you wouldn't attack.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
would just.
Yeah. So it looks like it was a prison
Yeah.
here. If he does have a lance here, he can actually be able to win this game. But he does not have the lance, and he's gonna lose out his shining to a deep prison. So yeah, it looks like now that pizza has a way to clear his 300 more life points. But he does have another miracle fusion on his hand, so he's able to bring out another shiny. But this shiny is going to be much larger than the first one. Would you think that he would go for
35.
the
Yeah.
absolute zero here as opposed to the shiny, or do you think that he should still go for the shiny here since he does have a
Probably
water
the
monster?
Shining
Okay.
because he's low on resources, and if this is one of the few game states where the Shining is better because Cyber Dragon is pretty small compared to. Well, it's not like super oppressive, you know. And what he could do is he could at least loop resources, because if he'd have to have specifically another deep prison to out this Shining without letting him recur advantage.
Yeah, how
So
many prisons does he have left? Let me see. He has one prison here, a Mirror Force, and so he still needs to find another prison here, to be able to deal
mm,
with the shiny here. Most likely he does
yeah,
have another prison because only one was used. So defensive back rows are still a thing. Mr. Sultan found the duality here, hopefully able to hit a blind space. Do you think that the news card that he
ooh,
set is a prison, or do you think that his older sets are prisons?
hard to say. Was he? Uh, could be either, honestly, because it's not like any attacks have really been going through. Because if any had, he would have lost already. So it could be prisons. Could be any of
So
them.
he's gonna gauge that it's the new set that was a prison, but it turned out to be a bluff warning because he doesn't have enough life points to pay for that warning. So it looks like he's still in kind of danger. But would does that kind of signal that his Cyber Dragon being in defense mode means that he doesn't actually have a defensive back row, or do you think that he actually has a back row and putting the Cyber Dragon was actually a good move? Oh, it looks like it was a
Apparently,
negative.
he doesn't.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sometimes it does telegraph that he doesn't have anything set, but it could also mean that he's afraid of Solemn Judgment in case he does deep prison. So we're not entirely sure if the that telegraphs whether or not he doesn't have a defensive back row. But in this case, he did telegraph that he did not have a defensive back row by shifting the Cyber Dragon defense mode.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we know they're not deep prison.
Yeah, we know that's not due for sure. So these three cards are most likely going to be cards like Starlight Road, I imagine. What do you think about Horn of the Phantom Beast being set still in his back row? Because did he had a Beast Warrior face up on the field at one point?
He did. It was the Rush Rhino, but he mirror forced instead of using it. So it could be that. It could be even a TGI EMI, but I feel like if it was, he would have just normal summoned and swapped. So it's probably not TGI EMI.
Yeah. So let's see what happens here. He's going to attack with Shining first. I'm guessing the cards that are face down are like Starlight Road and Horn of the Phantom Beast, if you had to guess. He only showed one
Oh,
back row here.
and looks like the hero player won.
Yep. Hero is a really good indicator. Hero's really good against stun, especially because you have Gemini Spark to be able to basically fly out of the traps and then be able to get a 2-for-1. Yeah, so it looks like that option has lost. So TG Stun takes another loss in this particular tournament. So it looks like TG's is not doing so well from what we see so far. And it looks like other decks are doing well, such as Agents. And we have an X Sabers going on to the next round, as well as Hero Beat. So let's see what happens next on our next round. Quinning has not alerted me if there's going to be another round or the next round hasn't started yet. And that's not possible because this round just ended, or this game just ended. So we'll find out next on the next episode.
There is an exciting game going on right now, though.
Who
Are
are you watching? Okay,
Apropos versus 2011 Tengu plant
all
format.
right. Still
There
round
are
2.
9 watchers. So
Okay,
I
so it looks like these
believe this
guys are
guy's in
popular,
tournament.
or
Hmm.
the username is just drawing so much attention. This literally says 2011 Tengu Plan format.
I'm familiar with that guy. I've played him a few times on DB. He's also tested with Dirac Flamvel. I don't know if that's what he's using today, but yeah,
Yeah.
him and I we've had a little disagreement about the viability of Flamvel in Dirac.
Oh, I see. I see. I see. I mean, you're gonna come up with a lot of risk creators, and that's why I just don't. Yeah, I just don't engage with people online. I actually hearing you talk to some random person on yeah, IRL at Core TCG, and he was just like saying something, and then you're like, I strongly disagree. I was like, damn,
Yeah,
Mike. Yeah, engaging with
Oh, he's on
people.
gadgets.
Oh
Dang.
yeah, he
Oh,
could
I
be on
mean, I'm
gadgets.
not like super. I'm just it's not like anything personal. Sometimes I just disagree with people. That's all. Um.
2011 Tengu plant format is Guari. So it looks like Guari. If you know who Guari is, he's actually a YouTuber. Um,
Okay.
he does mainly he doesn't talk. He mainly does replays. So he'll do like retro format gameplay video, but he'll like turbo out the dueling book replay for anybody who's interested in watching. He's not monetized yet. I don't believe so. He's more of a player than he is a content creator. So he's not like me, who's who sold his soul to the devil for ad revenue. But yeah, so he's not there yet. He just does gameplay videos for replays and stuff like that. So, anyways, yeah. So here we are. What do you think gadget yellow gadgets belongs to in this particular deck? And he's also not to mention he's also on 53 cards in his main deck. So I imagine he's on 60
Ooh.
cards for this event. How? What do you think? What are your thoughts
That
on that?
well, specifically gadgets. Having more cards in deck works a lot because the thing is, and I know it sounds crazy, like a 55 card deck. Oh no, that's a 60 card deck. It's 53, 54, 55, 60. Yeah, it's 60.
Yeah.
The thing about gadgets is you really don't want to draw multiple gadgets. So having 60 cards actually does kind of uh help with that risk factor, you know? Plus ultimate offering is at 3 in this format, so gadgets are pretty good because you can like over exceed monsters. So like you can ultimate offering spam the field with Xyz, and then those spam the field with gadgets, and those gadgets translate to Utopias and Roaches, which are all very powerful. Um, yeah. So if you can set up ultimate offering plus a gadget, that's really insane.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I used to play that deck back in the day. The thing about running three of each gadget though is that even though you're playing a 40 card deck, sometimes you don't see it. I had an opponent yesterday when I was playing Edison, where he's playing three of each gadget and a pot of avarice, and he didn't see a single gadget. Uh, yeah, he didn't see a single gadget. So I don't know if I agree with the six card theory, but I guess Guari believes in it. Maybe he's a math guy. Who knows? But it looks like he's on the card curve version of this gadget build. So I think I saw a deck list of his on the Discord channel. So if you guys are interested in seeing his deck list for card curve gadgets, he has it on there, and just stroll up for the card curry section. Yeah, it's a good idea, I guess, but I prefer to play the non gadget version because you don't have to play 9 copies of cards that are non synchro monsters, what is it, non tuners. So, what do you think? What do you think the gadgets belongs in card curry, or do you think it should be purely kept for non basically non card curry, card curry
Well,
purity?
I'll be honest. I feel like the Karakuri gadgets is kind of cooking, you know. It's interesting. It's spicy. 60 card. I feel like is just because you're right. Sometimes even because I've played gadgets in Edison before, and on like a 40 card gadget list, sometimes you don't see gadgets, but also more often than not, you're seeing like 3 gadgets or 2 to 3 gadgets. Sometimes even 4, and that is unplayable when you have too many gadgets. I'd rather play a gadget deck and play a bunch of these 1-for-1 trades with like Fisher smashing Deepers and like just generically good individual cards, right? Than see a hand of 4 gadgets that don't do anything. I'd rather see actionable cards. So if you don't see gadgets, that's fine. Most of the time, because you're at least playing 1-for-1 trades. Um, and mixing it with like Karakuris, I don't know. I mean, let's see how it performs. I think it's in theory, it's probably pretty good. Um, but I'm also interested in what Apropos is playing because he's on Catsith Tour Guide plus Frogs. That's an interesting combination because that Wing Blast Catsith really was very powerful and really stopped that Karakuri push. I think both of these decks here are really interesting and unique, and it's game 3. I think it's game 3 for a reason. I think both decks are pretty interesting. Oof, he bottomless in the Kai's, and that was the Kai's target. That always sucks.
Yeah, so to add about the gadget thing, I don't mind seeing multiple gadgets, only because Ultimate Offering kind of fixes that problem, but also because if you play Machina Fortress in your deck, you can just discard those extra copies of gadgets in your hand that you don't need. So it's not too bad for some hands, but yeah, I guess there are some hands where you just draw multiple gadgets, and it just feels unplayable. But in Tengu Plant format, I think it's okay because you can at least Xyz with the monsters onto the field at least to make a utopia. So I think in especially in Tengu Plant format, it's okay to get away with drawing multiple gadgets in your hand. But I'm not sure if you agree with me on that one. But I think it's definitely a plus to have Utopia in your extra deck.
Well, it's interesting 'ca- because because uh
Viking Goats.
sorry, I lost my
Yes,
train of thought.
Viking Goats. What are the time rules? The time rule is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be like as it used to be back in the day where people used to count turns. Um, and so what
'Cause-
else? Optimal or not, we can appreciate the beauty of it. Oh yeah. Yeah. So Simply
so
Zerg said something about adding duality in gadgets also makes it a thing too. So, but he's on card curry, so I don't think he needs to play duality in this particular build. Go on, sorry.
it's okay. I don't know. I feel like because seeing gadgets plus ultimate offering is insane in almost any format. Especially it's a great in Tengu. But the thing is, if you see gadget, just multiple gadgets but no ultimate offering and no real way to support that, like your hand is just chock full of gadgets and like maybe 2 to 3 playable cards. That's a really bad position to be in because one, you have to stick a gadget in order to make an Xyz, right? Um, so like uh if your hand is full of gadgets, you're just kind of playing catch up all game, hoping to draw into something good. Because like your opponent will summon like a Tengu or a Venus or a Thunder King, and you don't really have a way to clear that. Meanwhile, your gadgets are constantly getting run over. You know. Um.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. But the devil's in the details here. So how many gadgets is too much and how many gadgets is too little? That's really what it comes down to. In a 6 card
Mhm.
hand, would 3 gadgets be too much? Is that pushing it, or is it like just enough? It's really where it comes down to. It's 2 gadgets too much, too little, too much. It really depends on the player preference, I would say, and the build as well. So I would say once it hits to be about 5 gadgets, that's overkill. So, because then you're relying on one back row to pretty much defend against that defend that one gadget, and hopefully that back row is like Solemn Warning, I would say. Otherwise, it's bust, in my opinion.
Even if that one backer was a solemn judgment, it's still a tough position to be in because if they have any follow up, you're fucked. If you have a hand of 5 gadgets plus a warning, you know.
Yeah, five
In that
gadgets, one
specific,
warning. I mean, it's okay. You can summon the second gadget and then hopefully overlay it to Utopia, and then you have somewhat playable.
yeah, but it depends on what you're playing against.
Yeah, MSC is at 3 in this
Especially
format, so I guess it could be punished for like they can MSC the back row and then move on with their day, summon a monster, attack over the gadget, and then Thunder King also is
yeah,
on in this format. So all the more reasons why you
that's
shouldn't
another
play
thing.
gadgets
That's
in this format. You know, so it's 60 cards.
that's honestly kind of a good point.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah,
I agree with 60 card gadgets,
but
but Guari seems to be on this little trend here. Literally after I dropped my video about the card curry, with the Makan armor unit, this guy Guari goes up on the Tengu Plant Discord. He shows his list for with the armored Makan armor unit, but he plays it with gadget. I was like, what is he doing?
well, well, I mean, this I still think gadgets are really slept on because even though Thunder King is in the format, there are a lot of counters to Thunder King. I mean, think about it. Cyber Dragon is at 3, so you could, oh man, you could play 3 Cyber Dragon, which just is an instant out to Thunder King, and then gadgets are already left to play Smashings and Fishers and stuff. So, um, it doesn't gadgets as bad as you think it does. Oof. That Vader hurts because of time.
Yeah, it
And
looks
if
like
he has another
because he
Monarch,
paid all the life points for Ultimate Offering, it's gonna hurt him for sure. But I'm pretty sure it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What turn number is this? This is only turn 1 according to the chat here. Apropos only
mhm.
said 1, so it looks like Tengu Plant format can still win this game. He does have the attrition on the board. Apropos is gonna have the top deck. It's something like a Dark Dust Spirit. Um, Not sure if people still play that in Tengu Plant format. But Dark Dust Spirit will go really hard right now to clear out the whole of the field and attack directly. But even with Dark Dust Spirit, he can still technically use Ultimate Offering to normal summon a gadget to block out the attack of Dark Dust Spirit. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to clear all this back row. I mean, clear all this monster. so that he can actually win the game. Otherwise, I don't think it's really good for a Propos here unless he has another Fader in hand, which is likely. Let's see how many. Yeah, so it looks like he has enough. He has two other Faders in his deck potentially.
Mhm. I guess he's gonna try to draw into it with formula. Yeah, I'm like not many things out this board except maybe Dark Dusk. Caius does not out it. Even Lad. Lad doesn't out it because um he could just use Ultimate Offering or Utopia to bait a negate without actually losing any card advantage. Um, so Lad doesn't save him. Caius doesn't. He needs specifically just to stall with Fader.
Yeah, I mean this is the name of the game. Yeah, it looks like this is the name of the game. So basically, it's stall until you can win, as we've seen
Yeah.
lately. But Apurba does have the life point gain, and hopefully, he's gonna be able to draw into like pretty much battle traps such as Gore's too. Does Gore save him though? Because a direct attack with Utopia brings him down to 5,300 life points. So if Gore is smart, he would attack directly with Utopia first. If he does have Gores, if Apropos does have Gores in hand. Otherwise, yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Apropos here, because he can clear the two monsters on the field, one with Utopia, one with Green Gadget, and then direct attack with the second Utopia. So we'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
This is one of those few instances where attacking with the strongest monster first is actually optimal.
Yeah, especially in time. So this is gonna be turn 3 for Gwari here. So I believe he has one more turn. Yeah, so Gwari does have another turn after this. So even if he does an unsuccessful direct attack here, he'll have another chance to proc his life points. The next 2 turns. So yeah,
The question is whether or not he should summon. Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, okay. The question is whether or not Guari should summon more monsters to the field because that set could be Wing Blast, right? Um, or even Wing Blast Cat Sith combo, which could really hold off a push, but it could also be a Mirror Force. So
Mirror Force and
I would
Frogs though,
guess
I don't
it's
know about that.
yeah, it's probably going to be a Wing Blast, probably something chainable.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
Um,
too. It's most likely a
so
chainable trap. If it's T-Roar, it's over.
yeah.
If it's T-Roar, it's over, dude. Like you can't do anything.
Oh man, I don't think he plays. I don't. Do they play T-Roar? In
I
Edison they
don't
do, but I
know.
think
I know
Tengu
Edison
is
for
too
sure
fast
they
of a
play
format.
T-Roar. Yeah, but I'm not sure if they play it
Yeah,
in because Frogs is not a deck that people play. Shinusaw says it
seen it a
most
few
likely
times.
is an enemy controller, so it could be an enemy controller. Who
Mm.
knows? He could use it to like steal the Utopia for the turn and then negate. Oh, negate his attacks with his own Utopia. Oh, that would be pretty
Ooh,
nasty.
that'd be pretty crazy.
That'd be pretty
Oh,
nasty.
sorry, excuse me. Ooh. I'm sorry, I just had to sneeze.
Yeah, no problem.
But yeah, that's interesting. It could be an econ or could be a wing blast plus cat Sith.
Yeah,
Um,
could be.
yeah,
So
and then
he's gonna go
Guari.
for the wind up Zen maze. I always forget what this does. Detach one exquisite material to target one face up monster you control. Change it to face down position, defense position. And if you do the end phase, it changes it up to face up attack position. Why do you think he goes into this one over the Utopia?
He might have used all of his utopias. Maybe he's only on two.
Oh, okay. Uh,
Because think about his extra deck space. It's probably a lot of synchros because he's also on the Karakuri stuff.
oh yeah, you're
So
right.
so he's probably got like a Roach and maybe a Zen mains. I don't know. I'm not too. I don't really see the value in Zen mains, or Zen Master. I don't really see it used too often, except in weird situations where you do want to set your own guy, like in Worms.
Yeah, I think that's the case too. I don't know why people play Zen maze except to flip down a face down flip monster. But I don't see. Maybe he wants to set his Thunder King Ryo. If he does side deck into it, so he can search and then flip it face up.
Mm,
And then I don't know. Like I'm just thinking about
maybe.
really situational. I mean, I'm just thinking of little really niche situations that can actually come up, but I can't think of one. But yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Guari's gonna pay 5 to summon again? Oh, looks like he is.
Yeah, so it looks
Yeah.
like he doesn't care about the
Ooh.
time rule, and he's gonna go for the Machina Gear Frame. So it looks like he's on Machina Gear Frame, in his particular list. But he does have 6 cards in main deck, so I imagine he does have space for the Machina Engine.
I see.
According to Simply Zerg, it is to play around Quakimaru Drago. So since it is a Earth monster, and you can't bring it out with, you can bring it out under Drago. You can attack over the Drago. So that's something I didn't know that. So that's something
Well, that makes
Tengu Plant
sense.
fans, only Tengu Plant fan know, And since I'm commentating here, I'm a fake Tengu plant fan here, so I didn't know that little fact. So thanks to Simply Zerg, I'm able to know that fact now, that you can play this to out the Quakimaru Drago in the small event that you're playing against Quakimaru Drago in 2011 Tengu plant format. Oh, he's gonna be. So you were right. It was a
Mirror
Mirror Force.
Force. I was right. Okay. Because frogs do play Mirror
What?
Force. They play him in Edison for sure. Okay.
No, they
Damn, that is
don't.
devastating.
Actually, they do.
No, they do. They do play it in Edison. I've seen frogs play Mirror Force.
That's so crazy that he drew it. You predicted it, and he drew it. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've seen it in Tengu too. But I was like, I'm not gonna fight on it because I'm not a frog player myself. So maybe I could be wrong. But I was right.
No, and
Crazy.
that's yeah, because what is it? 10FD actually revolutionized playing Mirror Force in your frog list. So maybe this guy is also an Edison player, so he knows the spice. He knows to play Mirror Force in frogs.
There's usually a lot of overlap between the two formats. A lot of Tengu players also keep up with Edison.
Let's talk about how many cards or how many monsters he has in his graveyard. He's due for like
Mm.
a Pot of Avarice, right? Do you think that Gwari plays Pot of Avarice in his deck to be able to recycle his extra deck monsters? I definitely think he would be on it. Would you think that?
So too. I think, especially because he's on gadgets, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Averse is at 1, so it's not only is Averse at 1, but he needs to see it in a 60 card deck. Not just that, but pay several life points to reestablish board control, and
Yeah.
then hope that a Propos does not have a Veiler.
Yeah, I mean, Valor is the thing. Let's see. So he flipped over the Gozen match here. Why do you think do you think that he sides this because he believes that Caius is going to come down, and that there's no real win condition outside of Caius and other synchro monsters? Because frogs don't necessarily have water monsters that do anything, right? So do you think this Gozen match was a good side deck choice for Guar here?
It depends on what Sea Lancer is. Let me see what if Sea Lancer's an Aqua. Could be
No,
Sea
no,
Serpent. So.
no, no. Gozen matches for attributes, so it would have to check for the attribute. Sea Lancer,
Oh, it
we know for a
depends if
fact he's a water type.
is water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think Gozen's pretty good because it locks them into. Because usually in frogs, they're either summoning Caius or they're doing Gotchi plays or they're doing Lad plays. Lancer too, but Lancer honestly, I feel like is the least impactful tribute summon that frogs can do because all it is just like a 2300 wall. It's just another Gotchi pretty much. But they can't really get too offensive with it. They could. It's kind of like a BA. You know how BA just kind of like endlessly loops resources. You know. Um, that's kind of what Sea Lancer does. Because if you kill it, they send their dupe frogs to the grave instead of it, and then dupe frog gets a search, and you're not really clearing it unless you can banish it or bounce it.
Which is pretty
And
common, I
even
would
if you
say.
do, what is?
It's pretty common that you would see the monster get banished or bounced in your example, like with
Yeah,
Bryonac,
but
for
then even if
example.
you do banish or bounce the Sea Lancer, that'll trigger all the swap frogs in the spawn trap zone, so they'll still recur advantage.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
Mhm.
guess so. Uh, Sea Lancer. So you're saying Sea Lancer is like the modern day Dante base, or not modern day, but Tengu equivalent of Dante.
Kind of, or like how like just pure BA. I don't know. People don't really play this anymore in modern. Like maybe a few years back. Oh,
Oh, it looks like he was able to
um,
win because of the light points. So unfortunate for Guar here,
okay.
he was unable to actually do some damage. Mainly because of the Mirror Force, but also because Guari plays 60 cards, so it also means that he's unable to win the game unless he sees his power cards. And so like Purple Tickets here in time, and unfortunately the ultimate offering 60 card dream is now crushed. In I think this is round 2. This is round 2, right?
I think so. Yeah, that is
Yes.
unfortunate. Both decks were really interesting, but to be honest, um, the Cat Sith frogs was interesting too.
Yeah,
So
Catholic
it's
Frogs,
cool to
yeah.
see the matchup.
Yeah, nice to see. So that was the time. So most likely everyone else is in time. So there's not going to be another game until Quinning goes into my chat and tells me round 3 started. Or we can be proactive about this and actually just check the standings. So we can just go here and hit the refresh button like 5 times. Like this is the ban list for every new season. And it looks like round 3 is already up. So it looks like we're only going to go to round 3 for day 1. For those of you guys who don't know, the round three for the finals top cut, it'll be commentated on TCG Rewind's channel if he's up for it. And I'll also be co-commentating with him if he wants me to co-commentate with him. So stay tuned for that for day two. This is a 2 day event, and it looks like only day one is only round three. So yeah, very very part time for me. I was able to do this at 9 o'clock a.m. and it's only been 2 hours. And yeah, so I can expect the day two will be wrapped up as quickly as day one is. So yeah, so now round three is gonna be starting here. Who do you guys want to watch now? Do you guys want to watch the undefeateds? Roger Smith is on agents here. Let's see, and we know that Mr. Sultan is on. What was he on? Do you remember what he was on? We commentated this guy, right?
Yeah. I don't remember what he's on. He won though, right? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he won at time. I think he was on.
I think he was on. I think it was the hero player.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
was against TG Stun.
It was Hero Beat.
Yeah. Okay.
So two decks that are kind
So
of boring to watch. We have.
what's Spiral
I don't know.
playing?
Yeah, let's find out. So let's go Spiral. Maybe they've already started here. But the thing is, the issue is that their names don't match up. So their name on
Oh, do they not?
yeah, they don't. You have to like figure it out. We have to look at his opponents as well. So let's look at the opponent here. His opponent, Spiral's opponent is Vincent. So I'm gonna get an Italian would always keep their name, right? Vincent. I don't see Vincent either. So we're finding two people who don't have usernames that match up with their. Oh, there's a better way to do this. Can I just type in their username? Sorry.
I'm gonna be right back. We'll be
Okay.
on for like a minute.
Yeah, no problem. So we're gonna type in Spiral, SPY. Here we go. Found it. So he's gonna be playing against God Usopp, who is known as Vincent Police. So it looks like the Italian player is going for the One Piece name here. Looks like it's Agents versus another deck. Let's just find out what the other deck is, and if the other deck is like a very common deck, we're not gonna watch this. According to Quinning, we have 5 rounds today. Never mind. So it looks like I'm here for longer than just 3 rounds. So I'm not sure if you guys are enjoying the stream, but if you guys are enjoying the stream, definitely hit the like button because it will help me boost my algorithm so that other people who don't normally watch retro format Yu-Gi-Oh will see me in their feed. So that'll help out the stream a lot. Have more people to talk to, etc. Tengu plant format is popping off a little bit more than and faster
Howdy.
than usual. And because it's popping up faster than usual, we can expect even people who used to play this format, who now play modern format, to sort of just come back and watch or even play the game. So yeah, if you guys like Tengu Plant format and you want Tengu Plant format to grow, definitely like the stream. I am a retro content creator, so I would imagine by liking this stream, you are actually supporting retro formats in general. So
I'm
anyway,
gonna like the
so
stream right
it
now.
is a what's up? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm back now. I'm gonna like the stream right now, as I said.
Oh yeah, awesome. It looks like it's gonna be Hero Beat versus Agents. Do you guys want to watch this matchup? This is not a very common matchup, right? Because Hero Beat is not played as much.
No, this is Hero Beat's very popular. It's probably the third most popular deck in the format.
Oh, I see. Okay. So what do you
Mhm.
guys think? Anybody want to watch this particular matchup? We could easily go to a different one if you guys want in the chat. So anybody raise your hand if you guys want to watch this match, or otherwise we can just go to a different one. Up to you guys. I am simply a commentator and will commentate through a storm. For those of you guys who just tuned into the stream, I'm doing a bingo thing too. So this is a Tengu bingo card. If there's anybody who is literally on this, then I'll pretty much X this out. So we've seen BLS for game, and it was like the most predictable thing. We haven't seen Dust Shoot after turn 1 yet, Monster Reborn for game, or Formula Synchron. And I imagine we won't see that because this is a Hero Beat matchup. So yeah. So it
You
looks
know
like
those things don't happen. Oh, go ahead.
so it looks like nobody's voting, so we're gonna stay on to this matchup here. So it looks like they like this particular one. Go ahead, your turn.
Cool. Oh yeah. Things like BLS for game or Reborn, especially Reborn for game, don't happen super often. BLS is kind of a blowout card, but there's a lot of counterplay in like Veiler, Warning, and Thunder King.
Yeah.
And even like Blackhorn is like a side deck card. Um, but Oof, I don't know if normal summoning Thunder King is the play because all the agent player has to do is just normal another Venus to walk over it.
Yeah,
Um,
agreed.
but yeah, a lot of the criticisms towards Tengu Plant is things like, oh, Reborn and BLS and Dark Hole are in the format, so it's sacky. But honestly, a lot of like Dark Hole is actually honestly pretty bad because in order to see value off a Dark Hole, the opponent has to play into it, and most good players won't overcommit into a Dark Hole. Um, so I mean,
Unless
don't get
they
me wrong,
have
there have been
to.
times where Dark Yeah. Like there have been times where Dark Hole has saved me and it's been really clutch, but a lot of times it's not like it's just gonna be sitting in your hand until your opponent until either you're down cards and it just acts as like a smashing. Um and then that's why Dark Hole is like I think Dark Hole is a very fair and balanced card because it keeps people from overcommitting. It's a fair card to keep it's fun because you gotta keep in mind, okay, I need to have follow up in case they do Dark Hole, and it's a good way to play. Instead of just everyone vomiting their hands into the field, you know?
Okay, so you're
Um
saying that Dark Hole is more like a good card as a recovery and it's healthy for the format as opposed to being sacky.
Yeah, I feel like it's healthy for the format, exactly.
Okay.
Um, and then the criticisms towards BLS. BLS is kind of a blowout card. I do understand a lot of the arguments, but it has a lot of counterplay, so I don't think it's too bad. I don't know. With that being said, it's still strong. Like don't misquote me on that. It's still a powerful card.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a reason to disregard the format though. Like it's like Dad and Edison. Like it's a blowout card, but it's not like it doesn't ruin the format or anything. Like there are times where it blows you out, but there are also times where it's a brick because you don't have a Dark Engrave, or it's not like it doesn't ruin the format. It's not like um it's fine. Um
Starting to sound like you're coping a little bit here.
no, I
it's
am not
fine.
coping. It is fine. I mean, honestly, BLS is like it's pretty powerful, but it's not
uh,
like it doesn't ruin the format like some people who've never played a day of Tengu in their lives will say, "Oh, this format is broken because of Maxi and this and that." And it's like those arguments are so
to be fair, I mean,
like
agents has like the most boss monsters in their deck. Would you say that
Mhm.
Hyperion has a more reason to be broken as a card, or would you say that BLS is the reason why agents are doing so much better than every other deck in this particular format?
I don't think agents are doing the best. I think
Oh,
it's
really?
probably between like agents and Tengu Plat. Yeah, I mean, I think agents are just easier to play. That's probably why they see more success. But I think Tengu Plant is a stronger deck because Tengu Plant has a lot more options, right? Like agents are a very linear deck. They just summon their boss monsters, and that's pretty much all they could do.
Yeah.
While also their only interruption is they have to see Herald of Orange Light plus another fairy, which is usually um, they're sacrificing some tempo in order to have interruption. Um, like agents are kind of a one trick pony, and they're easy to beat, honestly. Because you know what they're gonna do. So it's pretty easy to prepare for them. Like Black Horn of Heavens, Chaos Trap Holes. Um, People who think Mexi is a horrible side against agents because a lot of their boss monsters are just inherent. Christia, BLS, Sork, and Hyperion. Um, and like the turn one Venus into Gachi Gachi isn't really gonna
Yeah, it's not gonna win them the game. But yeah, this
yeah.
kind of derails from Hyperion. So do you think that Hyperion and BLS are like basically reasons why agents do really well? And because they can just easily top deck it, Hyperion always like takes down a monster before it dies. Because unless it's Warning, of course, or Black Horn of Heaven, but that monster like
Veiler.
can run over a monster. Yeah, it even eats up a Veiler, and then it can run over a monster, being such a high stat monster that's so easy to summon. It's kind of like the equivalent of Miracle Fusion in Diva Heroes. Yeah, Diva Heroes and Frog Heroes. Because when you draw that card,
Hmm.
everything's already set up in your graveyard, and when you bring that guy into the field, it changes the flow of the game. It also makes it so that it's very hard to run over on the following turn because of its high stat. If you don't answer the Hyperion with a non-defensive trap, because if you have a defensive trap, it's gonna get blown up by Hyperion, and then they're gonna be able to attack directly for 2,700 life points. So I don't know. I think Hyperion and BLS, they're not only good monsters, they're great monsters. They're able to win games by themselves a lot of the time, especially in the time rules. I expect that in the 3v3 YCS that's coming up, I imagine that Agents is going to be one of the best decks, if not going to be the winner of that event. And even though what you said is true, that there are cards that counter BLS like Veiler and Warning, um, those two cards have to be drawn. And what is it? There's three Veilers and there's two Warnings. And even if they Veiler the Hyperion, they have to deal with it the following turn. It's hard to do. It's always going to drain a 2 for 1. And I don't know. I just think Hyperion's is way too good in this format. And BLS. So it's really good in Goat
Well,
as well. Sorry, go ahead. I've said
mhm.
enough.
Oh, no worries. I mean, I agree that it's a great card. And I think that is kind of what those Hyperion and BLS are usually what carries agents. The thing about Tengu Plant, the deck is that deck has a lot of power plays as well. Like they also play BLS. And their power plays, they just have so many lines, and that's why I think like a newer player trying the format shouldn't start out with the Tengu Plant deck unless they're like just a really good Yu-Gi-Oh player, period. Because uh, it's just that deck has so many lines. You know, it's a really powerful. It takes a lot of skill to play Tengu Plant and see. Ooh, that is a good card,
Yeah.
Christia.
And
Yeah, it
yeah,
takes a lot of
we're
skill
also
to.
negating the fact that there's another boss monster in that deck. There's also Arshor Christia, which is like another
Yeah.
degenerate boss monster that you can just drop. When it's
Hmm.
basically another Miracle Fusion in your deck. You basically have
Yeah.
6 copies of Miracle Fusion in your deck, unless actually Christie is at 2, huh? So you have 5 copies of Miracle Fusion in your deck, and if you count BLS, that's 6. So uh,
Hmm.
I would say the amount of setup, the ease of setup for agents to be able to set up all of the fairies and the 4 fairies, and then at least one agent in your graveyard and a dark and a light is very easy in this deck. The whole deck is kind of like basically turbo these cards out as fast as possible and win the game. And you're saying that agents is a linear deck. I don't agree that it's a linear deck. And the reason why is that a lot of people put a lot of spotlight on Venus to be able to make Gachi Gachi with the Venus effect. But there's also Tour Guide. There's also Banish Venus from hand to special summon the Hyperion and then normal summon the Tour Guide. There's also Trishula plays with Venus and Earth. There's Damage Step Honest. There's another one too. There's Tragodia. They play Tragodia. They have Gores. They have so many good monsters in their deck. It's almost as if the whole deck is just meant to win in time, in my opinion. So
Well, I don't know. I feel like all those plays are kind of linear. There are things whenever I'm playing against agents, those are things I expect. I don't leave, for example, the Trishula plays with Earth. I never leave the Earth on field. I always clear it.
yeah,
Um, I always think, okay, they could have Honest. So whenever I'm attacking into a light, as a Drac player, I use Book of Moon or I try to use Cataster, and I save my Lances and Shrinks for their Leviathans. Um, it's just like once you figure out the game plan and like what they do, it like Tyler does this when he does a video talking about how to beat agents and Tengu plants. And the thing is, once you understand the format and the thing is like you never want to waste your veilers or warnings on a Venus or a tour guide, um, or, or even an Earth. What you want to do is you want to save your interruption for their boss monsters. Your warnings. So if you're playing correctly, you're holding your warnings, your Blackhorns, your veilers, your you know,
yeah,
mirror forces, whatever, whatever your or Gemini sparks, right? Like your deck's means of outing things, um, you save those for the boss monsters. You don't really use it on the weenies because a 2000 attack Venus isn't really gonna take the deck far. Most decks can deal with that. You can stall with Tengu, you can stall with Velo. Um,
yeah, with Durax. But I'm talking about from like a normal deck standpoint, such as
yeah,
playing the plant deck. If you're playing TG plants
mhm.
against not TG plants. I'm sorry, Tengu plants versus
Tengu
agents.
plants, yeah.
It feels pretty bad. If you're
Hmm.
playing sabers against agents, it feels pretty bad. If you're
Oh, I
playing,
disagree with Sabers.
oh, even with sabers, you think it. So you think sabers has a good matchup against agents?
Well, I think is I'm not really a Saber player myself,
Of
but
course, right. So,
Tyler is, and
oh, I
I've
see.
talked to Tyler about it. And so Drax and X Sabers have a very similar like game plan and playstyle because both you kind of like set up and then you go for like one big push,
Hmm.
and you kind of have a lot of cards that like float and stall, right? Like they play Emmer's Blade and they play the Searcher, Dark Soul. Drax we play Aolo and we play Velo. So like we both kind of have a similar thing where like back row stops us, but like agents were kind of free to do whatever because they don't really have interruption outside of Herald.
Hmm.
And like Tyler and I were talking about it, and we both kind of agree that like uh agents, at least from his perspective, from talking about X Sabers. So I take, since I've never played X Sabers, I'll take Tyler's word for it because he does play that deck a lot. Um, he said that that playing against, it's kind of controversial in the X Saber community. Like some X Saber players think that agents is a hard matchup, but he believes that it's actually it's an easy matchup because they don't really play a way to stop you. So you're kind of free to set up and then go for one big push. And it's a matter of knowing how to beat agents. And I, as a direct player, I feel that because a lot of like newer direct players will say that agents is their toughest matchup. And to which I reply, I'm like, you're probably not playing the matchup correctly because there are, because like I agents, like if I'm playing a tournament and I play against agents, I'm happy because I'm like, I know most of the times, and this is from a perspective of a direct player, but I think this does translate to X Sabers because the decks are so similar in their playstyle and game plan. Um, because all you really have to do is make a Cataster and protect it with Valors. As a direct player, I use Lance, but I mean, there's also Econ in X Sabers, which is a great card. Um, yeah, like,
Yeah, I mean, like,
because
we know that Jurex has a decent matchup against agents. If you have like the skill sets to like basically pair that up with it. But the common response for someone who's like new to the game, but even not even new, but also intermediate with the game, and playing a deck that's actually represented in the game. As an agent player, if you're going through a tournament, you're not going to come across a Jurek player, most likely. You're going to be coming across mirror matches. You're going to be coming across Tengu Plant matchups. You're going to
yeah,
playing Hero Beat, like we have in this example. They might play Chaos Piper or whatever Chaos variant there is, because there's so many Chaos variants. From
yeah,
the perspective of their opponent, right? It's a hard matchup. Like you have to play your Tengu Plant deck to beat their Hyperion, their Christia, their infinite amount of like boss monsters, Christia, Herald of Orange Light, all those really good cards. And I don't know, I feel like they're tier one, for example. They're tier one for a reason.
for a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
and
I mean
yeah,
they are tier one for a reason because they're powerful and they're easy to play.
yeah.
Um, but
But they're
and
also
they have a lot of gas,
they're easy
easy
to
to stop too.
play. Like they have a low skill floor, low skill low skill floor, but a high skill ceiling.
Mhm.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And then
that's true.
the best agent players will win a tournament every single time. And I've seen this result all the time
Not
in
necessarily.
I've seen TP. I go on the Tengu Plant Discord, and every single time I see the same names winning with agents every single time. And it's just getting out of control. I think it's just getting out of control, and I think I don't know if players are just not good enough. I don't want to give that option because I think players are good, right? Players are really good in Tengu Plant format, especially in the Tengu Plant Discord. There's a lot of good players in there, but they're playing different decks, and they're losing to agents. They're losing to the best agent players that don't aren't even part of the Discord. Sometimes, I saw a true hero go to a tournament where he didn't even play a single game. Oh, he would play Tengu Plant, but not but outside of the online space. And he would go into the online space and he gets second place with agents. And then he would go, and then other players too. I think there's another name that go on if you go on the Tango Plant Discord and you see the tournament list, like a lot of it's agents. Let me see if I can find it here. Tango Plant Discord, and then there's like the tournament list tab here. Here it is, tournament list. So the recent event here we have on first place for the Tengu Rumble, agents winning it with a guy named Bands. So that's a no-namer, but he played two Treasure Shop Hole in his main deck. The last event before that, let's see, Tengu Mania 6. Tengu Mania 6 was won by Rokaiko 7 with agents again. And then we see the time capsules, which are very small events, but agents got second on that one with Psycon. And then if we go, I mean, are you looking at this list, or am I just?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. It's in the
Yeah,
Discord. It's in tournament lists. Yeah,
yeah.
and you're right. They have topped quite a few.
Not
But if
top,
you
but
keep
also
looking, it's
win.
not.
Not only
Yeah,
top, but they've
they've
won.
won. Yeah, yeah, and you're correct. They have.
Evolution won first place with Tengu Rumble 12. So Agents is just dominating. Like if you go to every single winner, domination by Tengu by Agents. So it's not just a tier 1 deck. I would say it's a very good deck to play in IRL as well. Because of the amount of boss monster it has, and it's so easy to play. Uh, Granted, if they did play you, I would say if they played you, if they ran into you in Swiss, uh, they're gonna be shit out of luck, right? Because you're the best Jurak player, and they're gonna be like, oh shit, I don't know what Juraks do, and they're gonna beat them, right? But to the common person experience and the intermittent players, they're gonna see, they're gonna breathe a sigh of like a frustration that they had to play yet another agent player in the tournament. It might be a lot of mirror matches too. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents on this. It is
Yeah,
result oriented. Sorry to say this. It is result oriented thinking, but it's also not result oriented thinking. I'm backing this up with a lot of
theory.
reasons. Yeah, theory and reasons. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
No, I mean I hear you. I also have reasons too. I just like um the place. I think people don't know how to play against agents is another factor, and also like the high saturation of it. There's a lot of people who try Tengu Plant for the first time, and they decide uh they decide agents and heroes are the best deck, so they decide to play that. Um, so like when you look at like a tournament like layout and like who's playing what deck, a lot of people are playing agents. Ooh.
hey, what's up,
Uh,
Froggy? Nice to see you up early in the morning for a game of Tengu or a matchup with Tengu. This is called the Toronto Winter Championship. For those of you guys who are wondering, I don't know why it's called a championship. I think you have to get an invite for this event. I'm not entirely sure. Quinning is in chat, so if he can alert me of why it's called championship, that would be great. But yeah. Sorry, Mike. What were you gonna say? Maxi was dropped.
oh yeah, Maxi has dropped. Oh yeah. Just I feel like a lot of newer players pick it up and um I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's okay.
Yeah, new players pick it up and then they think it's good, but that's kind of irrelevant in a competitive setting, right? So, tournament's going to be
Mhm.
won by winners by players who usually are either of
Yeah,
intermediate level or advanced level, and the
yeah.
advanced players are winning with the agents. That's just the fact of the matter. It's unfortunate,
Mhm.
um, and to say that if players just knew how to play against it, I don't think it works because yes, in a big round settings where you're more likely to run into a newbie player as opposed to an advanced player. You might get some wins in the beginning rounds, but later on you're going to start losing to the intermediate players, the advanced players who are playing agents to the best of their ability, and they're just going to win their tournaments. I just feel like uh, the skill ceiling of agents is going to win out against the skill ceiling of other decks. I would say, and that's just going to be. I don't know if that's a fact, but I feel like that's going to be the case.
So we'll see. Time will tell. We'll see what happens at the YCS. But uh, I feel like other decks are very powerful, especially Tango Plant. Like I think Tango Plant definitely and especially if you're taking into consideration high skill players, right? Because high skill players do know how to counter agents because it is kind of linear. Um, and while like a skilled agent player will do their best to I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, not accommodate, but I'll say accommodate, like accommodate the deck's weaknesses. They'll play to think, okay, my opponent will try. They'll like think very deeply about like, wonder what's gonna happen here. Um,
Thank you, Quitting. Yes, so he did answer the question. You don't need an invite for this event, but I'm not sure why it's called championship. So maybe it's called championship because it sounds cooler. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, if it's called the championship for the sake of advertising or it sounds cooler, then I'm by all means go for it. But yeah, if you need an invite for this event, that's going to be a reason why you would call it a championship. I mean, I guess YCS is considered a championship and it's open invite for everybody. So maybe championship means that there's going to be higher pricing at the end. I'm not entirely sure. So yeah, there is 29 players in this event, so that could be a reason why you want to call it a championship. But then, if 4 people show up to your championship, are you gonna call it a championship because 4 people showed up? I don't know. This is gonna be a pretty weird gray area for me. But nonetheless, he asked me to commentate this event. A lot of people don't know this, but Quinny in the chat here is the guy who reached out to me to commentate this event. So he believed in my channel because I do put out Tengu Plant content on the weekly. So if you guys are interested in Tengu Plant content that's regular, I'm a semi-competitive player. I don't consider myself a competitive player because I don't play the best decks all the time. I like to look at sleeper decks and see if I can win locals with it. I do this for Edison as well. So Edison, I'll look at like some sleeper decks that aren't performing as well. I'll try to look at some of the combos that aren't explored so much in the archetype, and I'll try to like break it basically. And that's kind of my thing. If you guys like that, definitely hit a subscribe button if you're into that kind of thing. If you're not, then just don't watch me. You can watch other players who are more competitive minded, such as I guess True Hero is one of them. It's the Fraser Smith is another one. But Fraser Smith has his podcast going on too. So if you guys want to watch that as well, there's other ones too. I'm not entirely sure. I know Keegan's kind of on it, but he's also kind of on the semi-competitive crowd as well, which me and Carpath also do as well. So yeah, semi-competitive crowd, Keegan, me, Carpath. If you want to watch competitive content, maybe Fraser Smith and True Hero is the 2 top ones I can think of. James Ark might be coming up on top 2 as well. So James Ark does have another channel as well. It's called Professor James Ark, I think. So definitely check out his channel for competitive Edison content. But for Tengu, I think I'm the only one doing it for now. And Tyler TCG Rewind, Tyler from TCG Rewind are the only 2 guys that are doing Tengu Plant content right now. So yeah, if you guys like any of that stuff, I'm your guy. So it looks like God Usopp admitted defeat against Agents. So it looks like Hero Beat was not able to win what is this? The second game? Do you know, Mike?
That was game 1.
That was game 1. Okay, so it looks like game 1 goes to Agents. So Hero Beat has a tough time against this deck. Unless, what do you think game 2 and 3 is going to look like for the hero player for side decking wise?
Not sure. There's gonna be a lot of like big brain things that come into play, right? Like the agent player is probably gonna be setting into decrees. So then this begs the question: should the hero player set out their traps? Um, so
Would you side out your
yeah.
trap cards if you're the hero player against Agents?
I'm not sure. I don't really play heroes. But I'll tell you one thing. One time, so as a Drac player, which is like my main thing I play, I play against heroes, and usually I set in decrees.
Oh, I see.
And and when I have my decree against a hero player, I'm feeling pretty safe. But then one time I played against a hero player who, and this was at a regional for the side event. And I got blown out. I got completely destroyed because this hero player was really good. I don't remember his name, but he was a really good hero player in Tengu, and he cited out his traps, especially warnings, because time was a factor, right?
Yeah.
So warnings that pay life were out. He had very few traps, and he had a lot of lances, which countered my lances, and also my decrees were dead. And he also had answers to my Thunder Kings, which was like Cyber Dragons. So it was and also lances can answer my Thunder Kings as well. So I had like these dead decrees that weren't doing anything. Meanwhile, he was using Lance and Gemini Spark to control the game and Cyber Dragon. So in that specific matchup, I was shit out of luck. But the agent matchup is a little different because Lance isn't going to do so much against agents as they would against Drac. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should side Lance for Agents. So I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I don't know. He's gonna side
Yeah.
deck for this one. Maybe Blackhorn
So
Heaven.
he still has some traps.
He's gonna definitely need traps.
Yeah, Blackhorn Heaven's crazy.
He's definitely
Yeah,
gonna need
he's
traps.
definitely gonna need traps.
And Decree's gonna most likely come down for Agents. So not sure how the Hero Beat's gonna be able to play. They have to play big monsters. I think their win condition is gonna be something like Puppet Plant. Sorry, not Puppet Plant. Leech and Light. So they're gonna need something like Leech and Light to attack over all their monster, and then that's gonna help them win the game. But other than that, I don't think there's gonna be a solid game plan for this particular matchup.
Maybe MSTs. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely gonna be solid game plans because think about it. These are both very common decks in the format. So both of them have siding plans for the other. I just don't play either of these decks very often, so I'm not too familiar. I mean, I'm familiar with what these decks do, but I'm not too familiar with the perspective as the player. You know?
Yeah, we can postulate. We don't have to actually play the deck to know this stuff. Um,
Yeah.
let's see. Other than Lich and Light, I can't think of another
But
reason. Maybe they have Gemini Spark for the Royal Decree, so that they can actually activate their trap cards. I think that's kind of the game plan that they're going to go for. But it looks like Agent Venus here is going to go into a Gachi Gachi. Do you think he's going to overlay after the Maxi?
mm, I don't know. Probably not. Doesn't want to give the hero player another card.
I see.
Um, but the hero player might have sided into MSTs to counterside for Decree. I think Black Horn's going to be crazy. I think Valor is especially great because they're on Miracle Fusion. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. So he's gonna summon the Stratos here to probably activate the first effect to pop, and he's gonna pop the
Mhm.
Decree, and it was a D prison.
Oh, a
So
D prison.
looks like he's not signing Decree after all.
Okay. Yeah, because I think this hero deck, he wasn't on too much traps actually in game one, if I remember correctly. He was on like BLS. This is more like Chaos Hero, I think, because he had BLS and I think Tour Guide too.
Yeah. Actually, I would have overlaid for Gachi Gachi here because now he can't even make a Gachi Gachi anymore unless he summons a Earth. So he's gonna have to actually use
Hmm.
the Earth effect to search, and then use the Venus effect to get the ball, and then he's gonna have to find a way to deal with that one back row, that might stop him from being Gachi Gachi here.
Yeah, that's a good point. He probably should have made Gachi Gachi. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll give him a +1, but at least you can run over the alias here. So it looks like most likely he's gonna
Hmm.
do what I said. He's gonna search for the Venus, Venus here, unless he plays Jupiter, which is a really good tech sometimes, into the hero beat
Hmm.
matchup. Using the Venus effect, he can actually go into a Black Rose here, getting the last Shine Ball. Hopefully he didn't draw it. No, he didn't draw it. So he can make a Shine
Okay.
Ball into a Black Rose here to blow up the field. But it looks like he's going to go for the Gachi Gachi play here and then attack over one of the monsters here, assuming the back row isn't anything here. He's thinking on summon here. Let's see what might that back row be. It could be a Gemini Spark or a Compulsory. I saw this exact position before when I was watching the Collectibles Exchange Top Cut, where they compulsoried on the attack declaration Venus on the Gachi Gachi, and then the Venus drops to 1600, and then they're able to clear the Strauss. But he doesn't have the compulsory here, so it looks like the Venus is going to clear the Strauss here.
Okay. I feel like if he did make the Gachi, that +1 would probably have done a lot for the hero player. I think.
Yeah, I mean, he would have drawn another card, but I don't know. Getting rid of the alias is kind of like the key priority thing. Uh, Unless he has honest. Do you think he has honest in hand? The way he's been playing,
I think so.
you think
I
so?
mean,
Let's see.
it it could be. There hasn't really been any indicators. It
It's
could be
hard to know.
possible. Ooh,
So
that
he's gonna use the
Stratos is
effect to pop
really good.
again. Worried about those decrees, but he's gonna chain the MST here to the effect, and then he's gonna hit the bottomless
Okay.
trap hole here. So that's interesting that he didn't use the bottomless trap hole on the Venus. Do you think that he has Hyperion? That he did it to save it for the Hyperion summon?
I don't think that's correct. I think you should bottomless the Venus because now it's like that makes it harder for him to summon the
Oh no, he didn't have the
Hyperion.
bottomless for the Venus. I'm sorry. He had the he summoned the Earth. Remember? He summoned the Earth and
Oh,
he
that's right.
summoned the ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like he had no opportunity to bring out the um to activate the bottomless to the Venus. So he's gonna make a Utopia here to run over the Gachi. The Venus is gonna go down to 1800 attack, and now he's gonna be able to attack over the alias, attack over the Venus with the alias, taking 100 life points here. He's gonna activate potentially an honest in the damage step because he's asking for damage calculation, but it might be a trick. Does that ever
Yeah.
work for you?
People
When
tend to do
does
that.
that ever work for you? Like, what does it when people say damage calculation? Do you ever proactively use Gemini Spark or Book of Moon or Lance? I guess no, you would never use Lance.
No, no. If someone, especially if someone asks me, I'm like thinking, okay, they probably have honest, and I kind of wait for them to drop it because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna neg. If anything, that makes me wait a little bit. Um,
Okay, so you would
but
go straight to the damage calculation, losing your monster potentially to honest.
oh no, no. I mean, like, I don't specify damage calc, right? Like, because sometimes it depends. Like in Dueling Book, people won't specify. If they specify, I'm like, before we leave damage calc, I will activate lance. I will drop that lance. But
I
usually
see.
people just say anything before damage. Damage. So I'm thinking, no, nothing before damage. And I'm like damage step, and then they're like damage step, and then I drop the lance.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. But I know like especially if my monster's weaker, I won't like let my Guaiba crash.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Um, just so you guys know, the damage step is very. There's 7 sub steps in the damage step. Lance can only be activated all the way up until sub step 3. Cards like
Hmm.
Kalut, Honest are all cards that you can activate only in sub step 4. I mean, you can activate any step before up to 4. So yeah, so the spell damage modifiers can only be activated in subset 3. But Honest and Kalut and all the hand traps that are monsters can be activated in subset 4. So you can wait until subset
Yeah,
4 to activate those cards, and then Lance can't be activated in those steps. Lance or Shrink. Yeah.
yeah. Lance, Shrink, Limiter Removal, Horn of the Phantom Beast, anything like that. So, um, yeah, monster effects get the final say basically.
Yeah, monster effects are key. So it looks like the hero player is actually up now. So it looks like I'm gonna bite my words on the hero matchup being unfavored against the hero match, the agent match. But he still can
Yeah,
top deck a Hyperion theoretically. Assuming there's no Veiler in hand, he could pop the Utopia, and then attack over the Alias or the face down, depending on the situation.
and there could also be an Honest in hand.
Right, exactly. So he's gonna summon the Sangan here. He's gonna negate the attack of Sangan to the face down. What do you think that face down is that he wants to protect the that attacked from Sangan from?
It's
Dankarm
most likely a
Dragons
Snow
asks
Eater.
me, is there only 3 rounds today? There's gonna be 5 rounds today. So there's your question there.
Ooh, that Thunder
Sorry,
King is
I didn't catch
nice.
your explanation. What do you think that face down card is?
Oh, it's probably a Snowman Eater. Very unlikely. It could be a Fossil Dyna, but most likely it's a Snowman Eater.
Yeah, Falso Down is just incorrect to set, especially since you have a Utopia.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, you could negate the attacks theoretically, right? But
Yeah,
it's probably a Snowman Eater, and the reason he negated the attack is because you don't want a Snowman Eater pop a Sangan. That's just low value.
yeah, exactly. Uh, so he does look like he doesn't get a Sangan search because he did send the Thunder King Ryo, and now he's gonna try to attack over the Thunder King Ryo, with the Venus. So this is kind of a weird one. He didn't shuffle his hand when he drew the Venus, did he? Because then he would signify that he might not even have Honest in hand. So he might just be activating attacking the Venus into the Thunder King, hoping to that he would use the Utopia effect to negate.
Yeah, and now that he has Thunder King, he has answers for Hyperion.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's what it
so he
makes
does
sense
have
to protect the
Honest.
Thunder King.
So he did shuffle his
Yeah,
hand. So either that or he just didn't want to use the Honest way when he had the Venus, the first Venus right here. So yeah,
yeah. But I feel like heroes also have like some really good power plays with like Miracle Fusion and Gemini Spark. Heroes are very powerful not Septon because they're popular, but I feel like heroes can also do a lot this format.
yeah, they can. They're definitely a tier 1.5. I would say.
Ooh, I would say
Deck
tier 1.
tier 1. Okay. Oh, it
Oh, it
was a
was
false
False
Dyna.
Dyna.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah, I would say tier 1 for sure. It's up there. I don't see them anything less than tier 1. Heroes definitely win a lot. They're very powerful.
I see. They've won. I think Jaina Ego was the last person to win with Heroes. Other than that, I don't think there was another person that I remember distinctively that played Heroes and won first place at a online event. Can you think of a person that could that won first place with Heroes besides Jaina Ego?
I'd have to check. Oh, that judgment is nice.
Yeah.
I have to check the results, but
Okay,
I remember for a good like few months straight, it was just nothing but heroes winning.
I see.
That was a while back. That was a few months ago.
I see.
Um,
Before the
but I
agents.
remember it was very popular, and that's why like this guy he played Notorious because at the time hero everybody was on Hero Beat, and as a Dirac player, that was like the worst time to be playing Dirac because
Yeah.
that's like one of the toughest matchups. And that was a really unfortunate time, but yeah, everyone was on Hero. Was dominating a lot,
Yeah.
and this one guy, I forget who it was, but he brought Notorious, and that like it was a smaller tournament, but Notorious won. It was probably like maybe 20 people.
Nice.
Um, yeah, and he won because like just heroes are everywhere, and heroes can't do anything against the bamboo shoot. Um,
Ooh, would you get a Hyperion here? Yeah, you would. Okay.
yeah,
So he has to find a way to defend his 800 life points. Otherwise, this game's over.
yeah. I wonder. Oh yeah, dude. I was like, I was about to say, why didn't he summon it? And then of course,
Nice. So he
uh,
Gemini Sparks
the
and then he
duality.
summons. All right, so it looks like
Okay, Heroes got it.
yeah, game two goes to heroes. So maybe it is
Mhm.
actually a tier one leader, sorry, a tier one deck. So it might actually be a contender for this particular tournament. We'll find out because I think he's the only one who's playing heroes right now that's undefeated.
Mhm. Yeah,
No,
I feel like
sorry,
Heroes
it was
are
Mr. Sultan. Mr. Sultan's also playing heroes as well. So yeah,
mhm. I feel like skilled hero players can go really far in tournaments because one, especially for the YCS, I think heroes I feel like hero beat could really take it because if you look at like the turnout rate, for example, like what was the do you remember the top four for the top four for the
collectibles.
recent big tournament collectible exchange?
Yeah, so
It
there was
was it was one
two
agent.
agents. There was two agents. There was also.
Uh,
Oh, you're talking about top four or top eight? Because I only know top eight.
oh, I thought I was talking about top four because in top four I thought it was one of each of the top decks. It was like agent, Tengu Plant, Hero Beat, and
Yeah, I
TG
think so.
Stun,
Yeah,
if I
I
remember
think that's the
correctly.
case. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you
Um.
look at the conversion rate, like most of everybody was on agents, right? Like
No,
probably
plants was the most played deck at that event.
oh, plants. Okay. Yeah, and especially the reason why like so many it was so saturated with like agents and plants or plants and agents rather because there's more plants than agents. But so few plants topped is because of the high skill floor for plants and
Skill ceiling.
the high skill ceiling for agents. Um, so I feel like um I was going somewhere with this. I'm sorry.
You lost your train of thought. It's okay.
My train of thought is that
The
the
agents have a
reason
poor
we've been
conversion
seeing
rate, something like that, right?
yeah. The
Yeah,
reason
yeah,
we've been seeing a lot of agents winning is frankly because there are
yeah. Outnumbered.
like the best players are going to win, and a lot of the best players, well, a lot of the players in general, a lot of the player base is shifting towards agents as of late in the past few months. It's been a very agent heavy meta
Yeah.
as of late, and plants too. Not too many control decks, honestly. I haven't seen too many people playing control, and that includes the good players. A lot of the good players aren't playing control. In this format, it seems like a lot of the like and so far we're in like what round three, and at least two hero players are 2-0 right now. So it looks like this tournament there are some control players, but usually in these past few months it's been a lot of agents and a lot of plants topping, and also just a lot of them playing. But like you have less heroes playing, but
Yeah, I agree.
more heroes topping. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a really good conversion rate for heroes in TG stun versus like if you look at the percentage, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're
It's
saying.
it's better than agents and heroes or agents and plants. Yeah.
Yeah, but those conversion rates are tournament oriented and player oriented. Would you say? Because it depends on who's playing that deck and who and how many of them are not how many, but who's playing that deck, and also bracket luck's another thing too. You could technically have a lot of good matchups when you play your hero deck, and also good bracket luck when you play your TG deck because you're not going to be playing against the mirror match when you play those decks, right? The low represented decks are not going to play against each other in Swiss. You're most likely going to see them in the top cut if they actually do well, and then they actually end up topping. That could be a
Yeah.
factor, I would say. So if, like, let's say you're playing Jirac, right? I'm going to use you
Mhm.
as an example here. You're very likely going to be
Yeah.
playing against another Jirac player in the Swiss rounds. And let's say
Very unlikely, you said, right?
let's yeah, very unlikely. And let's say there's like
Mhm.
a copy of you, right? Like let's say there's a clone of you out there, like who is also named Mike, and he's also playing Jirax, right? You would expect Mike 1 and Mike 2 to end up at the top tables because they know their agent matchup very well. They know their TG plant deck. I keep calling it TG plants, but Tengu plant deck matchup very well. They know their hero matchup very well. So because of that, you both are going to go into the tournament, and then you're going to dominate all those decks because you know how to play those events. Those decks, those players don't know how to play against you, and then you both are going to top, and then it's going to result in a very good conversion rate, right? Same
Yeah.
with the TG stun as well. If people don't know how to play against TG stuns, they're not, and that has a very low representation in a tournament. You can expect TG stun to do well towards the top table because they have low representation. They're not going to play mirror matches against each other because you're not going to unlikely play the mirror match. You're going to play against the most popular decks. So
Yeah, and I feel like uh Well, I feel like TG Stun and Drax are like very different because TG Stun is a lot more popular than Drax. I'm like the only Drac player. Like there are a few others, but I'm like the only person who plays it and tops with it. Um,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah, but like there's plenty of people who play TG Stun, plenty of people who play Heroes. Those are like the
IRL though, I'm just saying
th-
that's why I said like it matters on the tournament. So how many of them are representing those decks is what I'm saying.
yeah. But I mean, I feel like regardless, because like I feel like if you're getting into Tengu, you know, obviously at first glance it looks like Tengu plants and agents are like the best decks, right? At first glance, but then when you actually start playing it, that you realize that ooh, that's a
Simply
nice
Zerg
BLS.
ask historically when a meta starts to solidify, doesn't control fade out a bit? I'm not sure. Control. If you mean control by like stun decks, then yeah, stun decks usually gets the what is the word? The bite of the back off of it. Like it basically loses its bite as the format continues to solidify.
I don't
But
know
if
about
you,
that, Maxi.
yeah, I mean, you gotta
Oh,
do something about that. What are your thoughts on control decks? Do you think that as formats start to solidify, that control decks start to phase out a little bit? Does it depend on the format? Does it depend on a lot of other factors, or do you think that's just the case of the human nature? I guess.
no, it depends on because I don't think Tengu Plant's solidifying yet. I think it's starting to get like a spotlight on with like the 3v3 YCS. A lot of people are playing it more, and and here in Southern California, a lot of people are it's starting to get popular. You see a lot of locals. Like in the past few months, a lot of locals are starting to play Tengu. So right now, I think the reason we're seeing so many agents is because we have a lot of new players trying this format out for the first time in the past few months. Um, excited to play the quote unquote best deck. So I don't think in Tengu is close to being solidified yet. Um, but I don't know, hard to say. I mean, I don't really know the answer to that question. Um,
Yeah, me neither.
uh,
It depends on like this is basically a theory question, right? This is not a question on actual examples.
yeah, because I mean, I haven't, I'll be honest, I don't really play too many other formats, so I haven't, and when it comes to me playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, I played competitively like I played casually back in like 2010, 2011, 2011 when I was like in middle school, but I wasn't really going to regionals like that. I was just going to locals. But 2017 is when I started playing competitively during like Spiral format. Um, and I played pretty competitively for about a year from 2017 to about like late 2018. So I took a break. I wasn't really there for Toss, and then I came back in around like Eldritch, Dinosaurs, Adamantipator when those were when those were good. Like around like 2021, I think I want to say 2021, 2022, something around there. And then like Tri Brigade and Sword Soul came out shortly after. So I was I don't know, I haven't like played so many formats where I've really gotten to see formats solidify. I've played Edison, you know, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't played like enough formats to really speak on whether or not they that
Well, for
control
sure,
fades out or not.
Edison doesn't have a control deck. I mean, like, it doesn't have a stun deck. Because stun decks would lose out to like Heavy Storm, but they also have Starlight Road in the format, and yet Starlight Road doesn't actually make control decks even better, for some reason. What do you think about that? A format with Starlight Road, even Tengu Plant format has a Starlight Road, but stun decks are doing well. Well, why do you think that is? Or why do you think that since Starlight Road is in the format, stun decks are doing well in Tengu, but Starlight Road is also in Edison, but it's not doing as well in Edison? Well, what gives rise to that? What do you think that is?
I mean, I just don't think there are that many good, and I could be wrong. But I don't think there are that many like popular good stun decks in Edison, right? Like in Tengu, there's heroes and there's TG stun, and then there's also Gravekeepers, which are some of the best decks in the format. Um, but all the only stun deck in Edison that I could think of, now correct me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, but is heroes, hero beat.
Yeah,
Um, and then there's also different variations. There are more combo oriented heroes too, which obviously isn't really control.
yeah,
Oh damn.
yeah.
Looks like
So it
the
looks like
agent
he
player's
just
gonna
drew
win
his good
this.
ones. Yep.
Yeah.
He was able to draw his
Okay.
Hyperion, and he also got Misty as well. So do you think why did he? Oh, because it's the time. So it might be what's going on here. Did Spiral win this game? I don't think he did.
Agent player one.
Are you sure? Oh, he
Oh
did.
wait.
Okay, he did. So it depends on the time. Yeah. So I guess he had the last turn. He was able to bring out Hyperion, but did he have an ammo to run this over? Oh no, he just had higher life points. He had 4,600 life points, so it didn't matter what was in his hand. So yeah. So it looks like yeah. So Agents win yet another game. Heroes was pretty close. It looks like they side decked Falso Dino, right?
Yeah.
Looks like yeah,
I
but
feel like
yeah.
Mexi was incorrect though. The hero player sided in Mexi, and like you saw, like it was like Mexi. I feel like is not a good side against agents because like and what happened in this round exactly is he normal summoned tour guide. He Maxi'd him, and then he just summoned Sangan, and like your Maxi is just acting as an upstart goblin, a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, the the player, the agent player, gets a free Sangan. You know, like if anything, that Maxi is really bad, and that's a trap. A lot of I don't let's see who is the hero player? It was
It was Spiral versus Vincent. Oh yeah,
Spiral
it
was the
was
hero player, right?
yeah, Spiral was no, Spiral was the Asian player. Vincent, so
Okay.
he had the funny name, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
But it doesn't matter. So he was playing against
But
Vincento.
okay. So that play where you Maxi in the tour guide is a mistake a lot of newer players make in this format. And then another mistake is siding in Maxi against agents. I feel like that's very incorrect because there's very few things you want to Maxi. You want to Maxi maybe the Venus to stop them from getting Gachi, but they're going to get Gachi eventually. They're either going to see Earth or they're going to see Venus, and they're eventually going to get their Gachi online. Um, or you're going to Maxi tour guide.
Hey, I
They're
gotta do
they're
something
gonna
quick.
just summon Sangan.
Just take over
Oh
now.
yeah, me sure okay. But yeah, listeners, if you're new to the format, yeah, don't side Mexi against agents. I feel like that's incorrect because so many of their special summons are inherent. The Hyperion, the Christia, the BLS, and sometimes they're on Sork too. Um, I feel like Black Horn of Heaven is really good. Thunder King is really good, and here's like that's why it's like you need to know how to play against it because you don't just want to summon Thunder King blind against agents because then they could just summon a Venus and then summon the Gachi, and then your Thunder King will be forced to negate the Gachi. They go +1 on you for free. And you lose your Thunder King, which is a very, very powerful card. What you want to do is you want to deal with the Gachi first, and then you want to hold your Thunder Kings until because the Gachi's coming down regardless, which isn't really a problem. Gachi doesn't do much, but you need to clear it eventually. Like a good way to out Gachi is Cataster. Um, Make sure you clear the Gachi with Cataster or with something else, and then once you clear the Gachi, then usually the agent player will wait until you clear Gachi, unless they're in a really good spot where they can just kill you out of nowhere. Um, but usually they'll kind of play tempo and they'll kind of wait for you to make a push. Then they can summon their Hyperion and then reestablish board presence. Because let's say you have a Cataster, right? And your Cataster outs their Gachi. That's when they're going to want to summon their Hyperion to out your Cataster. So you usually want to wait until you can answer their Gachi, then you want to summon your Thunder Kings because your Thunder Kings will make sure that they can't drop Hyperion, or BLS or whatever. They're gonna need to deal with your Thunder King, then then they can summon their Hyperion. So like a good board is to like have a Cataster plus a Thunder King, and it's gonna be a lot harder for them to out that. Yeah, and then Maxi is just another thing you shouldn't really side against them because it's just gonna be dead or like not dead, but just very low value. Black
Okay.
Horn of Heaven, Thunder King. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I'm back. So, it looks like 10FD is out of the tournament. I don't know what the X means, but it looks like he's out of the tournament. Glory is also out of the tournament, so 60 card deck is not a dream anymore. It's still a dream.
Sad.
We had the guy who was playing Heroes also drop out of the tournament, so it looks like a lot of drops. Tegalek as well. So, looks like these are going to be the remaining. Simply Zerg is going to be on the tournament here, and Roger Smith, Spiral, and a whole bunch of other people. So yeah,
Okay.
3-1. What does that mean? Is that tie?
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's a tie. Yeah.
Oh, he had a tie. Okay, good
Damn, a
stuff.
lot of people got ties. What? That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it's the time rules.
Wait, no, I think we're looking at this incorrectly. Those are losses.
Losses are in the middle.
Wait.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's wins, losses, ties. That's the
Yeah.
rubric. So it looks like we have a. Why is he in first place then? Shouldn't Roger Smith be undefeated?
Well, because he played more rounds.
Okay.
I don't
Next
know how
round's
that
gonna
happened.
next round's gonna start. And looks like it looks like this guy dropped, so he was able to get a free win. Is that right? Shouldn't they? Oh, he got a buy. I think this is what
Oh,
happens. Simply
I
Zer
don't.
got a
I
buy.
think I've played in. I think I've played in one of these before. Yeah. I don't think it's going by. Okay, I think I know what's happening here. I don't think this is going by like here. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Because I've seen this website be used to manage a tournament before, and in that tournament I played, this is actually the one I got. I think it was like Tengu Plant Takeover 7.
Yeah.
They used this platform to manage the tournament.
Yeah.
That's the one I got first place with Jirac, by the way. Deck profile out. If you just look Google Jirac deck profile Tengu Plant, should be like the first thing that pops up. But anyway, that tournament used this platform, challenge.com, and it wasn't going by rounds. Like it wasn't like it wasn't like, okay, round 4 is done, let's start round 5. It was just like, if you finished and your opponent, your next opponent is still playing, you have to wait to see who wins that, and then you play against them. Kind of like
Double elimination. Is it
kind
not called double
of like side
elimination?
events.
It might be double
Yeah, is
elimination.
this double M?
No, this is
Yeah.
Swiss. I think this is Swiss because they count the number of points. But I could be wrong.
Okay.
What do you think about this Quinning? He's on the chat right now. It looks like according to Simply Zerg, he got a win, so he didn't get a buy. Yeah, so he got a win. Buy would suggest that he didn't have well, I mean he didn't have an opponent, but like, yeah. So this is Swiss. A buy would mean like his opponent is like nobody. But he did had an actual opponent, and so he got a win from it. So I guess Vincent didn't drop from the tournament. I'm guessing, so I'm not entirely sure. But that's besides the point. We're gonna actually go into some gameplay videos. Let's see if I can find it. Log back in. Let's watch the. Do you guys want to watch the undefeateds? The undefeateds so far are Roger Smith and Lucas. Let's watch Roger. No, Roger Smith's play agents. Lucas. Let's watch what Lucas is playing. Lucas is also undefeated. I haven't watched this guy yet. Let's find out. Lucas. Should I type in his name? No, wait.
What's his dueling book name?
His dueling book. Well, Lucas is playing Spiral, so I could just type in Spiral. Spy. Oops, not Spoo. Spiral. Yep. All right, here's the gameplay. Lucas is on. Okay, Fabled Gravekeeper Kushano. So yeah, might be interesting.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Necro Valley does not stop Fabled Kushano in this format. Spiral.
Wait, what were you saying? What doesn't stop Kushano?
Necro Valley. Because this is the Necro Valley from
yes.
Structure Deck Merrick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So things that revive themselves from the grave. Oh, Spiral is the agent player, and Lucas is the Necro Valley player.
I don't know.
I didn't really get to see.
Valley. I saw Gravekeeper and I saw Kushano.
Okay, that's exciting. Yeah, Necro Valley is interesting in this format. It does not stop things that come back from the grave, that bring themselves back from the grave. So Fabled Kushano, Machina Fortress are things that and Blackwing Zephyros are things that Necro Valley cannot stop.
Yeah, because it brings itself out. But the Necro Valley and Merrick structure deck is actually stronger because it doesn't need to have the word target in their text to negate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like Red MD gets negated because Red MD in Edison format doesn't target, but Necro Valley in Edison format doesn't stop Red MD, whereas it does stop Red MD in Tengu Plant format. Because
you can still summon from hand, of course, right?
Yeah, you can summon from hand, but it stops the graveyard revival. So the Merrick structure deck is stronger, I would say, not weaker.
Yeah, like Rekindling, right? Like Rekindling obviously gets stopped by Necro Valley because Rekindling does not target. Yeah.
Yeah, that applies to you. I forgot it applies to you. So, yeah.
But I didn't know. So Are you telling me that in Edison format, rekindling works under Necker Valley? I
Yeah,
did not know that.
yeah, because it doesn't target, right?
What?
Yeah,
I never knew that. That's actually pretty crazy.
yeah. The Necro Valley in Edison format sucks. That's why
Oh shit.
Gravekeeper is not doing as well. Another reason why is because they don't have
Okay.
Recruiter as well. Gravekeeper Recruiter.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they do have 3 terraforming and they have 3 commandants still and 3 stealths. So yeah. Yeah, so game 2 is going to start here for these 2 players. Agents versus unknown deck. Might be Gravekeepers with Kushano in the deck. Who knows? Looks like he drew the Veiler for the Venus. Would you Veiler the Venus here always?
Absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Okay.
I feel like that's incorrect. Um,
Why is
I
that?
feel like you wanna hold your Veiler. Well, it depends on what your deck does, but
Yeah, if you're
you
playing
usually want to hold
Gravekeepers,
Veiler.
for example.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, you want to hold your Veiler for the Hyperion. Let's say you have a Necro Valley on field. Um, oh, but this makes sense, maybe?
yeah, maybe he had
I don't know.
both in his opening hand. So he's gonna make a Leviathan Dragon here to detach the Kushano, and then he doesn't want to give back the Venus to his graveyard, because that would mean that he can special summon Hyperion.
I feel like he would be in a better spot though if he held on to
Hey, what's up?
the Veiler.
TCG Rewinds in the house now. What's up, Tyler?
Oh, yeah, Tyler, I agree. You don't Veiler that. I mean, there are very few instances where you would Veiler it. Um,
Like in this
like
instant
if
where
you're in a
he was able
situation,
to mind control the Venus.
but you would still be able to mind control the Venus regardless of the Gotchi being there.
Oh, I
So,
see. But this
mhm.
actually does 25 points of damage as opposed to 0. Yeah, Tyler just
um,
woke up. Yeah,
yeah, but
it
the
makes
damage
sense.
isn't really important. You wanna worry about like card advantage, and you're just like losing a Veiler for no reason. You know,
Yeah.
like the Veiler's not really getting you anything because he's gonna get the Gotchi regardless this game. I promise.
Well, the difference is he gets 2,500 points of damage in. So does that matter against agents, or does it not matter at all?
3,000 actually, because
Yeah,
the
because the
Venus
Venus.
just had
Yeah,
to pay
right.
5.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think it matters.
I see.
Um, what the way to beat agents is you really want to just have answers for their power plays, their Hyperions, their BLSs, their Christias. Things like Warning, Judgment, Thunder King, Veiler, all are your answers to their best plays. And if you use it prematurely, you're not really gonna have answers for like, especially if this guy is on Necro Valley, like you want to protect that Necro Valley.
I see. Uh, well, the thing is, Necro Valley stops Hyperion from activating his effect, so that's a cool
Oh,
part of it.
true.
But I don't
Yeah,
know if he's on
it stops
Gravekeepers.
it
All we
from being
saw
summoned.
so far was Kushano.
No, you
uh,
said didn't we see Gravekeeper Spy?
and Spy, yeah. But I don't know if that Spy is like an engine or it's part of the Gravekeeper engine. We just never know these days
Mm,
with Gravekeeper Spy. Fun fact:
it is a dark.
Gravekeeper Spy is used in all formats, all the 3 formats that we
Yeah.
that are big right now.
Oh yeah, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah, I have to deal with it all the time
Mm,
in Goat format.
yeah, a Gravekeeper Spy is a dark, so it could be used as like a chaos engine.
It
That's
is. It
interesting.
is used as a chaos engine. But I don't know if that's because he's Lucas is here is using the Gravekeeper Spy as part of an engine, or is he using it for the Gravekeeper package? So we'll have to find out in this game. He didn't have to use the Gravekeeper's package to win the game. So no Necro Valley so far. So most likely he's on the Chaos engine as opposed to the whole package deal.
Mhm. Yeah, because considering he's on Kushano, makes sense. Because like, why would you play Necro Valley with like Chaos Orc? Yeah, that
We're
makes
in
sense.
round
It's most like.
five. Non. Yeah. So this is round 5 for the tournament. We haven't done much for the bingo card yet. We have a bingo card here. I took this idea off of Keegan. Basically, if I see anything, then I can basically. Oh, TGU to Kushano. I forgot about that. That actually happened, right?
Is that on the bingo card?
Yeah.
Mm. But I feel like Keegan's just saying that to try to say, oh, Tengu's bad because if people get blown out by BLS or Dark Hole or whatever, that makes the format bad. So that's probably the point of that.
No, no, no. I'm talking about
Um.
the bingo card.
But you said that was Keegan's idea, right?
The bingo card is an idea. The Tengu bingo card is like an adaptation of his idea.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Did somebody dust shoot after turn 1? I feel like that happened, didn't it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
Oof. And
1K
it's another
content
bad
creator shows
play.
up in chat. That's Tyler, right? He's a 1K Andy. Let's see what else is
Yeah.
there. Micro for
Maxi against the
game.
tour guide. Bad play. That's not good. Because look, he Maxi'd here. I feel like you shouldn't even side Maxi against agents.
Oh, it's round 4. Yeah, my bad, guys. It's round 4. Round 5 is how much rounds there are for day 1. Sorry, I am losing it. Can't multitask. Skill issue. What
Yeah.
happened?
So
Okay.
TCG Run in the chat says he should have held the Veiler. I agree. Because Veiler, he should have held the Veiler, and then you have a Leviathan that's 25 plus a Veiler that's board control and a Veiler, and you could protect your Veiler. You could protect your Leviathan with Veiler. Like for example, if he tour guide summons tour guide, you could Veiler the tour guide, which is better because he doesn't even get the Sengen online. Now he can search Herald, he can search Honest, he can search Earth to get his Gachi Gachi online.
So don't Veil the Venus. Got it.
Yeah, don't Veiler the Venus. You always want to hold it,
Is that always
and
the
don't
case?
Maxi a tour guide.
This is not dependent. This,
Very
you know how every time I ask you like, should I do this? You always say it depends. It depends. But are you saying for certain, like, 100% that you should always Veiler a Venus?
more like 95%. There are weird situations where you're forced to Veiler a Venus, right? For example, or also like even with like maxing tour guide, that's another one where like you don't want most times you don't want to maxi tour guide, but there are weird situations where like you
Yeah,
might
you
want
would.
to. Let's say I have MST, Lance, Thunder King in hand. I might want to because I can Thunder King walk over their Sangan, and like if they set Torrential or something, I have a MST or a Lance to protect my Thunder King. So
Yeah.
like in a weird situation, depending on like other factors, um, it might be optimal to do that. But most of the time, you want to hold your oof. You want to hold your Veilers and Maxis for
Oh, this is on
more
my bingo
impactful
card.
plays.
He's gonna use the orange light for as a tuner. I don't have a
Oh,
random
cool.
one. Yeah. Well, we'll see if it happens. He has to actually send it to the graveyard. Yep. So he synchros here. So that is gonna be another one for my bingo card.
Catastor, and he gets a search.
Orange light used as a tuner. All right.
Yep, and Sangan. Yeah. I feel like you shouldn't side Maxi against agents.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before. Will you make a YouTube
Yeah.
video on the top list? That depends on Quinning if he was generous enough to give it to me over Tyler from TCG Rewind. But for the sake of the community for Tengu, I'm gonna give it to Mr. Tyler here because he's kind of like the icon of Tengu plant format, whereas I am a what is the word? I'm an adopted child. He's like the father, the grandfather. So I'll give it to the grandfather. And he's also going to do day 2 commentary, so I'm going to be only doing commentary for this event. Yeah, that is all. Maybe I'll add in my little. Maybe we can do a collab video between me and Tyler, where we talk about the top 8 deck list. That's up to him if he wants to do it. Of course, he's going to get all the money from it because of ad revenue. But then he's going to owe me one in the future? Question mark. Yeah, TCG Rewind. I know you're listening. Anyway, so he detached the last material for
Ooh.
Leviathan Dragon here, and so this is gonna allow
The
him to run it
holding
over.
Veiler for Hyperion is really good.
Yeah.
Because now, I mean, even though he's gonna lose his Leviathan, at least his back row is safe. And I don't know what that back row is, but it must be important to Veiler it to protect it.
Yeah, probably Mirror Force. We've been seeing
Hopefully.
a lot of good Mirror Forces lately.
Yeah.
In this tournament, so Mirror Force getting a +1 is pretty nice. Would
Ooh,
you
that Wing Blast Catsith is
okay?
good.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I
go ahead.
was thinking he should have Wing Blast one of the back rows and then pop the Catastor with the Ketsith. What do you think about that? Because in this case, the Catastor is the only one that can answer the Leviathan Dragon. And then the Hyperion is at 2700 attack. You can run it over. But I guess you have to worry about Honest. And Honest hasn't been used yet. So, yeah, we'll see. So he's going to Lance over the Hyperion. And then somehow the Hyperion's dead. How's the Hyperion
No,
dead?
no. So here's what happened. He attacked Hyperion into Leviathan. And then Lucas, he Wing Blast targeted the Hyperion pitched Catsith.
Yeah.
So Spiral lanced his own Hyperion, so it wouldn't be popped by the or returned to the top of the deck by
Yeah.
that.
So how
But
did
it lost the battle.
Catastrophe? How did it, oh, it lost in battle because it's smaller.
Cat Sith. Yeah,
Oh.
Hyperion lost in battle because it's smaller. But then Cat Sith popped the Catastor. That was a very valuable interaction on Lucas's part.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really cool interaction to see that happen, especially since damage step tricks are a thing, and having a
Mhm.
tactical issue with Hyperion was really cool too. So he's gonna maxi here on a tour guide again, and you guys are saying this is incorrect, or do you say that in this situation is it correct to maxi when you have a Chaos Sorcerer online?
In this situation, it actually does kind of make sense because you're kind of forcing him to stop, right? You're because if you don't maxi here, he goes Leviathan, beats over your Chaos Orc. You maxi here, he's forced to stop on the Sangan, and you can just banish the Sangan. So this is one of the few instances where it does actually make sense to maxi him.
I see. So
But in like a
maxi goes on.
simplified game state, you never want to maxi a tour guide. But
I
this
see.
is there are other factors to consider where it actually is optimal to maxi here.
Okay, we'll see. So they're probably gonna overlay here into Leviathan Dragon, or do you think he's gonna pass on this?
Mm, I don't think he's gonna pass. He left Kushano in attack mode. That signifies to me he's gonna keep pushing.
Oh, looks like he's gonna go for the Cathsith effect to retrieve the Kushano. So it looks like he is gonna stop
Nice.
here and then attack directly with Kushano and Tour Guide once he's able to clear the Chaos Sorcerer off the field.
Yeah, that seems correct. Oh, that Herald.
Okay, all right. So he's able to herald the Cathsith effect. That's a really big neg play because now Lucas is up several cards. He's actually up. What is it? 8 to his 6. Yeah, 8 to his
Yeah,
6.
and I think
Because he could
I
draw for
think
3.
now Lucas is in a position where he can still push, like he could still summon in the maxi because giving him an extra card isn't really a problem anymore because um he had to because the spiral had to minus
Yeah,
with the Herald play.
exactly.
Yeah. And he's still up a million cards. That's why I love the Cat Sith engine because it's just a free +1. It's so good.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Leviathan Dragon's gonna be met with the Deep Prison here, and then so that's
Wow,
gonna
Deep
take
Prison
out.
and Nations.
Yeah,
That's spicy.
Spiral did. Yeah, we did watch his last matchup. Where he did flip the Deep Prison against the Hero Beat player. Um, was it Hero Beat? I think it's Hero
Mhm.
Beat. Yeah. So Solemn Judgment
Yeah.
comes down. He's gonna negate the Deep Prison, and the Chaos Sorcerer is actually gonna come down at the cost of 1900 life points.
I feel like that's worth it. You
Okay.
want to maintain board control. He just I hope he has answers for other gas. Let's see. He's already used 2 Hyperions.
Yeah, he has more
So the
gas
odds
coming
of
in.
him having a third.
Oh, we got BLS coming in,
Yeah.
most likely. Yeah.
BLS, yep. So he has to have an answer for the BLS.
He's gonna prio. Nope, he's not gonna use prio effect on the effect. So now he's gonna try to go for game here by attacking directly, and he takes the win with the BLS. And if I had the bingo card
Mm.
twice for BLS for game, I would. I'm just gonna do this little number where I put the blue over it to signify that this is happening more often. BLS for game.
Do you
Uh,
think he could show the stream the bingo card?
yeah, I think they're able to see it. Oh, they're not even able to see it. Okay. That is a skill issue. I gotta check this out for add another window, I guess. Window capture for paint. There we go. So there it is, guys. If you guys are able to see this, I now have it on the screen here. So yeah, bingo card. Those are the bingo cards so far. We have BLS. We have Damn Step Honest. We have a 1K content creator show up in chat. Almost a bingo so far. We only need Mystic Piper to draw an extra card, but I don't think a Mystic Piper is in this deck, in this tournament. So yeah, unfortunately for them.
Oh, that's pretty fun. Okay.
Yeah. Let me close that off because it's gonna block everything. So window
Yeah.
capture.
Okay. Duality. I feel like warning is the best pickup here.
All lists will be posted on the Tengu Tools website, and I for sure won't stop anyone from doing video coverage. Okay, so for those of you guys who are interested, there is another website for Tengu Plant format. It's called Tengu Tools. So alliteration on words, so it's pretty clever. So I don't know who is the owner of that website, but they are dedicated to creating all the tools that are needed to become a competitive retro player for Tengu Plant format. So definitely check out that website. If you guys want to know the rulings and events that might happen, etc. And deck lists. So that's another one. So warning's gonna hit the
No.
warning.
That's such
Warning.
a bad play. Why is this guy making these? Oh my god.
Oh
These are such a
shoot.
bad. Okay, that is so. Oh man, if you're gonna use your trap on a Venus, you should have grabbed the bottomless. At least bottomless will banish the Venus, so it'll be harder for him to summon the Hyperion.
Yeah.
My god, this and this is why I'm saying agents are winning so much. It is because a lot of people don't know how to play against them. Like in this match, we've seen so many suboptimal plays.
Yeah.
He maxes Tour Guide in simplified game state. He Valor's Venus, and he warnings a Venus.
And he
These are
wins.
all.
I was just joking. No, he actually lost the last game.
Yeah, and he.
Do you think he did that because he has like a set Fossil Dyna? Maybe. Maybe the Fossil Dyna is going to be able to clear, and stop the Hyperions, all the Hyperions from coming in.
I feel if that was the case, he should have still picked up a bottomless. If you want
Right.
to, if you're thinking of protecting it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even if it was a Fossil Dyna, when Hyperion comes out, it could more than likely still pop it.
You can't
So
pop
I don't know
Fossil
what
Dyna
that set
because
is.
they have to tribute summon for Hyperion because Fossil Dyna says no to special summoning.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought you meant keeping it as a set and then flipping it to. I
Oh,
misunderstood
okay, so it's a spy.
what you were saying. Okay.
So the spy looks like he's using it as an engine. He's probably gonna go into double spy. What? So maybe he drew the
Okay.
Ascendant here. He's probably gonna normal summon it to pop the back row. Maybe it's a deep prison set, like he's been using out throughout the tournament.
I don't know what Lucas is gonna do. Utopia maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so he makes good Utopia. So it's a 1-card Utopia, and it also puts a light in the graveyard in the event that Utopia gets warning here.
Torrential.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is actually going to put a
That's
Dark and
pretty
Light
good.
for Lucas here. So it's really good for Lucas, especially if he opens up a Chaos Sorcerer or a BLS here for the follow-up play.
And he's up a card, and he did not use his normal because that was a flip summon.
Yes, true. So he can summon Tour Guide here, put more bodies on the board, and then attack directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may be up a card, but Spiral's going to draw for turn, so it's going to be pretty even. Unless Lucas is able to generate a +1 by summoning a monster that rips a card out of the hand, or generates a card by getting a value on the board, that would be good too. He's going to be normal. He's going to be Monster
That
Reborning
is
the
so.
Venus here. Maybe he wanted to do this because he wanted to put damage on board as a low commitment play, waiting for Spiral to put back a counterpunch strategy so he can counterpunch with the Chaos Sorcerer in his hand, potentially. Because putting a Chaos Sorcerer on the board doesn't seem that great. But then he goes in Solemn Judgments to Tour Guide here. But now he only has a Dark but no Light in the graveyard, so he can't bring out his BLS. So this is going to be
That's crazy.
a series of I don't want you to play the game in the early turns of the game. All right, so duality's here for Hyperion potentially, but I don't think he has another agent monster, so he's gonna have to go for the Earth play here to search for his second Venus. That's most likely what's gonna happen here. But we'll
Depends on
see.
what's in his hand.
I don't think he
Agent
has a
player is in a
Hyperion.
huge advantage here.
He doesn't have a Hyperion in hand because he didn't. There's 2 of them in the banished area, so it's very unlikely he has the third one in his hand. Very unlikely.
Yeah.
But yeah. So he's gonna summon the Earth here to search for the. Oh, he just passes without summoning. Oh, he already normal summoned.
Okay, so his normal summon was negated by
Yeah,
the
that's right.
judgment.
Forgot about that. So he's gonna
Okay.
duality here, and he's probably gonna pick up a
Leeching.
yeah.
Leeching is auto win.
Unless he
is an
needs
auto
a
win card.
Kushano. No, he doesn't need.
Oh, but
Kushano.
Kushano can let him overlay into.
Yeah, but he can't overlay because of
Leviathan.
duality, so he's under the stipulation.
Oh, true. Let's see. Does he have a Kushano engrave? He does not. This is interesting. I feel like if Lucas played better, he would be in a much better spot because Lucas has, even though he's up 1 card, he's in a bad spot because
He gets
Spiral
the
knows.
Casket.
Okay.
So the Casket
Spiral knows every card in Lucas's hand because of the Dust Shoot, and the best cards in his hand, Judgment and Monster Reborn, are gone.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lucas has no idea what Spiral has except the Earth.
Yeah. He might have even top decked into a Hyperion just now. After summoning, if he summons the Earth here to search for the Venus, he can banish the Earth to special summon the Hyperion. Duality is normally used in Agents nowadays because I think Agents is more of a control deck than anything else. But anyways, he's going to search for the Earth here to search for a card. It's going to search for Venus. It looks like he's not on Jupiter. I don't believe so because he hasn't searched. Nobody has searched for Jupiter all the Agent matchups. What do you think about
Do you know
Jupiter?
I think it's good as a one of. I've seen in a lot of lists that got first, the topped. Yeah, it's this weird situations where it comes up. Oof. This is
Yeah.
gonna be a Brionic.
Do you think that the set card is a bottomless trap hole?
No clue. I don't
Okay.
know. I have no idea what it could be. Um, Considering he reborn, so Spiral knows what that set is because of Dust Shoot. So,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
more
So
than likely.
okay.
So it's probably a deep prison if he's going into Brionic, because then he can clear the deep prison each turn.
Did Dust Shoot activate on the first turn of the game, or the
It
past the turn?
activated past turn once. Oh, I forgot to tell you. That's another thing for the Tengu Bingo.
Ding 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 ding. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull up the window for you guys. So we have another one for Dust Shoot after turn one. All right. So not in a good spot for that one, but yeah, we're gonna do that.
Yeah, I feel like Lucas could have played this much better. He opened a really good hand. He had Judgment. He had Judgment, Warning, or he had Judgment, Duality, Reborn, um, Spy, which is his engine. Um, ooh, and Wing Blast Cat Sith.
Okay, so it was a wing back cat sit. That's makes sense why he searched for the cat sit off the duality, so he can do this
Yeah,
little play. What did he top deck? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Did he put back the spy or did he put back the
he
cat?
put Earth. He put Earth to top a deck, and he
Oh,
Cat Sith
okay,
popped the Spy.
okay,
Yeah, which actually is pretty good because it basically the Cat Sith trades for Reborn, which is a really good trade.
yeah.
But now Spiral's up one card, although he's drawing into a dead Earth because he already has the Venus in hand. But the Venus is going. Spiral's Venus is going to walk over Lucas's Venus because he could just get the Gachis. And like I said earlier, Valoring. Or he didn't Valor. What did he do? He warninged. He warninged the Venus to turn one, which is a bad play because, like I said, Spiral's going to get the Gachi online. It's going to happen. And now that the resources are whittled down and we're late game, Lucas is not going to have anything to stop the Gachi. What he should have done is he should have let the Gachi hit the field because a 2K Venus isn't really going to pose a threat. Because 2K Venus is not going to clear his spy. There's no reason he should have wasted the warning.
Oh,
Ooh, but BLS off the top is nice. Okay.
all right, guys. So
Despite playing bad, BLS
throw out
get
all
you
the
the win.
things you know about Valoring a Venus.
Yeah.
Throw out everything you know about Monster Reborning a Venus. And
I stand
maxing a
corrected.
tour guide, you will still win the game or the match if you do those things. So, yeah. So
I guess so.
Lucas,
Yeah, VCBLS.
yeah,
Okay. Well,
yeah. I mean BLS
congrats,
for game.
Lucas.
I mean, if I could write down BLS for game like 4 times already, it's already happened like 10 times at this point. It's
That
just
happened 3 times.
yeah, 3 times, 4 times. I mean, it could have happened more because we weren't watching those games. Yeah,
Maybe
we're just
theoretically.
this is just happening too often. VLS for game. You know, this is the feature of Tengu Plant format. A lot of Tengu Plant format enthusiasts will disagree with me, but I've already marked this thing 4 times. So, or 3 times, sorry, 3 times, and
Three
then
times. 3 times.
potentially 4 times in the future. So yeah, yeah. So we're gonna go watch another gameplay video. Let's find another person who's still in the tournament and is still playing. What's on? Who's on? Who's on? Hard to
Roger
know.
Smith is on. How's he doing?
Is he on? Okay, let's just type in Roger. Roger, not Roger. Roger. There it is. So he's playing against a guy named Mediating. It's gonna be an agent mirror match. Fun,
Oh boy.
riveting gameplay.
Okay.
So it looks like
Oh,
the
BLS was used.
from who? Who's using the BLS?
Roger Smith had used it already, but it's in the grave.
I
It's in his
see.
graveyard.
And then one Hyperion used from the other player. So
Yeah.
those are our chips. We've lost the queen and we've lost the king. Actually, queen. There's like 3 queens, right? No, there's 3 queens and 1 king, which is BLS. Unless you guys want to dig into
Hyperion's
the
a
other one.
woman? I thought Hyperion was a man.
Hyperion, sure. Hyperion's a king, but there's 3 kings and there's BLS, who's also
And Christy is the queen. Is Christy a
yeah.
woman? Let's
Christy is
see.
the queen. Yeah. Christy is the queen. So we've lost.
Let's look at Christy's art.
Yeah, sure. So we haven't seen the queen be used yet. We have seen BLS be used. Let's miss BLS. What is BLS? Is he the king? And Hyperion is
Yeah.
like
Well,
the knight.
Venus is a woman. Um,
Hyperion's
and
the
Earth
knight.
is another woman. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And
So
Christia is actually a man. I was looking at it. He's a man with effeminate hips, but he's got masculine shoulders.
there you go. So if we're trying to like relay this to chess as a metaphor, we
Okay.
don't have to rely on gender. We can just talk about the power of the pieces. And so
Oh, sure.
BLS
Okay.
would be the queen, because the queen is the most powerful piece. So it looks like the queen was lost for Roger Smith, and Hyperion, being a 3 of, in terms of power level, it's probably going to be closer to a bishop or rook, maybe rook. What's more powerful? Do you know chess at all?
Not really. I haven't
I
played
don't
chess in
know
a long
chess
time.
either. I don't know the power. There's like they assign points to each of the pieces. I don't know
Really?
what the point scale for the rook is, the bishop is, and the knight. So I don't know the power differential. So we have like Venus probably being something like closer to a pawn, and the Earth is a pawn. I'm not entirely sure. Rook is five
Earth would
points.
definitely be a pawn
Yeah, Earth
because
is
Earth
a
is like
pawn.
the
But what about
weakest.
Mystic Shine Ball? That's probably a pawn
Oh
too.
yeah, that's also a pawn.
Yeah.
Tour guide is interesting. Tour guide's kind of a pawn, but it's very versatile
Okay,
because you can bring back
so
mana stuff.
Viking Goats in our chat says that Rook is a 5 pointer. So Hyperion's definitely going to be the Rook. And then we have Bishop and Knight being the same amount of points, 3 points. So yeah. But we can't really compare
Ooh,
chess
this is
here.
so good.
What's going on?
Okay, he's gonna go Scrap Dragon, attack into a Gores, and then he has an answer for it. Why would you? Oh man, he's going into Stardust instead. I guess
Okay.
he's overcommitting. He doesn't want to worry about Dark Hole.
No, he's just going to go balls to the wall. Is this BLS?
I guess.
Yeah. So all the
Yeah,
pieces are
I
on
feel
the
like he's
board.
gonna get.
Everything's going to go in attack mode. Even if he does have the gores, I think it's still game. Is that right?
Well, it wouldn't be game because
Because BLS attacks twice. So this is gonna be 2,000 points of damage,
Oh,
and
true.
then yeah, if
And
Gores,
it's 34.
yeah,
It could be a Trag too.
he can
Trag
attack
or
with BLS
Gores.
for lethal, so he's gonna have to attack somewhere here. He's gonna drop Gores here somewhere. So yeah, it looks like Roger
Yeah,
Smith loses game 2 because we just got into here.
but he won game 1.
Can you play a bit
Yeah, so now we're
faster?
in game 3.
Okay.
Meditating is played that pretty well.
Yeah, he played a pretty big turn for agents, but that's the agent mirror match.
Yeah.
It comes down to who can do the big power plays, and if the opposing player has a Gores in hand, but even past the Gores, it's probably not enough. So he was able to figure out
Hmm.
what beats the Gores hand.
Also, it also comes down to who does not see the shine balls. That's another factor.
Yeah, if you see the
Because
shine
that's
balls
an
with no
inherent risk.
Venus, then it's like, that feels bad.
Yeah, and that's another factor. That's another thing that I think is holding agents back is like it's high risk, high reward. Because you can either see hands with like a bunch of shine balls, and you're just bricking, or you could see a bunch of hands with like a bunch of Hyperions, BLSs, Christias, and like no way to summon them. With that being said, it's still a powerful deck. But it's I do think it's a little overinflated.
Yeah. So it looks like he did draw a Mystic Shine Ball out of
Oof,
his hand. So he does have 2 Shine Balls in hand. So he had to use one of them
that's
out of his
rough.
hand. And then now it's going to be a Venus with the Gachi pass.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a real rough start.
it could be, but it could also mean that he has a Maxi in hand as well to capitalize on this. So we'll see. Maxi is actually pretty good in the
Wait,
mirror match because you can have the board. And then if you Maxi when you have a board, it feels pretty good. So currently,
I
Roger Smith
suppose
has the
yeah.
board. Roger Smith has the board right now, and if mediating summons his own Venus or tour guide, it's most likely going to be met with a Maxi.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So it looks like 1 Shine Ball in hand. We know the 3 other cards are not hand traps. Maybe not Valor. So yeah, I mean you
Who
went Valor
knows?
here,
I just think
right?
no. I still think that's. I don't know. I mean, Valor makes more sense than a Maxi, but
We'll see.
yeah, because you Maxi him, he's still gonna get the Sengen search. At least
Okay,
Valor
so
stops
in
the
the mirror
Sengen
match, he
search.
decided to go for the Sangen, crash into the Venus, and then
Ooh.
drop the Tragodia. Okay. I thought that was a standard play for some
Okay.
reason that you go tour guide into Sangan and then crash into the Venus, but it looks like he did it for the sake of dropping Trag here. With the Trag, would you be able to? Would you attack the Gachi Gachi? Yeah, I mean, would you attack the Gachi Gachi, or would you try to go attack over the
Mm,
Venus here?
I don't know. I feel like attacking the Venus would be pretty okay.
Looks like
Oh,
he
I see.
decides to steal it.
Okay,
Okay, so only attack over
that makes sense.
Gachi Gachi if he can steal the Venus. And now in the mirror match, Tragodia actually plays
Oh,
a lot of, and he did have the Maxi,
ooh,
which I thought he would have, but he was saving it for the bigger power plays. So using the
that
Venus
was a
here,
good well-timed Maxi by Roger Smith. Unfortunately, it
unfortunately,
was met
yeah,
by Harold.
it's met by Herald. Yeah, yeah. So Herald of Orange Light, good card, I guess. Was that on my
Okay.
bingo card? No, that was not on my bingo card. So he's going to be using the Venus effect, and then now he's going to be able to get a Gachi of his own. The only difference now is that Roger Smith is pressurized.
Yeah, and we know that one of the cards in his hand is a Shine Ball. So Roger Smith is almost certainly going to lose this. He has one Shine Ball, two Unknowns, and a Gachi. So,
Yeah.
meanwhile, Meditating has enormous field control.
He can also make the Tragodia level 2, right? He would need a level 2 in his graveyard, though, to do this. He does. He have the Herald of Orange Light. So he can make
Yeah.
Tragodia level 2, make a double Gachi play with the Leviathan. Would you think
Yeah,
he's
that
going to
makes
do
sense
that?
because you don't want to leave a small track on field.
Trag is at 1200 attack. Yeah, so yeah. Let's see what
Yeah.
happens here. Some people don't actually play two Gachis in their agent list. So definitely a
Oh,
mistake here
okay.
if you do decide to do that. Definitely play two Gachis in your at least two Gachis, so because you can make it with Earth and Tragodia. Otherwise, besides the Shine Ball. Oh, so it looks like he does
Yeah,
not
he
play
doesn't
the
have
second
it.
Gachi. Okay, unless he just forgot
Okay.
that he has the second Gachi or that Tragodia can modulate his level. But knowing that he was able to OTK through Gores, it's likely that he does not play the second Gachi.
Yeah. I think if Roger Smith has a Dark Hole, that would be pretty good. Especially considering that Meditating does not have the second Gachi.
Right. Uh, so the Dark Hole would be really good for Roger Smith here, but he would have to draw that card. It is a variance card, so he'll have to draw that card. With the Venus in the graveyard and his Shine Ball in the graveyard, he can bring out his own Hyperion to pop one of the monsters on the field. If that happens, what do you think he's going to pop first? Oh, he doesn't need to actually draw it. He just needs to Monster Reborn it. So he's able to draw his one of
Okay.
Monster Reborn. What do you think he's going to pop here? He's going to pop the Leviathan Dragon or the Gachi
Absolutely.
Gachi?
Absolutely. Oh, well, I guess if he pops the Gachi, he could walk over the Leviathan. Oh, wait, no. His Hyperion is 29, and the Leviathan is 29. So he could pop. It doesn't really matter, I think, because he could pop the Gachi and then the Leviathan's lower, or he could pop the Leviathan, walk over the. I feel like he should pop the Leviathan because the Gachi's not doing
Should he
anything.
pop the Trag in the event that he might have a level 8 to steal the Hyperion or attack over it at
He
least?
should he should attack over it. It gets more damage.
Yeah,
He should pop the Leviathan and attack over Trag. That's what I
yeah,
think is the play.
I think so too because you don't want to leave the Tragodio out there because he's going to steal it potentially by sacrificing one of his Chrysias that are probably dead in his hand or a BLS maybe to steal the Hyperion. So the
So
trigger
we know
here.
one of the cards in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ooh, you know, what'd be really good. Crashing Sangan into Trag, because then he could search a Herald, and now he'll have Hyperion backed up by Herald.
Yeah, that sounds
That
like a
would be
really good
really
idea.
good.
However, the Gachi Gachi makes oh yeah, never mind. It is a 1200. No, the Gachi Gachi only makes Sangan a 1200 attack. Yeah, never mind. And then his Gachi Gachi powers up. So he's gonna make the overlay here into a Leviathan Dragon, and he's gonna detach a Sangan and then be able to attack over. Oh, he's not gonna use the effect, so he's probably saving the effect because he's afraid of Orange Light. So that's probably why he
Yeah,
did this.
that makes sense. And doing it main phase too would be really yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Roger Smith is on a different. Like I said, there's a high skill ceiling for agents, and this is an
Hmm.
example of this feature. Being a high
Yeah,
skilled agent player means that you can play around Orange Light by not detaching an effect of Leviathan Dragon. But this also means that he can't attack over the Gachi Gachi with Leviathan Dragon. He's gonna have to attack over the Mystic Shine Ball. So this is gonna be a
yeah,
kind of a weird play,
but that's okay.
but it's
I think
fine.
it's better to do that because you leave him able to tribute. Because if he does have a Hyperion, oh wait, let's see, does he have an Agent Engrave? He does. I don't know. I feel like the Shine Ball, leaving the Shine Ball, gives him synchro plays.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't want
right.
to. You don't want to leave. You want to have him as little monsters as possible. I'd rather clear everything else and leave the Gachi than whittle down the Gachi and leave a bunch of field. Because then if he has monsters on field, if let's say Meditating has a reborn, he has lots of plays he could do.
Right.
You know.
But that's only if he left it
Especially
in.
if he has like yeah.
Should he have left the Gachi Gachi in defense mode, or should he have left it in attack mode to run over the ball? Actually, no, that's incorrect because the Leviathan is always going to be dealing with the Mystic Shine Ball. What
Yeah.
do you think that set is? Do you think it's a treacherous trap hole?
Ooh, that would be exciting.
Because
It
it
could
makes
be.
sense that he would set it because otherwise the Hyperion is going to pop the MST if it is an MST or a defensive back row. So it's most likely that set card is going to be a treacherous trap hole, but it's not. He
Oh, my
actually sets a my
body.
body. Okay, very weird.
Okay.
Weird side deck too. So I normally don't see this card
No,
used in the mirror match.
my body's good against agents.
I see.
Everything they have pops. They have Hyperion and they have Herald of Orange Light.
I see. I
Um,
see. I see.
it stops like 6 of their cards.
Okay, that makes sense. So it looks like he's just gonna attack over the Gachi Gachi, making him down to 0 materials. How many cards are in the graveyard? That's fairies. He has a 5 fairy count. So if he's able to draw a Hyperion as well as a Christia, he can actually do something here. So
And
let's
that's
see.
assuming Roger doesn't have a Herald. He might already have a Herald because he
Wait,
didn't do the
did he?
Sengen Crash
Well,
play.
he didn't do that. Yeah. So well, it also could mean that he didn't see that line. So
Maybe, yeah. But I don't know. Roger Smith is a good player. I feel like he would have seen it.
yeah, it was an odd time to set my body, according to TCG Wine. I honestly thought it was a treacherous trap hole that he set when he had the established board. But yeah. But I mean, it is what it is. So he's now going to be sacrificing the 2 Monster for Christia to pretty much lock out this game, to pretty much put a pin. So he's able to summon his queen here, and then use the effect of not the queen, but the the Christia. I don't know where the Christia is at.
Ooh, Herald. Okay.
Okay, so he's going to be using the Herald on the Hyperion, but that doesn't stop the aggression from Archfighter Christia. So Roger Smith,
Yeah.
even though despite the setback of having a 2 Mystic Shine Ball in his opening hand, he was still able to convert into a potential win here. But it's not quite over yet, but it looks to be over with the Christia on board. Very few outs. He would have to draw into like a back row or smashing ground. So it looks like he hasn't pinned. Pin for a checkmate for all you chess fans out there.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to worry about Gores at all. Like he's in a really good spot. I don't see meditating getting out of this one. I think Roger Smith takes it.
Assuming it's game 3, Roger Smith will win this matchup, most likely.
Mhm.
He did set up a card in his back row. It could be a Falso Dyna, so he's going to have to find a way to out the Falso Dyna potentially if he does decide to side that card. He's going to attack with the Venus first. I don't know if I agree with Venus attacking first before the Christia. Would you have attacked Christia first in case it is a Falso Dyna?
Yeah, I would. I think I wouldn't expect Falsadina in the agent matchup.
In the mirror match?
Because you already play Christia.
True.
You already play Christia, and then also like I've hardly ever seen a Falsadina in agents. Usually they'll side like Maxis as like counterplays to special summons
Yeah.
or just Christia. I feel like you want to get more damage in and apply a lot of pressure.
Got
But even if it is, oh, okay.
It looks like he just scoops. Okay, so let's see the hand here. Maybe Roger Smith will, show us his hand, or he's just probably just gonna show one card, which is mind control. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
So agent player. I believe firmly that the higher skilled agent player was able to win this one. In this instance, I would say Roger Smith was the better player. But mediating did open up kind of okay. I don't know how many Mystic Shine Ball he opened. But I think he was able to resolve his Venus for 2, I believe, without
Yeah.
opening up a shine ball.
We know Roger opened at least 2, and he still won.
Yeah,
Which is
so
pretty
that might be an
pretty
indication
awesome.
of a higher skill as opposed to mediating here. Who decided to set my body as a shield and even side decking that card. So very questionable. Not sure if I would side deck
No,
it.
I think no, it's good. My body's a shield's really good.
But paying
In the
1,500
agent
life points
matchup.
seems like it's a very bad thing to do. I don't know.
Well, in agents specifically, because you're already paying life to resolve Venus. I don't know if it's great in the mirror, but in other decks, if you can afford space, my body's an okay side.
Okay. I probably wouldn't do it because life points is a thing. Because you're already paying 1,500 life points for Venus. I'm not gonna pay another 1,500 life points to negate an effect. But I mean, I guess you can get a 2-for-1, but it just doesn't matter. So it looks like
I'd rather.
the last one is gonna be Dank Arm Dragon versus Omin.
Oh, let's check that out.
Yeah, I don't know who that is though.
I play against Dank Arm sometimes.
Dank Arm. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, it looks
Yeah.
like it's TG Stun versus TG Stun. Wait, no, this is Agents, right? TG Agents?
TG. Oh, he TG out EMI'd swapped. So
Okay.
it's gonna be TG agents versus.
No, it's just
No, it's agents versus
TG
TGs.
Stuns. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, let's see.
Tyler from Reteach Rewind. My body beats Herald of Orange Light and protects big monsters from Hyperion Pop. Yeah, I mean that's what Mike said. Fossil Dyna in the Agent Mirror? Question mark? Maybe. I don't know. It just
I
depends
don't
on.
I don't want to see that. That's why that's why I don't think it was. It was. I think it was correct to attack directly with Orchestra
Yeah.
because you know, you put more pressure on, and I really don't think they would side a Falsadina. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen an agent player side in Falsadina.
Okay, that's fair. Um, okay, so be it. Maybe it'll be the future tech. Who knows? Because it requires less setup. I guess
But I feel like
Venus can run over Falsadina, but Tour Guy can't run over Falsadina, and also Earth can't run over Falsadina. So there's a lot of small monsters and agents that don't do anything. The only thing that can run it over is Jupiter and Venus. So maybe, I don't know.
see that. Um, but then like if you're, let's say you're staring down like a field of like Christia or Hyperion or something.
Oh, of course, then it sucks.
Um,
Absolutely sucks.
yeah, I'm because then like you would set it right and hope that your Falsadina pops it. But the fact that Hyperion can pop a set monster, um, kind of makes Falsadina a little less good.
Yeah. And who really knows until we actually play the deck? Because I'm not gonna play agents. Are you gonna play agents?
No, I'll play a different variant of agents maybe.
Yeah.
But
Direct
ooh,
agents.
no, no, no. Um, I would try to play it without shine balls.
Oh, okay. That's kind of weird. So he summons the Beast
Yeah,
King Barbaros here. It's gonna walk over the Christia here. Hopefully he doesn't have the Honest. And Dig Arm Dragon loses his Christia. That
Christie
Christia
goes to
should be
top
on
deck.
top of deck, yeah, because it's a
Yeah, I'm gonna message
it's an
Dankarmed.
unclassified effect. But I think he knows that. He's looking at his graveyard right now. He's gonna put it on top.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool, cool.
So we don't need to actually message him. Um,
Wait,
he,
I'm gonna message him right now.
yeah,
Dankarmed.
because it's an
So
unclassified
message.
effect, so it's not affected by skill drain. So yeah, off to the top you go. Yeah, I had a specific ruling with this in Edison format. I agree, TCG Rewind. Agents are boring to play against. Is it fun to play? I don't know. I would have to be behind the seat of an agent deck, so I don't know. But it is boring to watch, that's for sure.
Why would it not go? Hold on, let me read. Let me read Christia.
Also, this is the only matchup left, so we're kind of have to force to watch this. Unless you guys want to watch an Edison event, an Edison ladder game, riveting Edison
No, yeah,
game.
it works. Hold on, let me message. Here. Users, Dankarmed.
Do they know it's time? They said it's time. Do you
Opponent
also want to
to
message them at time?
view watchers chat.
I don't think they know it's time. But
Watchers,
hopefully a
okay.
judge is watching
Let's
this. Any judges in here in chat that can watch this game and say it's time? Because I really don't know.
Yeah.
So dad option just suggested to flip a coin. Is he
Let's
trying
not
to
do that. That's a horrible idea.
Well, what are they doing? Well, what is
Garcia
he?
definitely resolves or goes to top of deck. It for sure does because it doesn't activate in the field.
Yeah, it's
It
an
activates in the graveyard.
unclassified effect. That's what it's called. Because it's an unclassified effect, it will go on top of the deck. It is not a graveyard effect. It is unclassified effect. Quinning confirmed. All right, so he's gonna be able to draw the Chrissy again. Does he have 4 fairies in graveyard? And does that actually matter? Let's see. He has 4 fairies in graveyard.
He does have 4. He has
That's
exactly
why it
4.
mattered. That's why it mattered. So we'll see.
But it will not out 3,000 Beast King Barbaros.
True. Also, do they know it's time? And we don't know what turn number is this because we came in late.
Yeah, I feel bad for these guys, bro. Have you ever like played an online tournament and like you look at how many are watchers and it's like 9 people watching? That is like a lot of pressure.
Yeah, as a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, you have to be able to deal with pressure. And if you can't do that, don't play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. Just play casually.
No, I mean I feel like it's always good to get over that, you know. Like even if you do struggle with it, I feel like it's good to step out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, but some people don't like that, stepping out of their comfort zone. So it really depends on the personality.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends. If it's not something you like, you know, But if like if you want to play competitively and that's like a barrier, I feel like it's probably a healthy thing to do.
Yeah, exposure therapy. Have like
Yeah,
one person watching you, and then slowly edge your way towards 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I perform better. Um, I perform better without like the pressure of being watched.
Yeah.
But but then sometimes when you do like your sick plays, you're like, oh, I wish people saw that. You know,
Yeah.
it depends. But I
Well,
hate losing when I'm getting watched. It's like the worst thing.
yeah, because now people know you're bad. I was just joking.
Nah,
That's
that's
a
cool.
great
That's
reference.
cool.
It's like, oh no, they watched me. It's like, did you watch the? Do you know who Milano the Duelist is?
Yeah, yeah. He
He
does a lot
recently,
of like funny shorts.
yeah, he recently did a skit where it's like when you bring your girlfriend to locals. So his
Oh, I
girl,
saw that. Yeah,
I
it's
was
pretty funny.
laughing so hard. I was all like, "What? You think I win every game?" His girlfriend thinks, "I thought you were the best at this game." I was laughing so hard.
Oh man.
Oh shit!
Oh, dude, that is disgusting. Did you see that play?
No, I didn't see what happened.
Dude, he crashed the Christias. Both went to top of deck.
Oh, I
Now
see.
Dankarmed is forced to draw into Christia. That sucks. This better be a Sangan, otherwise Dankarmed is in a bad spot.
Oh, so he has two Christias back to back, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah, they crashed Christias, and then
Okay.
now he's gonna top deck double Christia.
But the Christia all belong to Dankarm Dragon, right? So it all went back to top of his deck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So he's gonna draw two Christias back to back. That doesn't seem that
Yep.
very good, especially since he has three back rows that we don't even know, and a Barbaros that he can't even answer. Seems like a bad idea.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the Topian is definitely gonna win. Like Dankarmed is in a very bad spot here because he has two bad draws that don't deal with the problem. Neither Christia cannot overcome a skill drained Barbaros. So
Right, 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 right.
yeah,
Clutch Barbaros. Yes, it was very clutch in TGs. I think they main deck this, I believe, don't they?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's crazy. I think any deck that can play skill drain,
Okay.
Barbaros. Oh, I just thought of a disgusting idea.
For a
Um,
deck.
yeah. I
Okay.
don't know if I want to say it. I don't know if I want the.
Yeah, you want to keep your ideas under a TM
Maybe yeah.
trademark.
I wanna steamroll the next tournament. You know.
Yeah, you
No, I'll
better.
just say it. Drax with skill drain, Barbaros. I don't know. Because Drax can play skill drain. They're really good at skill drain.
Yeah, because they have floaters. Okay, so it looks like TG
Yeah.
Stuns was able to win in time as well as board control. So, good thing he didn't flip that solemn judgment. Otherwise, it would have been GG's for for Dat. I don't even know how to say his name. Dato Pitonian. Dat Dato
The top
Pinion. I don't even
the
know.
option
I don't think it's.
that option
Oh
that
yeah,
option
yeah,
four
it
five
is that
five.
option. English. This is what
Cool,
happens when
cool.
you have
Okay.
usernames. They don't put spaces, so you have to figure out where the space is at. And dad is not a word, so I don't even know what that means. Okay, so it means that. It's just a ghetto way of saying
Yeah.
that.
Okay. I
Okay,
wonder who
so
else
we
is
are gonna go to round 5 now. That was all of the games for
okay.
round 4. So we're gonna reload this page. Quinning on top of it, literally after the round ends, it's literally the next bracket already. Yeah, so
Hell yeah.
shout out to Quinning
Cool.
for posting this event. And Asha Contact, he did a lot of networking. So he's also the TO, I believe. So he's also doing a lot of work. And he's also a viewer in this. So he's able to do so much. For those of you guys who don't know, he's a very hard worker. He works. He stays up for 22 hours a day and only sleeps for 2. So seems like a workaholic. Seems like he has the genes to work consistently. So a very good skill set to have as someone who is a retro format enthusiast.
It's the grind set.
Yeah, it's the grind. Sigma male. Oh shit. Anyway, so we know that Roger Smith's gonna be playing against Lucas. Wait, didn't they play last round? Am I tripping? No, he played against the guy
No,
named
they
Shooter.
played already. Yeah, Roger Smith won.
Okay. Wait. Yeah. So
So he just didn't record the.
yeah, round
I think
5
we
is up.
just witnessed round 5.
Oh. Okay. So So
Yeah, we just witnessed round
we
5.
were in this round 5. Okay. So that means
Was this the last round? Or are we doing 6 today?
no, we're doing 5. I think.
Oh, that might have been the last round.
No. There's probably another other games playing. I actually don't know.
Oh, okay. Let's see who's
Let's
playing.
watch
Take
Wine
a
and
look.
Lesbians. Look at this. Look at this username right here. Wine and Lesbians.
Where is it?
It's
I don't see it.
they're
Oh,
not. I don't think they're
I'll
playing
find it.
Tengu.
Let's see.
They're not playing Tengu, but that's a cool
Oh, I
username.
see it against Odie Boy. Okay. Let's
Oh
see.
shoot.
Spiral versus Big James, but Spiral's on Agents. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think they're up yet. Big James, Spiral.
Duck Tracy versus Bertos.
We could watch an X4 gameplay if you guys want to watch that. Just kidding. X4 probably dropped by now.
Sure.
Duck Tracy, is that what you said?
I don't know. I'm just saying who names I recognize from the thing. Who's got the best record? I want to watch
The undefeated guy?
the best record.
The best record
Yeah.
is
Is anyone still
Roger and
undefeated?
Lucas have the best record. They're playing each other.
Oh yes, check these guys out. Okay.
But they played each other already. Roger
They're
and
playing
Lucas.
again?
No, they wouldn't play each other because they've already played. Right? Am I tripping?
I don't know. Are we?
I'm pretty sure they've already played because they knew they were going to play each other because they were both undefeated. That has to be it. So in order to save time,
No.
they
I
play
don't
each
think
other.
they've played yet.
They have.
Yeah, I don't think they've played yet
They
because
have. This is.
they're both undefeated. One of them would have had to
Oh,
lose.
you're right. Yeah, Roger Smith was playing somebody else. This is the chaos player, right? The spicy chaos player.
Yeah, that's right. Lucas is the spicy chaos player that played very poorly, but top deck
But still
top deck
won.
BLS.
Yeah, I'm telling
No
you.
offense, Lucas, but I mean those were not correct. Those
Maybe
plays.
maybe he's not correct. I don't know. We don't know his hand. So maybe he just
I
held the
guess.
BLS forever.
But like Valoring, or no, he warninged the Venus. I feel and he had spy.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not correct because spy walls Venus anyway. You want to hold the warning for something that threatens your Venus.
Thank you for watching, Viking Goats. It was a pleasure having you on our stream here. I hope you come to our next stream tomorrow at TCG Rewind. So, for those of you guys who are watching, tomorrow TCG Rewind will be doing day 2 coverage of this event. I will most likely be co-commentating unless something bad happens to me. Knock on wood. All right. So he's gonna summon
Oh,
Torgab
stream's
here.
over?
No,
Oh, no,
he's
he's
just
okay.
leaving. That's what it means.
Oh, okay.
So round 4. This is the last round of the day 1, and it looks like Agents versus Chaos, Catsith Chaos with Great Creator Spy in the deck. So it looks like he's gonna drop the Trag here.
Yeah.
Trag is really good here because it's big, and it can't be negated by Thunder King Ryle.
Yeah.
It can be
Trag is tough to
stolen,
out
too.
early game.
Mm-hmm.
He needs a Wing Blast and a Catsith. Or if he has Catsith, he wouldn't even have to use Wing Blast. He could just overlay and get that free +1. I feel like if Lucas is playing optimally, I feel like he does have a Catsith because otherwise, I don't think it's correct to attack into a clear Trag or Gore bait. You know.
Yeah.
Because if Roger Smith passed without doing anything, to me that indicates he has a Trag or a Gores. So if you're going to attack into an empty field, unless you're a little bit of a daredevil, I feel like you should have a plan to deal with the Trag or Gores.
Yeah, I mean, or he's just risk it for the biscuit. You know, that's always a thing too.
Yeah, might be a bit of a daredevil.
I mean, you do have to attack directly to win the game.
Yeah, but I feel like you usually want to wait until you have answers, because if you just attack willy-nilly, you're gonna get blown up by a Gorse or Trag if you don't have an answer to it. Like I feel like if you're going to attack directly, you should have an answer.
Yeah, so you're saying he has an answer. Wow, so he was able to pitch the Jupiter out of his hand, the one of in his deck, and then be able to steal the Thunder King Ryle. So this is pretty big for Roger Smith here, especially in the finals of day 1. But most likely these two players are going to make top cut. This really is more of a seeding thing. The winner of this will get the number 1 seed, whereas Lucas will be number 3 or 4. I'm not entirely sure.
Mirror Force was crazy. He did have an answer. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder why he never overlaid though.
Yeah, that's also curious as well. Maybe he likes attacking directly with 2100 attack.
I guess that makes more sense because then the Gore's token will be smaller.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna do that too. But then he has to find an answer to Gore now. So I don't know.
Yeah. If he has Catsith, he could just pop it. Like if he attacks directly with Tour Guide and Cat Sith, he'll have like a 1,000 or 1,100 token. Then he could overlay into Leviathan, detach Cat Sith, discard, detach Kushano,
Yeah,
sorry,
Kushana.
and
Yeah.
detach Kushano, pitch Cat Sith, add Kushano back, and then pop the Gores. As a free +1, he'll have like a 1,100 token. That's not really gonna do him anything.
Yeah.
So if Lucas has a Cat Sith, he's in a really good spot here.
He is. I agree. Yeah, it looks like Cat has a lot of different answers for different board states. And
Yeah.
I think you yourself said that Cat Chaos is a better deck than Agents, I believe, at one point in your Yu-Gi-Oh career.
I did say that. I feel like Cat Sith Chaos is one of the best decks in the format. It's really it's really strong.
I see.
Because agents, so especially in like how you're playing it, because like there's triple Chaos Orc and ooh, the Mind Con is powerful.
Yeah,
This
but
triple
he
Chaos
can't
Orc
synchro with
and
that. Oh, he can overlay, right? I was like,
yeah,
he can't synchro that, but yeah, of course he can overlay. Of course, this is Tengu platform. There's an Xyz in this format.
nice. That's crazy. I feel like if he overlaid, that wouldn't have been an issue.
Yeah. So yeah, three Chaos
Um,
Sorcerers in the Chaos deck, as well as BLS. So
and
that's your
Dad.
lineup. And
It's one of
Dad, yeah,
yeah, yeah. It's one of the few decks that can play Dad.
yeah,
Depending on how many darks you play. Um, Yeah, I think it's very powerful. And as opposed to agents where they play 3 Shine Ball, um, Cats with Chaos, they play 1 to 2 Kushano. So,
I see.
and I think also that the interaction with Catsith is just insane. Like, normal summon Tour Guide, get your Kushano online, detach, and then you discard Catsith. That's just like a free +1. It's really good value. And also, Wing Blast is a very powerful card.
Yeah, it is, especially in this particular build. I also
Yeah.
don't you ever feel that the Cat Sith kind of is a dead card in your hand sometimes, or do you feel like it's always going to be live no matter what?
Most of the times it'll be live.
I see.
Very few, in my experience playing, I played Catsith, Piper Chaos, so
Yeah,
my build is a little different. But in my experience, it's almost always live.
I see. I see.
Because you have 3 Tour Guide, 3 Wing Blast, and Kushano. So even if like you brick on Kushano, right? Um, you will get it to the grave eventually, either just by like normal summoning and Minecon, or like you have Trag and you want to steal a 3, and 3s are everywhere in this format. There's Sangan, there's Venus, random tour guides that you might have veilered. So like,
Yeah.
um,
So you can play two
so
Tragodias, is what you're saying.
yeah. So there's lots of ways to get your Kushano in the grave. Yeah. So it's, especially if you're on the list that plays 2 Kushano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To answer your question, non, is TCG Rewind streaming tomorrow? That is up to him, but he did tell me that he was gonna do it, so depends on him. I don't even know if he's on the stream anymore, to be honest with you.
Ooh,
But yeah,
that is a good Sork.
yeah. But if he does stream, I'll be co-commentating tomorrow, most likely. Wow, good treacherous trap hole here to tackle on the priority banish, on the Chaos Sorcerer on the Sangan, and then chaining the treacherous trap hole as chain link 2 to be able to proc the ability of Sangan and deal with the Chaos Sorcerer. So, yeah,
Yeah,
pretty good.
that was good.
Yeah, good treacherous trap hole. Is treacherous trap hole one of those cards that didn't get reprinted again, or did it get reprinted? Because I actually forgot about that
Let's
card.
see. I'm gonna check it out right now. It's a very powerful card. Treacherous
Yeah,
Trap
people are playing
Hole.
2 copies of it now. I saw recently in their agent list.
Actually, I think that's correct. Let's see. So this is kind of controversial. Some people think it's bad to play 2. I think it's really good to play 2 because
Oh,
it
is
got
it?
reprinted a few times.
Yeah, good. So we don't
Its
have to
first
worry.
printing was 2008. Yeah. Um, but yeah, Treacherous Trap Hole. I think playing 2 is actually really smart because it's such a powerful card, and you want to see it. If you're just playing 1, you're hardly ever you'll see it sometimes, but you'll hardly ever see it. But if you play 2, you'll see it a lot more often. And I think seeing, even if you're playing a game where you do end up seeing 2 throughout that duel, um, the first one being live matters more than the second one being dead, because the first one is already a +1,
Yeah, but then it becomes a -1 if you draw the second copy, so it evens out.
and then you're breaking even. Yeah, and that's worst case scenario. That's worst case scenario if you do see both.
I
If you
see.
just see one, that's you're getting a +1. So I feel like
Yeah,
the amount of reward severely outweighs the risk.
I wouldn't say severely. It would be like even. It would just be a one
No,
to one.
no, because no, I would say severely because In order for it to be even, you'd have to see both, which is unlikely
Yeah.
because you're only playing two.
I mean, you would have to resolve the treasure shuffle for 2, and it has to be 2 of your opponent's monsters, for it to be a +1. And then the second
Well, you
time
could
you
also
see the
pop your own
treasures.
Sengen.
Yeah, that's true too, but that doesn't happen very often, I would say, because most likely you're going to be popping Mystic Shine Ball, which is okay, I guess. You can pop your own Mystic Shine Ball. But yeah, he's
No, I
got.
feel like most of the time you'll be popping your own Sengen or your own Gachi
Mm,
because you're not gonna have just a Sengen. I mean, just a Shine Ball lying on field.
I see. Yeah, I guess it's neutral if you do draw the second treasure shuffle. Do they normally play
Well, yeah,
four?
but if you don't, it's a +1.
Do they
What was
normally
that?
play scapegoats in the chaos deck or chaos Cath set deck?
Yeah, it makes sense. You're on a lot of tuners.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, dude. Okay, Lucas is in a good spot here. He goes formula. He draws one. Opponent draws one, and then you pass. And then on the opponent's turn, you make Catastor because formula can do a quick effect.
True, looks good.
I don't like. Yeah, he's fine. Like that Maxi doesn't hurt Lucas at all.
Yeah, because then he can
Oh, unless
just
he does some.
he can just synchro into 5 right away. Oh, Fable Raising.
Oh, that's so much better. Okay.
Wait, he only draws 1, doesn't he? He only draws 1. It's whatever. Uh,
Oh yeah.
it's not drawing 2. It's drawing 1. It would draw 2 if you had Hyper Librarian next to him. Oh wow, okay. I mean, he really got
Okay.
value. Okay, this is a good Fable Raising now because he wasted the Herald of Orange Light.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a simplified game state. Roger Smith up 1 card because he's gonna be drawing for turn, and so we'll see the outcome of this. Do you think that
Should like quinning.
Lucas has a better top deck, or do you think that agents have a better top deck? And seeing as there's no Hyperion in the deck in the graveyard, it's likely that Roger Smith has a better top deck.
Um. Yeah, it's best for them to contact the judge. Um. This is because Lucas did draw a card, but he put it back, so um, we'll have to wait because it is kind of unfair because now Lucas knows what's gonna come next.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. Well, they should get a time extension if a judge. So I think a judge should settle this. Honestly, this is the thing that this is the type of thing that can only be
I'm
settled by
honestly
a judge.
surprised the judge not watching this event because this is the only these are the only 2 undefeated here. So most likely a
Yeah,
judge
let's
is
message him on
watching.
Discord.
Most likely a judge is already watching. So
Yeah. Could you, let's see. I could message him.
yeah, please.
I don't think I've ever messaged Quinning before.
His name in on Discord is different than his server name. It's like Goj.
Right.
I think it's called. I don't know what's I don't know how to say that.
Hi, Quinning. Roger Smith is requesting a
No,
judge.
they already
Oh, they just
shuffled.
shuffled.
Yeah, so just
Oh,
move on.
never mind. Okay,
It's not important.
cool, cool.
I mean, it is important, but it is also not important.
It's just yeah, it's already resolved. Okay, I think Roger Smith has a slightly better top deck war, but that's not to say that Lucas's top decks are bad because he can still top deck into 2 Chaos Orc
And
or
BLS. But
BLS.
Hyperion is
Yeah,
stronger. So we'll see.
in terms of attack points, yeah, but I think banishing is more
Yeah.
impactful.
Maybe, because Chaos
Oh,
Searcher
he could
can
also
destroy back row.
if that tour guide is devastating because Roger Smith can go Levier and bring back Thunder King.
Yeah, in this
Yeah,
order, basically, for Lucas here. Because once the Thunder King
unless Lucas
riles,
has a Gores.
yeah, unless he has a Gores, and then he can answer the Ryo here. But that doesn't matter because
Ooh, okay, Roger
he
takes
just
it.
got it. You know what I'm saying? He just got it. One,
Yeah.
2, 3,
Okay.
4. Yep. So it just never mattered.
Let's see. I wonder what Lucas could have done differently.
Nothing.
You don't think?
The only thing he could
I
have
don't
done
know. I feel like
differently is play a different deck. No, I'm just joking.
no. I think there are some plays he could have done differently.
Just joking, dude.
I'd have to rewatch the whole thing though. No, the deck is good, bro. The deck is good. Chaos Cat set is good. It is very
Yeah,
high skill though.
you did say it's a better deck than Agent, so we'll see.
It depends on the variant. There are so many different variants of it, but I feel like it's very powerful. Yes.
Do you think Mystic Piper is just overall correct over the variant of playing this variant? I guess the Gravekeeper Spy variant.
Well, I don't know about Gravekeeper Spy. I've never seen it. I mean, apparently it's doing well because he's like 4-0 right now. So, I guess Gravekeeper Spy is a tech that I have not been aware of. That's really good because it's performing really well for him.
Yeah.
But
Spy is technically a
but
dark and a light because he can go into Utopia.
yeah, that's true. If you
So
resolve it, yeah.
yeah, because tour guide doesn't
Um,
do that. Because tour guide, you would have to go into Kushano, but you would have to lose to Kushano by banishing him. So I'm not sure if that's ever correct. I mean, he plays both, so he's not like he's
mhm.
choosing one or the other. He's playing both tour guide and spy. So, but adding the spy, what do you think he cut out of his deck to include the 2 spies or the 3 spies potentially?
I'm not sure. Like I said, each deck is different. Like for example, my Piper list is not playing Thunder King, right? Um, because I'm playing the Pipers and I'm playing other level ones. Um, so that's like one thing that my list is missing. But other lists are playing Thunder King and they're playing a lot more like control heavy kind of chaos, which is very powerful. Um, but yeah, I don't know what his is because he still has the Thunder Kings, he still has a spy. He has tour guides. He even has space for 2 Kushano. So um, and I'm assuming he's on 3 Sork. Uh, I don't think he's on Dad. Ironically enough, even though his profile picture's Dad, I don't think he's on Dad because I haven't seen too many darks out of him.
It would
Um,
put more darks in the graveyard, so he might be on dead. We don't actually know. But for the mid
oh
level
maybe.
monsters, I think he cut some good cards, maybe some debatable cards out of his main deck for spies.
Like what?
I just don't know what. Maybe he plays less
Mhm.
spells. Less Chaos Sorcerer might be another one too. Sorcerer could be a little bit dead. But I don't know. I really don't know. We'll have to know. We'll have to stay tuned for this deck list in day 2, assuming
Yeah.
Tyler wants to do a top 8 profile, not profile, but coverage. So duality comes down here. What do you think he's gonna add here? The Maxi?
Maxi's good to have in the opening hand, yeah.
Okay.
Because you can at least like I said, it's not the best thing against agents, but at least against a Venus you can get some value by stalling the Gotchi. But I don't know, I still don't think that's great.
Look at what Roger's doing. He's typing Dark Hole in the chat so that he knows that Dark Hole is in the deck after turn 1.
That's good, because he can overcommit to the field, yeah.
Would you forego choosing Dark Hole off the duality, or even a Catstid in this example?
I would put. I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because like you pick up the Dark Hole, he's gonna know you have Dark Hole, so he's not gonna play around it. And Dark Hole is the kind of card that you really only get value off of if the opponent plays into it. So if he knows you have Dark Hole,
Yeah.
he's gonna make it very difficult for you to see the value. You know.
Yeah. And
So
him
like picking
foregoing
Dark
to
Hole off duality.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Go ahead.
But him foregoing not choosing the Catstid kind of signals that he might have Catstid in hand.
Maybe, or he just doesn't have a way to discard it. He might not have Tour Guide, and he might not have Wing Blast.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the face down card that he has face down is a Wing Blast. That he was planning on
A
using,
warning.
but it wasn't. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna go for the
Oof.
Venus. Oh, this really hurts. But he does have the Maxi, which is good. But he's gonna herald the
Oh, and the
Maxi. But
Herald.
the Maxi got the
Okay.
value. If you think about it, the
Yep.
Maxi did get the value. It was able
Got a
to
+1.
trade with, yeah, it was able to trade with the Mystic Shine Ball and the Herald of Orange Light. So now the Venus is able to clear the Thunder King Ryo here, or the
Mhm.
sorry the Gachi Gachi. So
Yeah.
so the Venus is able to 1-for-1, not even 1-for-1, get a +1 because by paying 1,000 life points, you basically said destroy Thunder King Ryo.
Yeah, that's why in my experience, I like to hold in the agent matchup. I always hold my Thunder Kings until after I've cleared Gotchi,
Right.
because summoning Thunder King before summoning Thunder King before they fully resolve a Venus and get a Gotchi in field is very risky because
Yeah.
all they need to do is see a Venus to out your Thunder King. So that's why I'm saying one of the few times you ever want a Veiler or Warning a Venus is if you have a Thunder King on field that you're controlling the game with.
Yeah.
Because
Agreed.
if he had a way to
But he
protect
did.
that Thunder King,
But
which
he
to his
did.
defense he did have a Maxi,
Yeah,
did
but
have a
he no
Maxi,
no
which
no
is
he
why
had
that
a
was
way
actually correct.
to defend the Thunder King. He had the warning.
He had Warning
However,
and
Roger had the
Maxi.
MST.
Yeah,
He had the MST for
yeah.
the Maxi. He had the Herald for the Maxi. It was
Mhm.
pretty much a really good solid game plan to summon the Thunder King Ryo, set warning with Maxi in hand. And
Yeah,
the only thing that could break that, Roger Smith drew it.
is exact. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So
Yeah, Lucas played that very correctly, I
yeah, he
think.
played that correctly, but he
Um,
just couldn't beat the hand.
yeah.
So now he's staring down a Earth that's summoned here, and most likely, either they're gonna attack directly, attack into the face down monster to proc a potential Falsodyna, before he makes a
No,
feature.
I don't think it's Falsadina.
I always protect for Falsodyna. What do you set in these days?
Oh, he's just
Oh,
it could be
spy. It's
Sengen.
spy. It's spy. Isn't it spy? It has to be spy, right?
S- he could be setting a few things: Spy, Sengen, or Kushano off the top of my head.
Yeah. Uh, I think it's spy. But he's taking a long while to declare an attack here. Maybe he's lagged. Oh, he's trying to figure out what. Okay, so here's an online advantage. You can look up cards. So in the event that you don't know
Yeah.
the
Oof.
the defense value, yeah, a
Lucas is
dark
in a
bug.
bad spot. He had to set Dark Bug. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah, it's unfortunate. But
Dark Bug is good because you can.
he could
Oh, go
top
ahead.
deck a tour guide to get out of this, right? Or no, he can go into Catastrophe. Sucks.
Let's see. Well, we know that Roger Smith has a Venus in hand. We don't know the other two.
Oh, he has
But
four
Roger Smith can make.
fairies in graveyard. So he might
Yeah, but he didn't summon Christie yet.
forego synchro summoning. Petition to Mike Man to play X Sabers because he's direct brained. What are your thoughts on that?
I could try it.
You would try it?
I could try it. Yeah, sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, Sabers are kind of cool.
But just right now, since I'm practicing for the YCS, I want to focus on the deck that I'm taking, which is a secret deck. No one knows what I'm going to be bringing. Who knows? Who knows what I can bring? Last time I threw everyone for a loop when I brought
A different
when
deck.
I thought Piper Catsith. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who knows what I'll bring this time?
I don't know why he
Oh,
gave
that's so
him control.
disrespectful.
Why did he give
Because
him
he has game.
control? Oh, I see. Or maybe
Or
he
it was
just
a
misclick.
misclick.
May I read Jupiter?
Maybe.
Oh, he set Jupiter and he gave it to him. I see. So he's BMing Lucas here.
Oh.
Or no, he just showed it to him. He didn't really want to. Yeah, he didn't really set the card. So there was no BM
Correct.
here.
Yeah.
So it looks like he did draw a Chaos Sorcerer or a BLS to answer the catastrophe here. Most likely, it's a Chaos Sorcerer. Yeah.
Okay.
Does he declare an attack here, or does he attack? Does he attack here, or does he banish?
I feel like you attack because now you're opening yourself up to a Herald.
But if you attack, you open yourself up to a Tragodia.
Oh, true. Good point. But the Tragodia is going to be like 1200 attack. It's not going to really risk anything.
Or Gores.
Oh, and plus, you know what? Banishing it's smart because he turns off the opponent's BLS. Roger Smith has no Darks Engrave.
Oh, I see.
And we know he doesn't have Christia because he would have summoned it. So yeah,
Lucas
I think Lucas might win this.
Yeah, he actually turned it around despite the minor setback.
Yeah.
But he was able to turn it around, and now Roger Smith is on the back foot with only 4 cards in hand. Now having to stare down a Thunder King Ryo as well as a Chaos Sorcerer. So let's see what Roger Smith draws here. Hopefully he's able to draw into a Christia, or not Christia, but the Hyperion. And also a way to out the Chaos Sorcerer, maybe like a tour guide.
I wonder.
Yeah. But a back row
Dark Hole obviously gets him out.
Yeah. Also, that's also another out too. But back row scaring down back row with the Thunder King Ryo with the Chaos Sorcerer might not be enough. Yeah, so he did draw the Hyperion here, maybe. And then now he's going to be most likely negated by the Thunder King Ryo here.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that
he still has to deal with
he's gonna Herald of Orange Light the monster here. So now priority can be called on the Hyperion here because you can't chain warning to Thunder King Ryo's effect. So Hyperion's gonna call priority here. We'll see what happens here. He's gonna pop the Chaos Sorcerer, and now it's that set card gonna be resolved. It is a bottomless trap hole after all.
This is a spicy game down to the top deck.
Yeah, down to the top deck.
Okay.
Who has the better top deck? It looks like there's a dark and a light in the graveyard, and Roger Smith also has no darks as well. So it looks like the better top deck is going to go towards Lucas here. We'll find out soon enough. But if he does run over the Sangan here, he's going to put a dark in his graveyard. So I would play a little bit of a dance here if I was Lucas to try not to put Sangan in the graveyard, as it would make him make his BLS live.
I feel like Minecon is pretty good, depending on what else is. I don't know what else is in his hand, but like if you could Minecon the Sangan, and if you have like a level 3 in hand already, yeah, you can't really get value off of it right now. But if Roger Smith draws poorly, that Minecon will go a long way.
Yeah.
Let's see, what could Roger Smith top deck here? A Christia would actually be horrible.
No, but
he could top deck a Christia.
He has too many fairies, doesn't he? He has
Yeah, it says it'd be
6.
horrible.
Oh,
Like
it'd
it'd
be
be horrible
horrible.
for Roger
Oh,
Smith.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah.
Uh, BLS would be bad. No, actually, it'd be good because he's a Sangan.
Okay, so he drew
But
pretty slow. So he's gonna attack directly with the Sangan here. What do you think
okay,
his last card in hand is? I think it's a Max C.
could be a Maxi, could be a Christia,
Oh, so he doesn't actually shotgun the Maxi
could
here.
be a Herald.
So now he draws into a Chaos Monster. Do you think it's a BLS or do you think it's a Chaos Sorcerer? It's
Hmm.
a Sorcerer. Okay.
Oh, Stork. Okay, nice. You're keeping him off of his. Okay, so Roger Smith could have a. I'm thinking it's either a Chaos Stork. I mean, sorry, a BLS, or a or
Oh,
Earth.
top decks
Okay,
into a Hyperion.
Hyperion.
Okay, so it looks like he draws into a Hyperion. Another good top deck, and it looks like just
Hmm.
back-to-back good cards. Even though he has 27 cards in his deck, he was able to draw his second copy of Hyperion, and now being able to answer the Chaos Sorcerer right away. And now Lucas is now on the back foot. Oh, and then he has a Christie on top of that.
Oh, Christia. Damn.
And agents go
Yep.
undefeated in Swiss for day one. So now top cut, we
Okay.
expect agents to be in the top cut of this event. Unfortunately, Lucas being able to shut off the dark lineup was not enough. He was still able to draw the Hyperion, the second Hyperion, to basically win out the game here. Okay,
Okay.
cool.
Those are some great top decks.
Yeah, what can you do? Okay, so day
Hmm.
one is now concluded. We can watch another gameplay video. I mean, gameplay, not video. I'm so used to doing VODs. We can watch another game. Let's see. Simply Yu-Gi-Oh is that guy
I
in
think
the?
he's playing.
No, Simply Yu-Gi-Oh is a. Let's watch Simply
Yeah,
Zerg.
because he's playing Sultai, the hero player.
Is Simply Zerg still
Mr.
on?
Sultai's the hero player.
Okay.
Oh, there's a few games going on. There's Janky versus Dank Armed. That seems pretty good. I think they're both X1.
Let me just type in something real quick. Zerg. Uh, yeah, if you want to watch Heroes, that's up to you. Who is he? Mr. Sultan?
We could do okay. So Sultai versus Simply Yu-Gi-Oh. That's heroes. But Janky versus Dank Armed.
Yeah, Mr. Sultai. Let's watch Mr. Sultai. Mr. Sultai. I gotta type his name.
Hello. Sorry. My mic got disconnected.
Yeah, Sultai.
Um.
Let's watch Sultai.
Okay. Did you want to do Sultai or did you want to do Janky? I think Janky was on something interesting.
What was it?
I forget, but we saw
Yeah,
him earlier. He
click on
lost,
it,
unfortunately.
and then let me know, and then I'll be at Sultai's game, and then you let me know.
Janky's on Dragunity, and I
Oh,
think they're both X1.
okay. There's a scrap
Yeah.
player. Do you want to watch a scrap player?
Ooh, Scrap is interesting too. Either. I'm good with either.
Let's go
Who's
with
the Scrap player playing against?
scraps. Dragunity is kind of like yeah.
Linear.
We've already seen
Okay.
that. We've already seen that. We haven't seen scrap yet.
Cool. Let's see. Where is Scraps? Who? Oh, sorry. What name am I looking for?
Mr. Sultai, or
Oh,
Simply
okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh. Simple Yu-Gi-Oh is simply Zerg. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Okay.
So we see a Call the Haunted bring back a Thunder King Rao and to the 6-card hand or 5-card hand and a 1 back row. So Scrap seems to be on the back foot here in terms of card advantage. So it's up to Mr. Sultai here, who is the hero player, to answer the Thunder King Rao. We don't know if Thunder King Rao is shutting off access to emergency call or reinforcements of the army. All we know is that Thunder King Rao is going uncontested so far. He could summon an alias to run it over. Looks like he's out of. Why does he have a shiny in the graveyard but nothing in the banished? My guess is that he resolved the effect of shiny, adding back the alias and the Stratos back to his hand.
That sounds
So
about right.
yeah, it looks like most likely what's going to happen. Most of Mr. Sultai is going to normal summon the alias, and then crash into the Ryo here. Unless this is a feature fusion. Was a feature fusion used? No, it was not used. So this Thunder King Rao is really not doing anything here in terms of advantage. I'm pretty sure Scraps don't play honest, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Mr. Sultai is going to be choosing to elect to set a back row, not instead of crashing to the Thunder King Rao here. So what do you think about that play? Do you think
To
he
me,
should have crashed?
that telegraphs Mr. Sultai has a Gemini Spark.
Hmm.
I
Oh,
think that's yeah.
so he draws into a Tengu here.
Mm.
So yeah, let's see what happens. If he mirror forces here, it's going to be pretty good for Mr. Sultai because now the Tengu can't even run over the alias.
Yeah.
or even a D prison. Looks like he's gonna go for the Gemini Spark,
Oh, it was the Gemini Spark. Okay.
and he's gonna go.
Yeah, because I feel like you get more value off a Gemini Spark because you draw a card. Versus if you just crash your alias, you're gonna have a dead Gemini Spark.
Yeah, I see. Okay, so 1700 is going to go direct. The Stratos is going to be able to clear the Tengu the following turn. However, the Tengu is going to float, and then if simply Yu-Gi-Oh draws into a scrap beast, he can synchro summon with his Tengu. Looks like this is going to be at least game 2 because the Puppet Plant was used. So let's see what happens here. Do you think he's going to normal summon Stratos here to attack over?
That's a Call of the Haunted. Could he chain and get value? Nope.
Ooh.
Oh, Scapegoat. Nice.
Okay, so
Oh,
this
sorry.
is
What was
a.
your question?
Do you think that he's going to attack over the Tengu with Stratos?
I don't know. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think what you do here, actually, okay. So this is a very, actually, simply Yu-Gi-Oh is in a bad spot now because even though he
He's
did get that
clogged.
+1 off of the Scapegoat, he's clogged exactly.
Yeah, he's
Tengu plus
clogged.
Scapegoat tokens. I've played against Tengu Plant players a few times where I've had them in this position and they can't summon anything. So you're able to just set up your advantage and then kill them when you're ready. Right now, simply
What he
Yu-Gi-Oh
can
just
do is
cannot play.
switch the token to attack mode and then crash into the Stratos, and then normal summon
He could.
the Chimera. So it's not completely dead. It's just that he has to sacrifice 1800 life points to do so,
And a battle phase.
and a battle phase. But I mean, Scrap Dragon
Yeah,
is doesn't care that much about the battle phase.
that's true. Yeah.
Another play he could do is Creature Swap. I don't know if they play Creature Swap in this deck to give a token in
Oh,
attack
yeah.
mode. So we'll find out soon enough.
I wonder. But you know, if simply Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh shit! Yeah, he can't activate Tengu because Scapegoat resolved this turn.
Oh, okay. We did not catch that.
Yeah,
So
that's
now
crazy.
the Scrap Beast can come down to synchro summon with the tokens.
Yeah,
Wow,
but if he has Scrap
that's a very
Chimera,
like an uncommon stipulation that you would come across. So now we know.
now if he has Scrap Chimera, he's gonna have to crash a token
Yeah,
because the zones are clogged. Too clogged for Scrap Chimera. But does he have a Beast Engrave? He does. Yeah, I like Scraps. I have a lot of respect for that deck.
scraps. Yeah, of course. So he does see the Scrap Beast here because he now has resolved the Scrap Yard. Even if the warning hits the Scrap Dragon does proc its ability because it's one of those cards that doesn't have to hit the field to proc its ability if it gets destroyed. If it gets destroyed
Yeah.
by warning, he can still bring back the Scrap Beast. So we'll see what happens here. He's gonna bottomless the Scrap Beast here. Hopefully he has a Storm to follow that up. He does not. So now he's gonna have to lose some more tokens here unless he has Reborn.
Ooh,
He
if
has
he
not
doesn't
used
have
Reborn
anything
yet.
like that.
If he doesn't have Reborn, then yeah, this pretty much means that his tokens are, 2 of his tokens are gone.
This is looking tough for the Scrap player. I don't know how. I don't see how he gets out of this.
Yeah, the hero player has him on a pretty much a pin.
Yeah, those tokens aren't gonna do. Are only gonna do so much.
Exactly.
And I think he has another alias because of Stratos. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's gonna
So
clear 2
clear
tokens.
2 tokens. Yep.
Yep.
And then let's see what happens. The following turn, if he summons another beast, he could synchro summon into Catastor, and Catastor does pretty well against heroes.
Yeah. And that's assuming the back row is nothing.
Yes, that's also assuming there's nothing to interrupt them, but that's just highly unlikely. He does have enough life points to pay for warning in the event that it is a Catastor, but would you warning a Catastor with only 2,300 life points?
He has 1 card in hand. Yes, I would because because that's his normal summon. He would have to have some like a blowout card like Reborn
Yeah.
to
Looks like he just draws
and
dead,
in
and he's gonna set.
yeah. And I think in this position you have him against the wall. I don't think he has any power cards like that.
Yeah. So it looks like Hero most likely is gonna win this game. I'm not sure if this is game 3, but most likely
Just game 2.
it's game 2 in favor of Hero.
I'm not sure. It says 0-1-0, and we're watching from the perspective of the hero player. So I think Hero's lost game 1.
I see.
But yeah, we also know it's game 2 because the Puppet Plant sided in.
I see.
Ooh, Gemspark, proactive.
So he's gonna hit the Tengu potentially, so that it doesn't proc his ability while it's destroyed face down. And this way he's able to draw a card and not have to worry about the Tengu coming out. So
Yeah, smart play on Sultai's part.
Maybe it could have been a card that floats. It's always an unknown whether you want to spark a face down or not.
What else could it have been? Because you also got to take into account what scraps are
Actually, you know what?
what scraps
This is
play.
the last Tengu, isn't it? No, he has one more. Never mind.
Here's one more. Yeah, but like
Yeah, they
yeah,
don't
it's,
play Sangan. That's true.
they don't play Sangan. They don't play Card Trooper. There are a few cards that would punish that. So I think like you just got to think of the matchup, like
Yeah.
when it comes to predicting what cards will be.
He's going to be activating the Miracle Fusion here to banish the Shiny here and a Alias. So now he's able to float his Shinies.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for watching, Non. It was great having you on my chat. It was a pleasure watching you. So yeah, definitely check out Tyler from TCG Rewind for day 2. So I'll see you next time.
Peace, fam.
Hero Blast. Okay, so he's gonna Hero Blast the last token to get back his last Alias. I thought he banished the Alias for this guy. So he had 2 Alias in graveyard. Okay. So it looks like Mr. Sultan is most likely going to win. He has a +6 on this guy. Actually a +5. So not sure
Yeah.
how simply he's going to come out of this. He's going to need some major ways of winning this game. Didn't you just miss lethal? Yes, I did. Oh boy.
Damn.
So Miss Simply Yu-Gi-Oh trying to remind Sultan that he missed lethal. I don't know if that's a BM. Do you think it's a BM? Who knows?
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
What if Simply Yu-Gi-Oh has he has like Leeching the Light plus Puppet Plant?
Yeah. GG's
That'd
couldn't
be
make
like
it in top
crazy.
cut. I think my last was too spicy for only one ducks. Focus on Red MD. Thanks for the great stream. Going to make some food. All right. Thank you, Jenk Yu-Gi-Oh, for attending the event and also giving me some insight into playing the Dragonita build with Red MD, which I don't really like, but people like it, so I can't say much.
I see the value.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good having you, Janky. Peace.
Yeah. Good luck on the next one. So Stratos here is going to declare an attack. He's going to flip over the Call of the Haunted to revive a monster. Not sure what he's going to bring out. Oh, he's going to bring out Colossal Fighter. Was this Colossal Fighter probably normal summon or probably synchro summon? He did have a warning.
We weren't here for that.
Yeah, what are he warning?
I don't know.
Ooh, we don't know what he warninged. That's the troublesome part. And he doesn't
see.
have anything else that he might have warning, because if you look at his graveyard, that might have been a improperly summoned Colossal Fighter.
Maybe.
Because there's a warning in the graveyard, so we don't know if
he might have warning Chimera.
Yeah, it could be.
Actually, I think he did warning Chimera because there's no Scrap Dragon in Grave.
Hey Maxi Pack, yeah, welcome to the stream. We are doing Tengu Plant. This is the last round of day 1, so you caught us on the end of this stream. So yeah, we're doing great though. We woke up at 9 a.m. PST for this, and we are still kicking. What's happening? So he set a card. So we don't know if the Colossal Fighter got warning. How did he even deal with Colossal Fighter? Did he get deprisoned? Torrentialed, maybe? I guess Torrential came down.
So I can have an idea of what happened. I think the first Chimera in his graveyard got warninged because we don't see a
Scrap Dragon.
Sort of looking for a Scrap Dragon. So that probably got warninged, and he probably Torrentialed the Colossal Fighter, popping his own Shining, and that's how his Shining originally got in the graveyard, and he recurred the advantage.
Okay, yeah, that's more of a telling story. So now he has to deal with the Colossal Fighter. I'm not entirely sure why he flipped the skill drain here. Colossal Fighter doesn't really do anything, but he does shut off the Scrap Dragon access. So he's going to choose to elect
dodge a skill drain like that.
Yeah, dodge skill drain, but he only gets a Chimera after this, and it doesn't really do anything. Beast doesn't really do anything, right?
He gets a draw card, but yeah.
Yeah, he gets a draw card. Hopefully, he draws into what, like a Monster Reborn? Oh, it looks like he plays Scrap Searcher. So yeah, he's gonna have to draw a Reborn of sorts. Oh, but the thing is, the Shining loses attack points with the skill drain. So now the Colossal Fighter can clear the Stratos here, or the Shiny here.
He can also make a 5.
But would he attack is the question. Attacking with Colossal Fighter,
I say it's worth it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. No, he's choosing.
Can he summon the Scrap Searcher?
No, he just sends it to the graveyard. He has to special summon that using Golem. So it kind of tells us that he might play Golem in his deck.
But wouldn't his Scrap Chimera was popped by Scrap Storm, right? The one that triggers Scrap Searcher
No,
when a Scrap you
Chimera doesn't
control is
have that
destroyed.
effect to recur things. Oh, it has to be Scrap Beast.
No, Scrap Searcher special summons itself.
It does?
A Scrap Searcher summons itself if a Scrap is destroyed. So Scrap Chimera was destroyed by Scrap Storm. Scrap Searcher
Oh.
should be able to come out. And then Scrap Searcher's effect to destroy all face-up monsters is negated by Skill Drain. And then he would be able to make a level 5. I think that's a misplay on Simply Yu-Gi-Oh's part.
Is drawing the last thing that happens? Is a when and can?
No, just destroying is the last thing that happens.
Is it a when and can ability?
Target one, send one
Oh, it
from your deck
doesn't
to the
matter.
grave, then draw one, then destroy. Yeah, I think it would work out.
Yeah, so you could have made a Catastrophe. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So he flips over the
Yeah, he would have been
Snowmanager.
able to make a 5.
He flips over the Snowmanager to target the Class Fighter here. I think he might have a way to kill the Snowmanager or to flip it face down. So
I
that
think he might
can-
have Lance.
Yeah, to pop the Class
Yeah,
Fighter.
could.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
Oh,
Super Poly
Super
here.
Poly.
So he's gonna go into the Absolute
Yep.
Zero here to force the Snowmanager to go off the field, and now
That
he's
was a
gonna be
good
able
play.
to go Absolute Zero. Snowmanager's gonna be able to pop the Class Fighter, and now Simply Yu-Gi-Oh might lose this game.
Yeah. And now Ab-Zero, even if he does have Mirror Force or something like that, Ab-Zero will be able to nuke the field.
Oh, Johnny Giraffe is saying that the Scrap Searcher would miss timing because Chimera was Chain Link 1. So
Oh.
because Chain Link 1, the last thing that happens is the resolution of Chimera.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so he didn't misplay. But, I mean, if he didn't have the Chimera activate, then it would be a misplay.
Yeah.
But
I don't think he knew about the skill
I'll
drain.
subscribe, so
So
I
it wasn't a
Maxi started
misplay.
again. Yeah, definitely subscribe. Maxi Pack. I'm a retro format enthusiast, so very rare Yu-Gi-Oh player and a very rare content creator who's monetized to cover retro format Yu-Gi-Oh. So I'll be covering all the retro format Yu-Gi-Oh as it gets popular as the arcs tend to go by. We're still in Edison arc, but we're transitioning slowly into a Tengu arc. So after Tengu arc, I believe the next arc will be hat format. So I'll be covering hat format if it ever becomes popular.
I wonder if Toss will be popular. I'm pretty interested in Toss.
We had a tournament for Toss. Only like 12 people showed up for that Nintendo Switch event at Collectibles Exchange.
Only 12? That's crazy.
It might be 12 or less, or maybe 20. I forget the number. I haven't. It's been a while,
Wow.
but I did cover it. So you can go on my channel and find out the exact number.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Toss
I hope,
is
when
okay,
Toss gets...
to add to this discussion. Toss is actually divided up into like 4 formats. There's 4 ban lists for Toss.
Yeah.
So it's going to become kind of hard to replay that format because there's going to be infighting, I would say, as to what the best Toss format was, depending on the ban list. So there's also different set releases too. So, but Toss is basically an acronym for the 4 decks that are really good, and yeah, and different formats have different good decks out of the Toss format. So hard to replay that format for sure.
Yeah. I don't know. I missed Toss. I completely missed it. I didn't actually play during 2019. I took a break from Yu-Gi-Oh during that year. But I'm pretty familiar with all those decks because I played after, and some of those decks I saw, after, even though they were hit, some people still like to play Salad or Sky Striker or whatever, you know. So I'm pretty familiar with everything except Orcust. Orcust is like what I'm least familiar with. But yeah, I kind of want to play like a weird mix between retro and modern, because I don't like modern because it's just you have to be on top of it, like too much to you have to be aware of all the new decks, and it's always changing. I like retro because
It never
because
changes.
exactly, like I just like even Edison and Tengu, like what the decks do and you buy those cards and that's it.
It's a one-time purchase.
Yeah. So I want to play like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but not have to worry about being on top of anything. And I think Toss would be like a good type of modern Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's because you know how like newer Yu-Gi-Oh and retro Yu-Gi-Oh are like two entirely different games.
Yes. I mean, it depends on
So
which
that kind of
which format you're referring to in retro, because retro is basically anything past in the past, right? So you could talk about the last format that modern had, and that would be considered retro format. Like tier limit format, retro. Like okay.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I guess to be more specific, like from what I understand, and I haven't played 2014 or 2015, but the consensus within the community, at least from what I've heard, is that Yu-Gi-Oh changed around like when Pendulums came out, uh, like 2014, 2015-ish, like when Ash Blossom, Pens, BAs, like around that period of time, like I think like right after Hat, um, is where the playstyle shifted greatly, and like um, so I could be wrong. That's just kind of me repeating what I've heard. I haven't played those formats, or I didn't play during those times, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But yeah, from what I understand, that's more modern-ish, and then more retro would be like I think Hat and Under,
I
but
see.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think the best, a good example of a modern format, and our first
Hmm.
seeing of it is probably going to be in Bosch format with Pepe, because Pepe was one of those decks that was able to make a first turn Omni Negate in the form of Cyber Infinity. I don't know if you know that card. I think we talked about this card. Cyber
The Xyz
Infinity.
monster, yeah.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
that was kind of like when we started having Unbreakable break my board kind of deal, where it's like, can you break my board? Oh, you can't. Well, then I win basically. Because if
Yeah.
you look at Duelist Alliance format, it was Dante mill three pass with set back row. Shadol's had Winda. You can argue that it's like break my board, but Winda is like a 2200 monster that can easily be ran over by a lot of the monsters in the format. Even trap cards can deal with her, so it wasn't like she was not beatable. And then we had what was the other card in the format? It was Cliffort.
The one that built towers, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was I guess that was break my board, but Towers was cut out of people's decks after the formats got more and more solved. So Cleefort
Okay.
Towers was basically break my board, but basically people took it out because the format was solved. So I'm not entirely sure. But Bosch format, I would say, is the first format where we started seeing like break my board, and then try to beat the other person's board basically. That's why
Is
people
that 2016?
Bosch format. I think it was 2016. I would say 2017 or
Okay.
2016. One of those two
Cool, cool.
formats.
I wasn't too far off. Okay.
Yeah. But then again, like after that format, I think there was Paleozoics, and that was an all trap deck. So, they did make totally awesome turn one. So I'm not entirely sure. It's tough to like remember all the details of a format, but yeah. Paleos was basically an all trap deck, and people used the trap monsters. Yeah. Anyways, where are we at? We're in this game against Simply Zerg. So it looks like a Lance just
Yeah.
played.
Ooh, double lance. Lance
So we have
payoff.
a
That's such a
yeah.
bad lance though, because wow, because you're not like
You're not dealing with the Snowmanator on top of that.
yeah. I feel like Simply shouldn't have attacked into the set because in Heroes it's almost always a Snowmanator, almost always. Um, like I've so yeah, I feel like you never want to attack the Snowmanator. You want to let them flip it, and then by that time you usually have like a warning or like a Veiler for it. Although usually you're starting out Veilers against heroes. Um, but a warning or something to deal with the Snowmanator, or even like forcing them to flip it is good because now they have a 0 attack monster that you can just attack into.
Exactly. Uh, so he's having
Yeah.
a lot of trouble. I've noticed to bring in a Scrap Dragon. Have you noticed that throughout the two games that we've watched, he's not brought out a Scrap Dragon, and this is a Scrap Dragon deck.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I guess so.
So
Maybe he's
he
about to
might,
bring one out
yeah,
right
he's
now.
probably gonna bring one out right now. It has to be right. So,
Yeah.
so we're
Yeah.
gonna see the Scrap Dragon for the first time in a Scrap deck, and hopefully he's able to do something with this. He's gonna probably send the Tengu, Reborn Tengu to the graveyard, just to maybe speed up the process here.
Yeah. I feel like he shouldn't even pop anything. He should just attack. Cause oh wait, no, never mind. I'm dumb. I was about to say he could just beat over both, but Tengu's too weak to get over any of them.
Yeah. So he's gonna attack over the Strauss here, putting only one hero monster in the graveyard with no other monster in the graveyard. So Miracle Fusion is dead unless he wastes his normal summon on a alias to be able to go into this. Actually, no, he doesn't have to actually do that. He can go into Absolute Zero and then crash into
Yeah.
Scrap Dragon, but that doesn't feel good.
No, no, he can miracle. Yeah, banish the absolute 0. Yeah, but even that's actually pretty okay though, because
Scrap Dragon
even if
floats.
he does deeper. Oh, that's true. Yeah,
But the Tengu
that's
doesn't
a good
because
point.
that's the last Tengu. So
Yeah,
I guess it would be okay. Oh, it looks like they're on turns now.
but
Simply Yu-Gi-Oh is on 3, so he has another turn after this to do damage.
okay. I didn't even realize they were in turns.
Yeah, me neither.
Wow, that's a shame. I would really like to see how this plays out.
I've only played modern, but I'm super interested in getting into different formats like Time Wizard. Yes, definitely join retro formats. It's a very fun format. You don't have to keep buying DLC packages. Essentially, since you're playing retro formats, unless people decide to modify the format, but it's very unlikely this going to happen. People are pretty true to the formats card pull and ban lists. Oh, so he draws a dark hole here to be able to clear the board, but giving up his Snowmater, but Scrap Dragon's going to be able to float. But it's pretty easy to run over the Scrap Chimera here.
That's a -1 for the hero player.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah,
Actually,
it
yeah,
is.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But I mean, I'd rather deal with the scrap beast than the scrap dragon, so it makes sense he did that. Oof. Now, if that's a scrap storm, this is a tough situation for Simply. Oh, okay, it's not.
It's
If it
not.
was though,
Yeah, because he could normal
if it
summon.
was
Yeah,
though,
he
he
could
would have
normal
to.
summon Scrap Chimera.
Yeah, but then he has to sacrifice life points to do that play. And in turns, it's awkward. But all Simply Yu has to do is stall and not let him get life.
Okay, so the Scrap Dragon's going to come back here with Call the Haunted in the end phase so that he can't chain the Gemini Spark in the event that he has it. And actually, Hero Beat loses this matchup, so because of time.
Okay.
Because he has the last turn and Scrap Dragon, and it looks like he just scoops because the back row isn't anything. We can check the replay to know what that last back row was, but it's most likely not going to be Super Poly or any back row that could respond to Scrap Dragon's effect. And he also doesn't have Honest in hand. We can also rule that out too.
I wonder if anyone else is in time.
No, there's no way. If it isn't time, it's already over.
Um, is Nate Ninja a player?
I don't know. Let me just check what the last back row was. I'm kind of curious. So he's on
Okay.
the Scrap Searcher engine, which is kind of weird. So TK Ryle crashed each other. Scrap Chimera got Veilered. He's going to chain the Scrap Storm. He's going to bring out the Searcher and... What? Oh, he targeted the Searcher. Okay, so he's going to go into Naturia Beast. Okay. I didn't know that you can make a Naturia Beast with this. I thought it had to be Scrap Tuners, right? No, it does not have to be. Okay. So Naturia Beast can come down here. Pretty interesting game one.
Oh, nice.
So we can see like how Mr. Sultan was able to lose game one. Because look at his hand. He has all spells here with the Naturia Beast. And he's not attacking with Naturia Beast. So if he did, he would walk into a G prison. So he's playing it smart. But he has a Torrential here, so if he
Yeah.
normal summons a monster, he can Torrential. Does shoot, okay.
Oh, and that's why he warning the Thunder King. That makes sense. There's only a few things you lose to, and he's playing very carefully to not lose to those things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
very
look
well
at
played on his
5
part.
cards that are
Ooh, that
spell cards in
shit.
hand. It's like, yeah, he has the Lance here to protect him.
Yeah.
So it looks like Naturia Beatdown was the name of the game here for Scraps. But yeah, Scraps was able to win against Hero Beat, which is really impressive. Really impressive showing
Ooh,
for
that
the deck.
Lance.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Scraps is really good. I think it's slept on. I
yeah.
think Scraps are a very powerful deck. Scrap Dragon Turbo
Oh, look
is
at this.
pretty
So he's
crazy.
trying to mill him out by wasting all his. This is a very weird instance here because he was trying to mill him out using Naturia Beast, and he had like 6 spells in hand and only like 4 cards in deck. But thankfully, he had the Thunder King Ryle. Otherwise, he would have milled himself out to death. Let's see. So he summons a strat. This is the game we watched, right? Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
this is the
didn't.
one we already
But we
watched with
got.
Colossal Fighter.
But we got to the point where Colossal Fighter was torrentialed already.
Mhm.
And look at the hand here. He has like 2 bottomless trap holes in his hand, so he's able to deal with a lot of different threats. However, he's not setting them, which is kind of interesting to me. So it looks like he's just gonna go for the set one at a time pass.
Yeah, that makes sense to play
No, he
around
gets
heavy.
2. Yeah, but no heavy.
You
Looks
know
like
what?
Pulp Plant.
Tengu's an interesting format because MST is at 3, Heavy's at 1, and you're kind of left with this conundrum like, do I play around the 1 of Heavy or the 3 of MST?
Yeah, I hate that.
You know?
I hate that so much. But there's a way to play around it. It's basically you have to count not count cards. You have to basically know how much advantage you have, and then if you risk setting two, if they heavy storm you, are you still at a advantage after they heavy storm? And if the answer to that is yes, then definitely set two. So
Yeah.
that's what I do. Even though MC is at three in this format. So
So I saw that he went for Colossal. I feel like he should have gone for Scrap because Scrap floats. They both Scrap Dragon and Colossal Fighter float, but Scrap Dragon floats in by card effect, which I think would have saved him from the torrential. At least
right,
he would have got more resources.
right.
Because I'm like, what he went into Colossal, but I'm thinking, what are you playing around? Because there's no. I mean, obviously you're playing around Honest, right? But he only had a Stratos on field. He didn't have any lights.
Yeah. So how did he miss lethal? Did I forget something? Oh, because he
Oh,
could
I'm
have.
not sure. It would be soon.
I don't remember how he missed lethal, but he has Snowmander.
Oh, I think he would have hero.
Oh, he said
Oh, I
Iron
think he
Wall.
didn't hero.
Very cool.
I think he missed it because Hero Blast was supposed to pop the token, but I think he did it after beating both tokens.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. All right, so Mr. Sultai in time was able to lose. I mean, lost. He's gonna duality first. This is basically where I started talking about Bosch format. Um, and then so he searches for Scrap Drees. Normal summons a Scrap Beast, or summons the Thunder King Ryle. Shuts off his access. Snowmander is gonna be able to answer the Thunder King. And now he has to deal with this. Summons the Stratos. Has a heavy storm in hand. So let's see what happens here. He's going to attack over the Tengu. Tengu's going to go in damage. So wastes out the Forbidden Lance. Yeah, he has a bunch of monsters in hand. Heavy Storms, summons the Scrap Dragon, runs over the Stratos, 1,000. Setting in back row, draws into a warning, activates Dark Hole. Scrap Dragon gets a Chimera, or Beast, sorry. Attacks over, sets a warning, Call the Hunt is in the end phase, and then that's how he wins. So the set card was a warning. So there's that. All right. So I think that's all the games
Okay.
that we have for today. So I don't know if I want to end stream just yet. So let me just double check here. If there's 6 rounds, I forgot. If there's 6 round, then I have to stay here for another round. Thanks for the great stream. Hope to see you around tomorrow again. Yeah. So it sounds like this was the last round for the stream. So in top cut we have Roger Smith with Agents. In second place we have wait, this is 5-0, yeah. In second place we have Chaos. So number 2 seed goes to Lucas, who was playing his Catsit Turbo. Spirals, I believe, was playing. Do you remember what he was playing?
Agents as well.
Agents.
I think it was on Agents. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know what Omin was playing. Simply Zerg was playing Scraps. No, yeah, Scraps. So we have a Scraps in the top 8. What's the cutoff? Is it top 8? I
Oh,
think
the
it's top 8.
standings are not correct according to quitting.
Oh, just kidding. Let's go here.
Challenges tiebreakers are broken. Okay.
Okay. But we
I
can.
think the tiebreakers are
Wow,
in
there's a lot
Discord.
of X2s. Look at this. We have 7. 7 X2s. But yeah. Mr. Sultan is on Hero Beat. So Scraps actually only lost once in the tournament. Who is Omine? What was he playing? Or what were they playing? I'm sorry.
Not sure. I wish I had access to the deck list,
Me
but
neither.
then we'd be kind of spoiling it for everyone else.
True. So if you guys are interested in watching the deck list, go on TG Rewind's channel or just go on tengutools.com, where there'll be more content coming out of there for and tools as well, because it's Tengu tools, right? So there's gonna be tools that you can use as a retro format player to learn everything about this particular format. But yeah, but this is the I don't know if I want to end stream yet, but let me see here. We have so he's saying that this is not correct. Let me see here.
Oh, he Quinning said he DM'd you the top 8 back bracket.
Oh, he did. Okay, cool. And then so let's see. So we can just check the DM here. Click on that. Visit. Okay, so this is gonna be the bracket for tomorrow. Roger Smith versus Cincy Jones. So Cincy Joe made it. Lucas versus Omin. I don't know what he's playing, or they're playing. Simply Zerg playing Sinners, and Spiral versus Mr. Sultan. Cool. So yeah, that's the bracket luck.
Okay, nice.
So this seems like a good time to end stream. So definitely check out Tyler's from TCG Rewind's stream again to be able to watch the day 2 breakdown. So yeah,
Oh yeah, it's fun
it
streaming with you
looks like it's
guys.
double elimination by the looks of it. So yeah, it's gonna be
It's
elimination
exciting.
for day 2. Yeah, I mean,
That's very
excited. I'm
exciting.
excited to see something besides agents win this event. Chaos
Hmm.
seems to have a good footing, as well as scraps having a good footing. So hopefully we're able
Yeah.
to see those decks actually win this event. A 29-man tournament in Sweden. I can think of Sweden. I'm not sure where all these guys are mainly, but this is an online event, so everyone can join. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna end stream here. Thank you for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure having you guys. I'll try to do more of these, I guess, online events. Just because even though I'm an IRL player, I mean playtest IRL, I don't want to pigeonhole myself to just doing this IRL. I'll just make money off of the streams or something. Okay, I'm gonna end stream now. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was good streaming with you. I'll see you guys. Peace.
Yeah, peace out.
Thank you, Playtest RL, for letting me join.
Yeah,
It was a pleasure.
I hope to have you on more often in the future, especially for Tengu.
Yeah, thanks. And I won't be late next time. Sorry about
That's
sorry
okay.
about
I
today.
mean, I was gonna be late, but my alarm clock helped me wake up.
Cool, cool. It won't happen again, so sorry about that.
It's okay.
But
Don't worry
I
about it.
will definitely yeah, definitely appreciate it, and would love to help commentate in the future.
Yes. All right. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
Yep. See ya. Bye bye.